I have one real quick thing. Bro, you know the dual pole kind of ideas with the two tropics that are out on a plane? You know what one of the big issues with that would be? That the distance from the tropic. Sorry, I know it's kind of a topic change. If anyone wants to respond to Linus Point, feel free. It's just
No,
it's
you good, man.
well, I was just gonna say this. The distance from the Tropic of Capricorn, any point on the Tropic of Capricorn to the North Pole, or any point on the Tropic of Cancer to the South Pole on the globe are equal distances, but on the dual pole they would not be. You know what I mean? Because if you have two tropics that are on a plane, one next to the other, all the points on the Tropic of Capricorn in the south would not be equal distance to the North Pole. But if you wrap that around a ball and you put the Tropic of Capricorn, on the bottom of the ball, it is equal distance to the North Pole. Do you see how that's problematic for that dual pole layout? On a Gleason's, it would actually work. So that thing works on Gleason's and Globe, but does not work on the dual pole. Meaning, because on the Gleason's, if you did have three concentric circles of the tropics, which I think there's huge problems for that because of the way it arcs in the south and all that stuff, and then the 24-hour sun issue. But even if we just subtract that for a minute, if you have the third outer ring, the Tropic of Cancer, Equator, Tropic of Capricorn on an AE map, a Gleason's map, it would be equal distance to the North Pole, and it would be on a globe. Now, the Tropic of Cancer going to the South Pole, that's a huge problem for the Gleasons, though, because Tropic of Cancer, what is the South Pole at that point? Is it every point around, or, if there's one pole? So it becomes a problem going that way, but at least the Tropic of Capricorn way, it measures equally to the North Pole. The globe would measure equally going both ways, Tropic of Cancer to the South Pole, Tropic of Capricorn to the North Pole. But the dual pole does not work for that. And I don't think there's any way to resolve that issue with the dual pole unless somebody has an idea. Like at least that part of it. If it's equal distance from the Tropic of Capricorn, if it's equal. If it's two equal circles. You see what I mean? So I don't know why I thought of that. I've just been thinking about it lately, and there was kind of a quiet moment there for a sec, so I just thought I'd see if you had heard of that or what you think of that.
I don't know how we're gonna be able to reconcile the sky with the ground, dude. I don't know if it's possible to do that. I think there's just as much problems with the dual pole model as the Gleason.
Which one has the least problems out of the Gleasons, dual pole, or globe?
I've never done like a comparative analysis and put all the problems on one side and all the other problems on the other side for the Gleasons. I'd have to do that.
Yeah.
And also the globe.
Were you just trying to get me in here, Gio, to defend it, or what?
I was. Yeah, what do you think of the distances? Because like
You'll have
if
to
you have
explain
like
that further.
if you have the North Pole on those dual pole layouts, and let's say you have the North Pole on the one side, the other side you have the South Pole, the Tropic of Capricorn. If you go all the way from south of Antarctica, so south of Antarctica, that point is going to be really far from the North Pole compared to the part that is like above Africa or South America, the point closer to the North Pole. You know what I mean? So how could all of those distances be equal distance to the North Pole if it's spread out with two poles like that?
I don't really know what you're saying. Maybe draw like a thing. Maybe draw something for me. I'm visually oriented usually.
Well, like on the globe, you agree that the Tropic of Capricorn, on the hypothetical globe, the Tropic of Capricorn, if you were anywhere on that Tropic of Capricorn, anywhere on it, 360 degree, that the distance to the North Pole would all be the same?
If you were anywhere on that Tropic of Capricorn, Okay, so then the difference would be what? I'm not sure exactly
from
what you're saying.
from Capricorn to North Pole, or from Cancer to South Pole.
Hmm.
So they're the same distance on a globe.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. If there would be like the same distance with an equidistant. I mean, that's one of the things I was looking up graticules and how they work in the transforms and trying to figure out how they got the spherical first, if that was the case, or if it was the dual pole equidistant. But one of the things it said about the dual pole was that it was it preserved the distances the best out of any of them. I don't know if that includes sphere, but it did say it preserved the distances. So I guess it would be preserving the globe distances. Or it said true distances. Let me see. I can check some screenshots. But yeah, if it's just like a transform of the graticule, then it would be the same distance, I think, for those things. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to draw a picture. I'm not sure what you're saying exactly.
Here, I got it right here. I did it on this. I know that you don't prefer this projection, and I understand why it may
No
not
worries.
be. It's pretty.
Just so I get the idea.
Yeah, I just did it on the one that I already had the circles, even though those circles are not even exactly at the tropics, but they're close enough. You get the idea. So that green, so all those points from the Tropic of Capricorn to the North Pole, the green line
Mhm.
indicates from the North Pole to, that closest part of
Okay, that's what you're saying.
the circle. Then the red shows the longer, the other red shows. But on a globe, that Tropic of Capricorn is equal distance to the North Pole because it's up around the ball, up the longitude lines to the top of the North Pole. They would be all equal,
Right.
but on this, they would be pretty dramatically different. What do you think on
Well,
that?
is that something that we know to be true? Like, do we know that it stays equidistant from the North Pole on that whole
Well,
tropic line?
that's a good question. I mean, they claim that every point on the equator is 6,210 miles to the North Pole. So if you were to go 23.4, you're looking at what, 8,000, 9,000. I mean, it's claimed that that is the case. Yeah. Has anyone in here gone to all these points on the Tropic of Capricorn and measured mile by mile,
Yeah,
So
because it would work out for where it is in the middle, but yeah, the furthest arch of it would be further away than the globe depicts or the AE map or whatever. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So that would be
yeah.
something that would have to be confirmed to be the case. Or, I mean, we know the sun goes further away in the south. I mean, in wintertime, and it doesn't seem like just going a little bit further out in a bigger circle would really create the weather patterns and the difference in temperature, like we were talking about the other night. Like it seems like it needs to go the other direction for us to have a winter. Not just be like further away in this line that's like 15 degrees out. So that the going way below Antarctica like that and setting sooner makes a whole lot of sense for why that we have shorter days and colder temperatures.
Yeah, because it's actually on the other side of the plane, basically, or it's very, very far
Right.
away. No, I hear you on that. Yeah,
Yeah.
like when it sets for us in the winter, and it rises very low in the sky, so it's very like
Yeah.
it rises low and then sets low, and it's far away, obviously. Yeah, actually,
Makes way
Professor
more
Phil,
sense.
shout out to Professor Phil. He actually brought this up. I've already thought about this in the past. It wasn't really brand new to think about, but he did bring it up a few days ago. And I think he was trying to bring it up in relation to the Gleason's map, and I don't think he was very familiar with dual pole, or at least that I was aware of in the combo. Although he kind of was picking it up. I think he said he had maybe seen it, but not. So, anyways, I came
I
in.
recorded that and posted it. Yeah, I heard the whole conversation. Yeah, he came in
Okay.
like you guys all think it's an AE map and it's wrong because of the two sets of stars. And yeah, I heard it all.
Because I came in and I was like, no, the dual pole, for the dual pole ones, that's not an
Yeah.
issue for. And then I don't even think he brought up that distance of the Tropic of Capricorn in like quite in relation. I'm not sure he even brought it up in relation to the dual pole, but I had already thought about this before, but it just kind of resparked it in my mind, and then that's why I wanted to bring it up, see what you thought too. I'm glad you popped in.
Oh, he brought this idea up like because it had to stay the same distance from the North Pole, or it's said to stay the same distance in its full rotation around, or he doesn't even see it that way.
Well, I don't
It's
think he
strange that he
brought it
would
up.
bring that up because we're kind of talking about a local sun and how that would be the distance and the line would be close to the Earth. Whereas he's saying like the angle would keep the same amount of miles if you interpret it this way, even though everything's geocentric. And heliocentrism is what I believe, but it doesn't really, it's never depicted that way. He didn't say
Well,
any of
like in
that.
terms of that part of it, well, like even on a globe or whatever, it's tilted, and then you got this ball, the ball sun out there or whatever. But there's the GP of the sun when it's at the winter solstice, so when the
Right.
sun's at 23.4 degrees south on the Tropic of Capricorn, the GP of the sun is said to be on that Tropic of Capricorn the whole time. And so even if you just go from the ground GP, if you had like 10 people all spread out on the Tropic of Capricorn, the claim is on the globe that if they all just started traveling directly north along a longitude, that they would all reach the North Pole at the same time if they're going the same speed. There's all the exact same distance. And I was just saying, I don't think he brought it up as like a rebuttal to the dual pole, really, because I kind of brought up dual pole and he was we were kind of dancing quick. Like I was bringing it up and he was kind of adapting to what I was saying because I wasn't really referring to the Gleasons. And I was saying that because he was trying to, say the Southern Star rotation. And I mean, if you heard that combo, but yeah, but then I had thought
He
about
was
this
scurrying for ways to
before.
debunk something he never heard of before.
I'm just saying he wasn't using it as a debunk for the dual pole. Right. He was kind of,
Yeah.
and I've thought about this before, but when he said it, it sparked me to think about it as a relation to the dual pole. Because in that convo, I said to him, I was like, well, yeah, that is a problem with the dual pole, but it's not really a problem with Gleason's. At least not the Tropic of Capricorn with the North Pole would all be equal distance on a Gleason's. But the Tropic of Cancer going the other way to the South Pole, because the globe claims that every point on the Tropic of Cancer going to the South Pole is the same distance as well, reversed. But that doesn't work on a Gleason's because what is the South Pole at that point? It's just the outer ring. Like there's no one pole that you would all end up at, So it only works one way on the Gleason's. At least that part.
Yeah, the GPS will fall into one of those four quadrants. So without those four quadrants, I don't know how anything really has a GP. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do they even figure out a GP if it's not one of those four quadrants? You don't have that in AE or a globe.
Well, they kind of call it like four sections of a ball, basically.
Do they have? Is there a way to mark that?
Lines,
is there four sections without putting it flat?
It's kind of good.
Somebody's saying something?
Well, you would have the equator separating top and bottom, and then the prime meridian international date line. So you would have kind of four broken into four pieces.
Kind of, or do they have like a way of like I mean, without making it flat and looking like the dual pole? Do they even use the globe in any way that people can even like imagine correctly that way? With the four corners.
I don't know about four corners. Yeah, that's a whole different challenge, or that's a whole different fact.
The four corners they use for all the quadrant systems for like northwest, northeast. I mean, like if you're on a place on Earth, you can look up the GP of the sun or a piece of land or whatever, and it's going to give you like a coordinate point, right? And it's either in the northwest, northeast, southwest, or southeast. That's like the way it's all designated.
Dude, speaking of that, this what I'm about to say does go with the dual pole. This one here, the four corners of the world, it's just the Wikipedia page, and it talks about some of the ancient cosmologies that have this four corners. And look at what that looks like. It looks like the four quadrants of that dual pole, and it's the four corners.
Absolutely.
This is the only one. The dual pole is the only one that has four corners. The Gleasons, I mean, you could call the four outer rings, or at the outer ring, I guess. And there is like the idea of the four islands in the middle, but the Gleasons doesn't really go with I guess it could technically. You could have 4 points on the outside ring or whatever, but then the globe. What is four corners on a globe? It's like it doesn't even work on any part of the globe. Like that concept.
No, nothing else does either. By the way.
And what would you say
if you
went to the Tropic of Capricorn and measured all those distances equal, though? Like, would that? Because I mean, the only way it would work, I guess, is if there's like a PACMAN effect. But I know don't want to go there, or not. You're not interested in going.
No way. Would it work with a PACMAN? I don't really think the PACMAN makes any sense because then you're like making it disappear from one place and reappear, and we know that the sun doesn't disappear and reappear as far. I mean, it has a path, and it has GPs for its full thing. So there have to be GPs missing for a PACMAN to even make sense, right?
Wait, say that point again. I was gonna.
Well, if like you could do a GP of the sun every second of the day for the whole year, you would see it has a path. You wouldn't see it ever like disappear and reappear anywhere.
What if it's just
Like a GP goes like you have a GP on one side and the next GP is like 1,000 miles away. That would be alarming, and everyone would know about that already, or it'd be very easy to find out. You would think. I mean, it's not necessary. We already have the path.
what if
You
it's
can look
just,
at the GPs and not a problem, right? So
I know that the
well,
astronaut.
I'm not making an argument for it, but I mean, couldn't it technically be like a smooth transition or like a kind of a holographic mirrored hyperloop effect or something? I'm not trying to say this is the case.
you do that. That would be like thousands of miles where it reappears, right? For 1,000 miles away, like that doesn't happen. That would cause like a dramatic shift in light too. You'd be like, okay, it's light, wait, instantly dark, instantly light over here. That doesn't happen.
This is
I know
why
the astronauts have that path.
No, I hear you on that, but what if it's like some kind of smooth transition, like some kind of looping effect? But I do hear you. We could talk more about that. But real quick, if I just drew this is why technically some kind of a looping effect would solve this Tropic of Capricorn issue, because they're like those green arrows on the lower right, lower left that I drew there. If you were to go outwards that way, then you would, if you did technically pop in the other side or whatever and go to that North Pole, that actually would make the distances equal, because the globe like takes that and wraps it up around a ball to where you could take those green line paths. But obviously, when you flatten it out like this way, you end up with this kind of Pacific Rim, component. So I'm just saying, if you could go that way and then transition out, then the distances might actually all be equal. But without it, if you're just using the two circles on a plane and you got to travel from the other side of Antarctica versus the close side of Antarctica, then those distances are going to be quite a bit different. So I'm just saying, technically, just for sake of argument, some kind of looping or what the people want to call PACMAN effect would probably solve that Tropic of Capricorn distance question. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even know that there's a problem, because first of all, it's a claim. Secondly, you can look up the GPs of the sun.
Yeah, so they would claim that the GP of the sun, when it's at the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, they would claim that the distances of those GPs are all equal to the North Pole. Like every single one of them, as it's making that 24-hour circle, is exactly. Well, we could do what the math is just 23.4 times 69 miles. So
Yeah,
it's 1,614. Add that to 6210. So 7,824 miles. So the globe model and the current model of the world claims that anywhere on the Tropic of Capricorn, if you're right under it, and you just start going north to the North Pole, you'll travel exactly 7,824 miles and you'll all end up at the North Pole.
Funny, I was talking with E last night about some of these distances, about the 24,000 or 4,000, whatever. And we were just talking about how some of those distances that they're claiming for that might be different than they actually are for the stretch across the middle as far as the celestial equator goes. But, Brian, who comes in here all the time, or used to come in here all the time, he did that video. I'll repost it here. Right? Now, he's done this. Yeah, Brian Leakey. He did this, because of the GPs of the sun. This is how he has it. And he's looked up the nautical information and gone through each month where the sun would be from looking up the GPs. Not to say he's got the map completely correct, but I mean, that he didn't just come up with that creatively. That's just what the GPs say it does.
What does your sun do on the equinox? That's the only place that I could see it PACMANing, because the equator is a straight line, it looks like, on your map. So how does it not PACMAN on the equinox?
And it's never right in the middle, according to E. But yeah, you've seen the GIF, right? It either veers one way or the other, south for the winter, north for the summer.
The equinox is just a moment.
This one is a screenshot.
Like an instant.
This is a screenshot from Brian Leakey's video. Obviously, it shows very abrupt. Those red lines are very abruptly turning. Like it goes straight and then turns, I guess, like on that kind of.
Well, that's an over exaggeration. That's not the way he says it works. But then you look at the actual animation, and it doesn't look like that.
Well, there's this, which is some like ferret. It's like
yeah, that's similar. Yeah,
funky air. This is like from something different, but it shows like. Well, because another thing is that if you, I mean, in terms of the not Pac-Manning thing, like Wesley, if you look at this, they call it. Well, the guy who made the YouTube video called it the electric Coriolis effect. I don't know if that's an official name. You basically put a magnet below a tub of water, and then put those two, electrically charged metal rods in the water, and then you get this clockwise and counterclockwise rotation. And there's no Pac-Manning. It's just two rotations.
Right hand rule.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. The other thing too is on the dual pole, 1 degree north latitude and 1 degree south latitude are almost the farthest points away from each other. If you follow it all the way around the circle, so they're extremely close to each other in the middle, but then they get infinite or the farthest away from each other when they're at the very top and the bottom of that map, which you would think.
Yeah, that would be a way. Yeah, that would be a way to falsify it or claim to falsify it. If you wanted to say, I'm at this point, I'm looking right at this person at this other place that's the furthest away, but I'm actually staring him right in the face.
Right.
But it's also if they were gonna create the whatever the illusion that it's that way, the middle of the blue side of the ball would be the perfect place to do it, because, like they say, they're gonna crash the ISS into that place, and it's like the furthest distance from anyone on Earth. So remote. Even claims of people going out there would be hard to believe, much less.
That's the claim too of the
now.
That's the claim too of like that the latitude lines are all equal distance. The 1 degree per 69. They claim it's 1 degree per 69 all the way out from the center of the North Pole, all the way out from the center of South Pole. So if you had perfect 1 degree 69, perfect concentric circles, then you have that component of kind of having to smush them or kind of blend them. Well, like the way an electric field, like an electromagnetic field functions, like the Ferricell ones and so on that show, like this one here, you can tell how they do kind of blend. Like that's an electric field circuit. They're perfect circles. You see those ones going around each of those poles are pretty circular right in the middle. But then as it gets wider and larger, those lines that are near the equator are obviously much larger radius circle. So is that actually happening? Now they do claim that if, the whole thing from 70 to 90 degrees, it's like not exactly 1 degree per 69, or at least there's a claim there's like a refractive effect. And then down at the horizon there is 2. Is that a cover up for the fact that it's not exactly 1 degree per 69? The longitude lines actually are not all equal distant? That would be a huge discovery if we found that. I mean, that would be very the globe model would be hugely. I don't think
it's based on the star rotations.
Solve that. They can make it oblate enough to solve that.
Well, they're 15 degrees. Regardless, it's not like they have to base it on a certain star. Like we talked about this the other night. Like it's not like there's a star for each line, right? That they're using. It's just the 15 degrees designation. So it's always going to be correct. And then even the transform is going to be correct. But then there's this whole thing we talked about as well, which is the oblateness, and how there's also that graph where you're looking at the latitude you're at, and then there's a graph they give you to do corrections in the official way of doing it with the 4 quadrants or whatever. And that graph bows out. So they're showing that there's a distance difference as you get closer to the poles, which it would be as well with latitude lines, because they all converge to the pole with the longitude. They have to, because it goes to a point. So there's going to be like an ever increasing space for coming out from the poles for that reason. You know what I'm saying? Like at a basketball.
Hey, new perspective. Do you know why they centered it like on Africa as opposed to like centering it on the Pacific Ocean? Is there a reason he did that?
Yeah, well, that's right. With what used to be, historically speaking, it's not just like a choice. It's where it used to be. And then there's also the vernal equinox and the way that the sun is and its position for the when it's dead center. And if it is an electromagnetic field that it's running on, then there's something significant about the way that runs, the starting point, and how you can kind of it's the easiest way to start the clock, I guess. But also there's, it's not just a miscellaneous thing because of the way that it's right in between the two points, dead center. There's a lot of significance to that being like
Anywhere on the equator
with the Great Pyramid.
Like even look at the one you posted with the
point.
kind of the sun, where the sun's shining versus Geo's. Geo's is, south of Ghana, and yours is kind of straight through East Africa.
Geo's, what's Geo's? I don't get what Geo's is. What were you talking about?
He posted it twice. It's got the yellow circles and the red and green lines. He's got the vertical.
I think he was just
point.
Yeah, that's the thing of the whole prime meridian. I mean, E1 and New Perspective are suggesting that prime meridian should be 33 degrees shifted to go more through Cairo and through the Egyptian pyramids rather than on like the left on the kind of west side of Africa, where it currently is through Greenwich.
Gotcha.
That is where it used to be. It's not just like a theory. But I mean, they've moved it several times, and depending on which country you're from. I guess at some point you could have your own version, and then they decided the world was going to go by the Greenwich as like the official one. But if that's not really lined up with where it should start, technically, it's an arbitrary spot, except for its relation to the sun would be slightly different, which does kind of mess up things in an overall sense. But it's still 30 degrees off isn't much for, a starting spot that's kind of arbitrary, depending on where you are.
It's like an eighth of a circle, though, right? Like, maybe my math is bad.
Yeah.
16th.
Yeah, 16th of a circle.
But
it shifts the grid. It doesn't move the continents, but in retrospect, I mean, well, technically it moves the continents because the grid shifts. But it's where the continents are technically better fit to where the sun would be for the right amount of direct sunlight and where it seems to be. Because I don't think that people think New Zealand, if it were flat, people wouldn't think that New Zealand's kind of like right under Antarctica, way down there south. But that's the way the dual pole transform, it comes out that way because of the prime meridian shift not being back to where it was originally.
Looks like
Brian's you know what would be the way to do it?
Looks like Brian's in the chat.
Look up the GPs. Yeah, Brian here?
He's in the chat. He said the prime meridian runs through Africa, so where it meets the equator is in Africa. He just typed that. Brian did, so he must be listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Africa either on the East Coast or West Coast, basically.
But you're saying you think that's part of the deception, that they did that purposefully to like kind of throw off what they claim the Earth is with the international dateline, and you would think having to do something with the Pacific Ocean, hiding that part, but you think they moved it purposefully as part of the globe, from the perspective that the globe's a deception, that they did that purposefully to throw, or for what do you think the reason would be then? Or since we're on that, like,
well, it seems to work like it it's another cloak that goes along with the 33, but it it seemed like at first E was saying that that's part of like what they did on purpose so that people wouldn't be able to do all the things as far as traveling goes and remote areas as easily. But it was more about, just controlling everything as far as this is the graticule that you're going to go by, and we make the numbers the way we want them, and it's sufficient for the way this works on this grid system. It may not be sufficient in all ways, and they may actually have been, privy to that shift, and then they could get to remote areas easier or something like that, or that the sun would work perfectly for all their ceremonies that they do, according to the original. But then this other one is like for the Goyim or whatever, like the janky prime meridian setting or whatever for the world to use. In a way, it kind of seems to work that way because there's a couple technicalities that would make it a little bit more difficult to get everywhere you want to go.
Are you suggesting
all the sun and the stars and everything?
Yeah, and I mean, would you also think like if they did change that prime meridian from what it actually is, do you think they changed that to just make it that much harder to figure out what the actual Earth is, like to get the right layout of
That,
things?
yeah,
Is that the
seems like
idea?
it works that way, regardless if they thought that people are going to be in 2026 talking about a dual pole, but they never expected us to get this far with like figuring out what they did. But yeah, it does seem to like shift the continents to be in areas that people that maybe come to this idea, like there probably have been in the past, were like, oh, that doesn't work for the sun because the sun's not here. They're not seeing it as electromagnetic or whatever. The sun doesn't get enough sunlight for New Zealand because it's way down here. I think Brian was saying that, in fact. That's why I told him to pop into the VC because he was saying it works, but it's not quite right for these areas. And that's exactly those areas that he said corrected it, made all the difference when he moved the prime meridian back to where it was.
Does Brian? That's interesting. I'd like to, yeah, if he jumps in VC, I'd like to hear more his thoughts on that. Brian, if you're listening, if you can jump in. Uh, does he agree with moving at 33 degrees, like Brian's view, or does he?
I've sent him all these videos. I'm not sure how carefully he watched it or how much he paid attention, but I don't even know if he might have mentioned something about that in his presentation or about the map not being the way he wanted it or something like that. But it's not the same map layout. Yeah, I'd like to hear what he says about that if he wants to come in, because that is one of the things I remember when he was talking about it in here before TFE or any of that. He was saying it looks like this works way better. I've looked up all the GPs. You can see where the sun rises. It works way better on the dual pole. And there's a couple areas that don't seem to line up perfectly, but this is way better than the AE. And I think those are the areas that he was having problems with before he realized what was the case with the 33-degree prime meridian shift. Plus, it's right over the pyramid. Like they made the pyramid there. Like the other night we were talking, it was in here. We were talking about like why would it be just miscellaneously there? Like I'm sure he's like, yeah, I'm sure they just built the Great Pyramid for no reason at all, so that it would line up with the sun on some random day rather than right on this perfect day. That's the you know the day that it crosses over to go south or whatever that day is. Where it's I think it was September 21st or March 21st at 11 a.m. or I think it's noon or something too, because it crosses over at 11 a.m. March 21st consistently, and then at noon it would be right in the center. So it would be at its apex at noon that day, right as soon as it's coming up from the north, from the south, up in quotes. So it's rising into the north, and that would be like the whole ceremonial like changing of the sun's movement to warm up the place where most people are, which would be a reason to celebrate, right?
Well, you're saying that it would transition from the north to the south right at the prime meridian at that exact time? Is that what you're saying?
South to north. I think what it is south to north. It goes from south. It charges up in the south, and then right on March 21st at 11 a.m. it crosses over the celestial equator, and then at noon it would be right above the pyramid at its apex, at its zenith that day.
Wow. That's pretty
So it'd be like an hour after it crosses over the celestial equator, and it's at its highest point in the sky. That would be a great time to, have a celebration and build a big pyramid and, honor that position of it moving into the north to warm up where most people live.
That's interesting. And then the pyramids like possibly being built like essentially, well, they're not right at the center of the world, but it's like north of it, but it would be at that, you're saying the prime meridian, and then obviously the equator is going to be south of that. But because I guess Cairo is GMT +2, so I guess it's 2 time zones off or 2 time zones different, the +2 compared to Greenwich.
Is that right? I haven't even looked at that.
I just looked it up. They call it Eastern European Standard Time. I just looked up what time zone is Cairo, and I get it's GMT +2. So that's UTC +2.
Are you saying that the pyramids are at the equator?
No, at the prime meridian. I was just saying the equator and the prime meridian.
No, not you, but he said that that's where it crosses over from north to south. The pyramids aren't anywhere near the equator.
No, I think
Yeah,
he's
it's up,
saying.
it's up north of that.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
I think he was just saying if you were like at the pyramids and you were looking south or whatever, and the equator's south, but he's saying at noon at that time is when the sun transitions from the south to the north. That's what you're saying, right? There's like a
Yeah, I may have misspoken saying that it would be right above, like the sun would be at noon right above it, but it's on that line that would be at its apex, at its highest. I'm not sure what would be right below it, but that'd be interesting. I wonder if there's a landmark of that noon time where exactly it would be in Africa, but it would be on the same line with the pyramid. I'm not sure if it goes in 15 degrees, does it ever go straight over it? I don't know, but the pyramids, it's about Orion more than anything, I think, as well. That's what he was saying. It's about Orion's belt matching with the pyramid at that time.
Well, how close are the pyramids? Because I just looked up the lat long, at least of Cairo. Like, where are what is the pyramids are pretty close.
For the pyramids?
Because it's 31.23 degrees east is what Cairo is. But I guess I could look up the latitude of the actual pyramid themselves. Probably pretty close if I look up like the Great Pyramid. All right, the Great Pyramid says it's 31.13 east. Yeah, so it's pretty close. So it's not, is it still 2 degrees off from 33?
It's 32 point something.
I'm getting the longitude I'm getting is 31.13 east. I mean, I just did a search, and that's obviously what's 31.13.
Let me show you something else. I think that he talks about this. He keeps showing this map, and it's at 27. It's about where they put the Polaris. Like Polaris is kind of an arbitrary thing that you could move along the. This is like the one thing they could move in 33 degrees, and it wouldn't make much of a difference because everything's going around that point essentially. Even though it does shift, but it's not really seen that way. It's just treated as a point. But so if you move if you move Polaris in 33 degrees, it's not going to make any difference because everything's circling around that. That's like the one thing you could move and not really mess up things very much. You know what I'm saying?
What you're saying, move Polaris 33 degrees?
Yep. Because it seems like that's what they did on the thing, and that's like the way that you know that that they shifted everything 33 degrees. So in the official maps now, they have to show Polaris not on the line where the starting point is. It's 33 degrees in from that, but it doesn't really matter much because everything circles around that, and it's not. It's kind of like a standard point that could be seen as the starting point or 33 degrees in. It doesn't. No one's really going to notice much of it. It's not going to make any difference because everything's circling around that center point. It's not going to shift anything else because, you know what I'm saying?
I might need
everything it's centered in relation to everything else. So it's. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It took me a bit to get it too. I finally got it the other night when I was talking to you. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's not like they shifted everything else. They just moved that, and that's what shows you they did it, because that should be at the starting point where you start counting time from the prime meridian. That should be in line where the Polaris is, because that's well, why is it in 33 degrees from there? Why not just put it at the start? Well, that's like the indicator that they did it. Not like they're giving you a clue, but that's just where they have to put it technically for the linear interpretation of everything. When you put things in a horizontal map, it has to go there for the technicality of it.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a visual, I could. I'm listening, but I'm multitasking, but I am listening, but I don't know if I was able to fully make out exactly what you're saying. But if others understood it, they could jump into. I'm just saying from myself, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying. But yeah, if you have a graphic, it is interesting though. to me, it's very interesting that on the globe model, the prime meridian is like this just straight dead line, like right along a line longitude. Then the international date line is all cut up and hacked up. Now I know there's the claim that, oh, it's political and you got time zones. I get all that, but it almost seems like it's like they're patching something together on the backside of the ball. Like, why do that? Like, if we were actually on a ball, you would just have, just like the equator is a perfectly straight line, you'd have the prime meridian just be a line all the way around the ball. And that'd be it. You just have your ball, your prime meridian that would go all the way around. If you want to call the backside of it international date line, fine, but make it straight just like the equator. It's no different. It's a great circle route going around the poles rather than around the equator. It should just be a circle. And the fact that the international date line, I just find that interesting in general. And then with some of these factors you're bringing in of the prime meridian and then how that links with the sky. I mean,
if you look at the chat, I just put a picture of it.
Has been changed around, just like they do with the calendar.
Yeah, some of those lines can be like a little bit shifted, and maybe understandably so for like political reasons or for whatever. Like they needed to have the whole country start the day at the same time, or set their clocks, whatever the reasons are. But yeah, it is weird how it's hacked up that way, and the other one's just straight through. But the time zones are all 15-degree marks too. That's the other interesting thing. They go by 15 degrees for the hours.
But like roughly though, they're all kind of different space. But yeah, but that one you posted, that's focused on the Cairo, or on that's the 33-degree shifted. The one you just posted.
The one that Brian posted was, but you see the one that he's pointing his finger to, and the other one, if you zoom in on where his finger is.
Oh, bro, the one Brian posted is at 31 degrees, not 33. It's reset to 31. But yeah, I see the one with the one you posted.
You see the dot there he's pointing to?
Yeah.
That's Polaris, right? Whereas it should be starting where the prime, at the very right part, the left, right? At 360 degrees, whatever. It should be starting at the farthest line to the right. That's where Polaris should be. If you had like the correct 33-degree prime meridian, that's where it would be, right? But because it's now 30, it's at 33 degrees in. That's like an arbitrary point that you can move because everything circles around that anyway. But to show it in alignment correctly for the horizontal map with its position in relation to all the other stars, that's where they have to put it technically to make this all correct. They're not giving you bad data, but it doesn't make any sense according to him because it should be at the start of it for it all to line up. And then as far as like the I guess it's like the autumnal equinox or whatever it is, with the way that the Orion just happens to be centered over the three pyramids, the way that it matches it, it mirrors it on the equinox.
Yeah, and it seems it's an interesting point. The fact they even put the pyramids there, and that their position with the link of the sky seems significant. I mean, who knows? There could have been all kinds of other structures on the Earth, but those pyramids are still there now, and they're a source of mystery. And what are they? And then the claim that there's chambers underneath, and the pyramids are just so like it's not just a heap of rocks. There's obviously so much more to it. The mystique and the whatever the actual truth about the history of them are. It's just hugely discussed and debated, and so they're like these relics that are still here, as far as we can tell. I mean, unless it's all just some psyop that was built 200 years ago in a reset. But outside of that concept, either way, they're in that position, in some kind of significant position there. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, the way it's offset to match the Orion's belt, and if you look up the Orion connection or Orion's belt around the world, there's all these other landmarks that do the exact same positioning with one significant circle and then two offset circles to the exact same degrees that the Orion's belt has their stars. So it's obviously been, and it aligns with those places like over in Tonga, and we found all these places. In fact, he was basing his whole first map on the idea that was the actual equator where all those landmarks that were lining up with Orion's belt were. But then, he's, grown a lot since then. Or figured out other stuff.
Interesting. I mean, does all this have to do with why we celebrate New Year in the middle of winter? That's you get the calendar. Right? That's all off. This whole
Dude,
place.
have you looked at that? I only learned about that this year.
What do you got?
What'd you
on
learn?
It used to be March 1st. And that's when the Roman calendar started because they had 10 months. But they actually had, it's not like they didn't stretch those months to fill the whole year. They just didn't name the time between January 1st and March 1st because it's the middle of winter. There's no crops to harvest. There's basically nothing to do but just like chill at home, nothing to schedule. So they didn't even name that period of time. That was just like winter. Rebellion in what's now Spain. And because of bullshit bureaucracy, they couldn't name a new general to go and deal with that shit until the beginning of the year. Like that's when they could appoint a general, but they needed to deal with it fucking now. So being who they were and how they think, they're like, well, what if we just make the new year start on January 1st and then we name a general like next week? Because they were arguing about this right at the end of the year or right at the end of December. And then they just did that because they could, and it stuck. And it's stupid and it's arbitrary. Definitely.
What about the link of like the resurrection thing of Jesus? Like he was like born on the 25th and resurrected like a week later on the 1st, like that.
All those dates are way older than that, what happened there. Or sorry, way more recent. Like they picked those out of a hat. And slightly wanted to overlap them with pre-existing pagan holidays.
So
I mean, it's near the solstice, right? And it's near the equinox. So, well, sometimes.
You don't think it has something to do with the star that, like, when the sun seems to like hang in the air for 3 days because of its angle and the way that it looks like it's paused in the sky for 3 days?
That's ancient, right? End of December. That was the end, like of the calendar year for them, but they just didn't start the new year until spring started. So there was just this, and that's just Romans, right? And it's coincidence or fate or whatever that they had enough reach and influence to get it to stick enough places that it survives to today. But yeah, definitely, I think the new year should be on an equinox or a solstice if I was emperor, but they let politics get in the way.
You got to start on 1/1.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
I was just jealous that they could just have approximately 3 months with just not even names for the time because you're just sitting at home and eating what you'd stored up for winter until waiting for spring, not working. Then I'd shift to then the seasons start to be like halfway between the equinoxes and the solstices. Because saying winter starts on December 22nd, that's silly. Like winter started a couple weeks, if not a month before that. By the time winter ends, it's already warming up. So they should be 45 degrees offset if time is a circle.
Yeah, it is all interesting. I mean, do you think the thing is that like what you just shared there though, like, do you know for sure that's, I mean, I guess you're kind of just going off the claimed history that's why, I guess I just brought it up in relation to this whole topic of the prime meridian, the clock, what the ground is, and how it all came to where it is now, especially with the calendar, when you add the calendar parts onto it that seem to be offset to say the least. I mean, you have like 13 calendar, or you have 13 lunar months, just all of the factors of like the calendars that we're currently in. And like, why do the seasons all start like the way that they do, like on the 21st, 22nd kind of thing throughout and then you got the leap year. And anyways, I mean, I know it's a whole separate combo, like the calendar, but yeah.
The new year should definitely be an equinox. Cause that's like, you can see that happen from anywhere. Whereas if you're in, too far north or too far south, you can't see the solstice other than, if you're way too far, it's either continuously daylight or continuously dark, and the rest of it's just kind of like it edges up right close to it, then it slowly backs off. Whereas the equinox, that's like a point, like it's crossed this line. It doesn't dilly dally.
It was pretty ubiquitous across the board in ancient cultures, where you had the equinoxes and the solstices as boundary markers for the year. Not
Yeah, I mean,
only
you
because of
could wander away from
proportion
your
of night
tribe
and day.
for 4 months and just look at the sky and be like, oh, it's time to head back. Like,
Right.
the sun's
It wasn't
crossed
just
that point.
like you could actually see the sun, right, change course. Like you guys were bringing up the winter solstice, where the sun appears to stand still for like 48 hours. And if they had sundials, you know, they would notice that. So that's a convenient marker right there. That's why winter should start on the winter solstice. It's not only is the shortest day of the year, that's when the sun sits still.
I mean, for us, it does,
As a
like,
marker.
at least in the United States. But a couple weeks ago, someone from Australia was arguing that, maybe it was Rixky, they apparently have like calendar winter and seasonal winter, and it's 2 different dates, and they were trying to use that as evidence of something. Like, yo, we never heard of that. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, it does seem like if the new year was when the sun is at the equator, like essentially everybody can see it. Whereas if it's like
Yeah, exactly.
when it's north or south, like for the new year, people in the north, like if you're way far north, you can't even see the sun at all, and it's supposed to be your new year. Whereas if it's at the equator, virtually everyone can see it.
Well, you know, it wouldn't have to freeze your ass off outside waiting for midnight if it was in March, or March 21st.
The sun and the equinox, like I've been observing it for the past, 4 or 5 years. And contrary to popular belief, every single year on the equinox, we assume that the sun's in the exact position in geometric space as it was the year prior on the equinox, and it's not.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. It's just a moment in time when it crosses that line. It's not even like it doesn't travel that line. It crosses it, and then it's on the other side. And where it crosses, yeah, that has
Where
a
it
precession.
crosses the equator, right? And
Yep.
depending on Greenwich time, the prime meridian, and whether you start the day at 12 o'clock midnight,
Mhm.
right? Or 6 o'clock in the morning, or whenever sun rises, that's going to make a big difference when the equinox starts.
That's why there's sometimes on the 21st and sometimes on the 22nd.
Right. And
'Cause we just, like,
its
forced-
position in space isn't always going to be exactly like its subsolar point isn't going to always be in the exact position it was a year prior. There's actually an oscillation that the ancients understood.
Yep.
That it was actually a time marker for them. That oscillation, where its maximum drift north and south from that center position on the equinox. So like, think about the equator. It's a line, right? It's a parallel. It's a latitude line, 0 degrees. Well, how thick is 0 degrees from north to south? Have you ever considered that?
Yeah.
It's around 70 miles.
Yeah. And what's
So
the
within that
diameter of the sun's GP, right? So then it's
so
like
it gets real precise, and that's I've been looking at it using Stellarium in my own sundials, and when we're talking about the sun's position in geometric space at 0 degrees, you're talking about 70-mile length, north to south. Within that 70-mile length, you'll notice that the sun's position shifts ever so slightly every single year, but it has a maximum drift north and south. And then it like a typewriter, you'll notice it kind of when the I forget what that thing's called. The header, when the header reaches the end of the page, and then it snaps back.
So like the carriage return.
Yeah, it doesn't do it instantly. It does it within a year, though. So the following year, you'll notice it snaps back to where it started 7 years prior. Within that 70-mile length. Now They have all types of measurements that they do with like measuring the Earth's rotation around the sun, and they try to kind of pinpoint some crazy math, dude, that they use.
I mean, it has to be crazy because none of it actually quite lines up. Quite. Like you got to find longer and longer cycles. And then the moon just makes it more obnoxious with its kind of like doesn't really map to a clean interval of a year, no matter how you divide the year perfectly.
A subsolar point is what 20 miles or something like that. 14 miles.
Is that based on like a solar eclipse path?
Yeah. Or just the when the sun's at noon perpendicular, like when you're actually underneath it on the equator, the thickness of that subsolar point's around 14 miles, from what I understand. So if the latitude at 0 degrees is 70 miles, so you have the subsolar point, it's 14 miles. It can shift year to year about 20 miles north or south from the point it was prior. It's still at 0 degrees though. It's interesting that they would pick the pyramids as a significant ground position. I don't think there's anything special about that location myself, but besides the fact that it's close to Jerusalem.
Just kind of like a cultural. They were the superpower at the time. If Babylon had lasted longer, I think it would be somewhere in Babylonian territory.
You guys think that they actually were meant to line up with the way that Orion's belt looks to mirror that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. It's a rational inference based off of other megalithic structures in South America that seem to also align their monuments to Orion's belt. But Orion's belt is a convenient marker in the sky because it's viewable to everybody on Earth, regardless of your location.
Right.
You can north and south of the equator, you can see Orion's belt.
Right, and that's the reason that it would make sense to make the monuments, the well-known monuments, lined up with that, so that if you knew exactly what day and time or whatever Orion's belt is supposed to be over a certain monument, then because you can see it anywhere on Earth, then you just have to find Orion's belt and you'd know where to go because you know which monument it would be presently over. And you know which way to go to find that place.
Though after, early in my life, I was reading Graham Hancock's work, Fingerprint of the Gods, and he has one on shamanism. And it's very his ideas were very interesting at first until you actually start researching it, and then you find out how wrong he is, because he popularized the idea that the Great Pyramids match with Orion's belt, but when you actually try to match it up, they don't match, dude.
If you squint at them, they kind of match like that. That's where it gets kind of fuzzy.
The last time they would have actually matched, like actually in line with them, would have been 21,000 years ago, if the precession of the equinox is legitimate. So either
so because
that's what he uses
a little bit.
That's why he thinks that these things are like 20,000 years old, is because the last time the Great Pyramids would have matched is 21,000 years ago to Orion's belt. They don't actually match up today.
Well, what? It's because Orion's belts shift a little bit, like the way the stars are. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because of the precession of the equinox, they
wouldn't be an equatorial constellation that long ago.
Not only that, but if you, depending on how much of this you believe, dude, because we weren't around to actually witness the sky move to the extent that they try to say it moves, but also you have the Milankovitch cycles, that could expand or contract the tropics, or the tilt of the Earth could shift ever so slightly, you know. So, and I don't think the Earth is tilting, but if the sky were to be moving, right, either way, the sky could be shifting back and forth, and also precessing. That's not exclusive to the globe model. That could happen over a flat Earth. The sky could be shifting or oscillating in a certain way, a cyclical cycle.
The other thing that's taken into account is the land has shifted through the tectonic plates, which only
That
works
too,
on a
yeah.
flat Earth, by the way.
Yeah, that's another thing to consider. So I'm not sure, bro. The point is that they don't match up today.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not like either have changed. They do line up today.
No,
Who's
they
saying
don't.
that?
No, they don't. They try to line them up like in artwork and stuff, but they don't actually line up, dude. They're backwards.
So wait, depends on who's saying it. Who said that? Was that E? Was that E coming in saying they still do?
No, that was Brian.
Oh, Brian. Okay, Brian, they still do, according to you. Because I mean, it depends on who you get information from, right? As far as if they do or if they don't, I haven't confirmed it myself, so I don't know. Who's going by which source, I guess, is what the question is. Brian, were you saying they still line up?
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but the Orion's belt doesn't never move off the equator. This is global bull. This is like a myth because they haven't looked into it. The precession equinox just moves it around and moves it forward in time just a teeny little bit. So the next year, Orion's belt's going to be just a little speck further around the equator, and then like 26,000 years, whatever, it does a full circle. That it precesses in a circle. It doesn't precess off of the equator, man. That's because there's a myth that is spread and arguing against flat Earth that for people who didn't look into it, you know.
No, I get that, but still, so it precesses around in a circle at the equator. But if you were to line them up today, they don't line up on the equinox.
Yeah, I mean, they're not on the celestial equator any longer. They moved off the celestial equator. Is that the thing?
No, they don't move off the equator. They move, like if you look at the vernal equinox, the very first second of the very first minute of the very first hour of the vernal equinox, the spring equinox, where the sun's at overhead, that's what they judge that by. So next year it's going to be a tiny bit further, and the year after that it's going to be a tiny bit further and further. I mean, it's not much, but it does add up.
1 degree every 70 years, approximately, they say.
Right. So it's not much, you know, but it's a big circle though. It doesn't move shit north and south. That's what Bob's the science guy and his dumbasses
Wait,
spread.
Now I'm confused because we just went over this. We were talking about the pyramids being up from the celestial equator. So if the Orion's belt never moves from that center line, how could they ever be over the pyramids if the pyramids are way up?
I think what he was talking about was it lining up like laterally, like I mean not laterally, but horizontally, like as far as lining up with the prime meridian, I think, and like the prime meridian, it like if you go back in time, it might have shifted, but I don't think it'd ever be overhead on the equinox, but it could get close during a solstice, you know. But it's what's funny is that there's no cities freaking like 1 degree north. There's very few on the equator. I mean, you look it up and they say anywhere that whole area is sparsely populated because of deserts, because of rainforest, ocean, and which sucks. That limits the places we could go to, but also there's no stars that are underneath the equator. Like you think you'd be able to find a star that's right underneath, or just right there at 0.01. There's nothing. Why ain't there a fucking star like underneath the equator?
Because they're divided between the north and the south.
If you read Ptolemy's work, Ptolemy was a geocentrist, right? But yet he still considered not only the precession of the stars in a circular fashion, but also like it seems that the sky is moving in not just that direction, bro. And I'm not surprised. Like it can move in multiple axes. It doesn't have to be just circular. There could be this slight oscillation, but
we're wobbling, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the Earth is moving, but the Polaris does seem to be shifting ever so slightly, dude. It has its own wobble.
Well, dude, you mentioned the zenith, the 14 miles, and if you want to get technical, if you say the sun's half degree in angular size, then half a degree would represent really like 30 nautical miles or like 34 and a half miles. But yeah, that would be on the edge of it. But still, like Polaris, if you think about it, it's like 0.6 degrees from the dead center. So that's a radius of about 45 miles, and then you double that, the diameter, that's 90 miles. So you got a circle that if you went to the North Pole, Polaris would literally do a circle of like between 300 and 400 miles. Like it would, which still wouldn't look like much, but still, if you were to be exact and try to measure this, you'd do a big giant ass circle trying to stay underneath it. You know?
Yeah.
The
delta of Polaris over the course of a year is 1.4 times the width of the moon. Like, it is not nothing.
But I'm not talking about over the period of a year. I'm talking about over a few hundred years, 500-600 years. A Polaris seems to shift from being the post star, dude. And
oh yeah.
Why does it
probably? Go ahead.
No, it doesn't, man. It doesn't shift.
Why?
You know, wait.
Well, that's according to the Hindu. Because I've looked into the Vedas in the Hindu text. I've looked into the Ptolemy's work, and it does seem to shift, dude. It doesn't mean that the Earth is moving, though.
Hold
it does.
Hold on, wait. I went back as far as almanacs will let me go, like all the way back to like early 1800s, and it hasn't moved any at all, dude. Not even a fucking.
It has.
Smidget.
It has.
No,
moved.
it has not.
Ptolemy said it has, and he has works that predate him that said it did. And I've looked into the Hindu Vedas, and they say that it does move, dude.
Well, look, I can only go back 200 years for the where they've kept track of it, and nothing's moved.
That's
like
not
I said,
true.
It's processed around. It's processed around, but not. No, it is true. They've corrected a couple. They've made a couple corrections, but for the most part, all of the navigational stars are right where they were when they first did this shit.
Oh,
Look it
they're
up,
not.
dude.
Yes,
I posted evidence at 34 past the hour that Polaris has indeed moved in the past 150 years.
In a circle.
No.
Okay, so Polaris is the only thing not processing? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, there's proper motion. It has moved between 1850 and 2000. If you look at an actual almanac from 1850, the location of Polaris is different than it is today.
Yeah, because they changed it. The Admiralty changed that. That wasn't changed in reality. You're talking about magnetic bearings and true bearings.
No, I'm talking about its position relative to the other stars around it.
I know. If you look at the navigation star charts for the nautical almanacs of 2025, you can look at the actual charts themselves, and you can look at the whole vernal equinox, the solstice, and where they put Polaris is back 33 degrees from. It's at 327 degrees.
It's always been there, and he's right. It's always been there.
You're wrong.
That's false. It has not always been there.
Hold on, I'll pull up Ptolemy and the Vedas, dude. Give me a sec.
But before 1740 whatever, 47, people are going to say it was in the 1800s. But when the Admiralty changed the prime meridian from Egypt to Greenwich, they had to move Polaris, and that's when it moved.
They had to move the other stars, but not Polaris. It was
they didn't have to move the other stars. The other stars they couldn't move. They had to be on the vernal equinox. The prime meridian was changed because not everybody, but the star charts were aligned to the prime meridian being Egypt. And when they moved the Egyptian star charts, everything had to stay the same. The vernal equinox didn't change. None of the actual GPs of any of the stars changed, but the prime meridian, but Polaris. And you can see it. It's not me saying this. You can see this on the charts that if you look up the very top right-hand corner of any star chart for any nautical almanacs, from any year is going to show that they moved Polaris on the very top of the chart back 33 degrees from the vernal equinox, because that's what they did with the prime meridian. They couldn't do it in the stars.
Yeah, changing the prime meridian will change the right ascension, but we're talking about the declination. The actual declination of Polaris has changed in the past 150 years. Look at the charts.
Right. So the prime meridian
No, the
is
declination.
human.
No, wait.
Human.
The declination doesn't have anything to do with the prime meridian. It's how far down from north.
It has to do with the magnetic declination. You guys are putting magnetic declination and true bearings together to say that you're moving.
None of this has
we're
to
not
do with
talking about magnetic
declination.
north, dude, or declination from Polaris or anything like that. That's not what we're talking about.
Then how would the star charts work? If the same
magnetic dip or magnetic declination.
I've done this year.
Hold on.
Year by year, dude. It hasn't fucking moved, dude.
Look at the astrolabe.
Brian, you're just wrong, Brian.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I bet you, besides the guy talking, nobody else has went through it year by painstaking year.
Matthew has. Yes,
See,
they have.
hasn't
People
I'll post a
have.
PDF, dude. I'll post a
I
PDF.
posted
This is
evidence,
from-
Brian. You didn't look at it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll post
but what
a
about an
PDF with
astrolabe?
evidence.
Go back 300 years. Go back 1,000 years to the astrolabes that the Romans and the Egyptians used. Did the Polaris move there from there to now?
Hold on. Well, the thing is,
Action.
in
That's
my
all it costs
opinion,
me.
there seems to be a cyclical cycle where Polaris shifts from being a pole star to not being the pole star to then being the pole star again. And
No,
yes,
that's
you
not
could
what
have.
happens.
Well, hold on. You could have
I can't go along with that.
astrolabes
I
from
hear you.
1,200 years ago where Polaris is at the center.
No.
But it's
No.
it's such a long cycle that for 1,000 years Polaris will remain the pole star, but then eventually it won't be the pole star anymore.
So what would?
There's I don't know
Blank
the
space in the
close,
sky.
the
Well, then,
closest
no,
star
no.
next to it.
But it's
That's
not
according to the globe mythology, right? Not real life or anything.
No, according to observations over centuries, whether you believe in the globe or flat Earth, we're talking about.
So they weren't able to do.
observations.
They weren't able to do triangulation with the stars and Polaris and the sun. At whatever year you think that it wasn't there, they couldn't do it. They couldn't use Polaris.
They could use all of the navigational stars. They just placed
No,
it in a slightly
Polaris.
different place.
Polaris is the central location in the northern hemisphere or quadrants that you use for your figuring out your latitude, for your estimated latitude. If you go to the southern hemisphere, it's Sigma Octantis. You aren't using Polaris.
You can't
Going
have
back
two
to-
pole stars. You can't have
Alright,
two
so-
pole stars.
No, you have
Ptolemy-
two pole. Dude, listen to what I'm
You
saying.
can't
If
have
you
two
go
poles.
to no, yes, you do. If you go to the
How?
if you use the southern star charts of nautical almanacs of whether you believe it's a ball or flat, you do not center your sextant whenever you're figuring out your latitude on Polaris. If you're in the southern, you go to Sigma Octantis.
Yeah, because the Earth is a globe. That's why. It
No,
doesn't
because you have to center on the center of the circular disc of the information
can't
that you're
have-
going.
You can't have 2 points of rotation on a flat disk.
Yes, you can.
Brenda, I don't think you're familiar with any of the two pole. At least it sounds like you're not familiar with what E1 and I have talked about and posted videos about and stuff with the dual pole. So you could just claim that it can't happen, but that's just a blatant claim. There's a lot more detail to it, than you seem to be aware of.
It's a logical refutation.
No, it's not.
Logically.
Yeah, you think
Logically.
so. Well, Brenda, we're not going to go back and forth with you. I thought you were sick and you were going to get off a little while ago, and I really wish you wouldn't just make blatant claims because
I'm
of
a little bit better.
your supposed logic. Come with
Right,
information.
not my
Come with
logic.
data. Come with data. That's the way that they actually chart the southern stars according to the center and the south. Whether it's flat or it's a globe, that's the way it works.
Is the Earth a disk? Is the Earth a disk?
No.
No.
No? What is it? It's
That's
not flat?
2015 accusations. We're not flat earthers.
What is
I
it?
think it's a disc flying in
It's not flat?
space.
What is it?
I'll
What
post
shape
a map
is it?
for you.
Is it-
I'll post
is it
a
not
map
flat?
for you in the chat. I'll post a map for you in the chat. If you're just going to be a disruptor and try to make the conversation suck for everybody, I'm going to mute you. I'm sorry.
If you want to try to stay on the topics, hold on. We're not really just like debating basics of whether there can be two poles right now. That's not really. We were talking about more nuanced components of like Polaris, and we were talking about the prime meridian before. We're kind of like I think there's like.
I understand, Gio. I understand, Gio. I understand, but my point is a logical point.
Can I ask
No,
you
it's
one a
not
question?
possible.
Logically, the point is that logically, a flat plane cannot have 2 points of rotation.
Okay.
That's not true.
Ben, go ahead.
Hey, Ewan, what exactly is like the whole like consequences of rotating the like Polaris 33 degrees? Like, what does that do? That's like, why is that like? What's the big deal with that?
With the 33 degrees, well, it didn't have much. It's not a big deal. It's just it's coincides with all of the information that I started to see from the rulers of the world that came up with the maps to change the maps and all that kind of stuff. So you have the Freemasons. Their whole moniker is the all-seeing eye with the pyramid, 33 degrees. They have 33 degrees that they have to go through. All of the Nazis, that's all they could worry about was go through and find every single thing that they could find in all of the Freemason lodges, all of the fucking free and accepted Mason lodges, because there's two different ones as far as how it goes. And it all came down to that they were all trying to hide, no matter who you were talking about, whether it be the United States government, whether it be the elite of the elite, what we call the Illuminati, or the Nazis, or the Romans, or the even back down to Babylon. Everybody hid the wisdom or the information within inside of the symbols or the stuff that they had. So when I started rewriting the map and everything started to come out to be the geometric shape, the sacred geometric shapes of everything, as far as how we do everything. All of our electronics, all of our navigation, all of our star charting is all done on sacred geometric shapes. And when you put it down on the map, as far as you put the stars down, you physically lay down the star charts in the rotation that they are, and start putting the latitude and longitude lines down. None of the things that I could see, because I was starting from the megalithic structures around the world, anything devoted to the sun. And when you moved back that 33 degrees, the actual longitude lines 33 degrees back for the prime meridian, everything lined up as far as the geometric shapes came out, the Star of David, the swastikas, the figure eights, as far as the analemas in their positions of where they would be inside of the map, or as far as if you laid over where you see the analema, it laid exactly on the map how it should be. Where the Star of David came up really laid down onto the megalithic structures with inside of the map once I moved that 33 degrees. And everything that I've read about, whether it obtained to whether you believe in hidden information, secret societies that control the information, whether it be little kids being stolen and eaten, or whatever, their blood, or all this stuff, or just the controlling of everybody's life, of how everything is, you can start to see that all of it, all of the facades that you see around the world, all come down to where we are, why we're here, and who is in control. And if you come down, it comes down to that 33 degrees.
What do I call you? All I can see is E.
It's the name I have there is E1. It's equal one.
Okay, equal. Equal.
Yeah.
Secret societies and governments cannot change reality. And we can
exactly. That's my whole point.
Just a minute. And we can look in the sky with telescopes and observe it. So they can't change reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can't. And all the GPs on his map are lined up with the GPs in the Nautical Almanac. He's not making it up creatively, Brenda.
And I'm not saying that they changed reality. They changed the graph that you look at. So without trying to say that the earth is flat, without trying to, for me to try and tell you that you need to believe that it's a circle and all this kind of stuff, just go to the actual charts. Just go to the actual nautical almanacs, what NASA uses, what the maritime, and look at the charts and what it shows. It shows that they moved Polaris 33 degrees back from the vernal equinox to 327 degrees of longitude for timing of the sidereal hour. That's how it works. So that you look at this, that is going to be your declination of where you're hitting, and then you start your time from there. Well, they had to move that 33 degrees for it to match up with everything else. It's not that they moved the stars. They just moved the timing of when they started, and that's the prime meridian, 33 degrees. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they changed reality.
So the reality is that in a few thousand years, there will be a different star that will be at the North Pole.
No, there's one. You
yes,
can say
It'll be
that.
Vegas.
No, you can say that. You can say that, but I don't believe that. And other people that have looked at the stars, that actually use and navigate and plot their position, their GP position in minutes and seconds, they know that that doesn't happen, or it's never happened in any time frame that anybody's ever used triangulation of stars.
It was Theban, right? In the about what 3,000 years ago, it was Theban, right?
Thuban.
So it Thuban. So it changes. The people who look at stars say you're wrong.
That's what I have from the Vedas. I can
show me. Okay,
so I have here.
Fine. Show me the map.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. I'm about to tell you. Pole stars oscillate within Shishumara. The extension of the Indic concept of the to and fro movement of the equinoxes is that the different pole stars can be sighted only within 54 degrees, based on the current position of the equinox at 24 degrees west of 0 degrees Aries. The entire extent of the equinoctial path, 54 degrees, can be deduced in time scale. When checked in the Stellarium software, it is found that the scale stretches between 1301 BCE
when you go to
2299 CE.
Software,
presently we are close to 2299 CE mark, where Polaris is the pole star.
Just show me one item or one actual a graph or chart from any time before, let's say 1700, or even now, that shows any other stars in any other position with a different pole star, either north or south. Either Sigma.
No, this is in the hold on, but in the writings. So I have here right here source right here. Bashi, I don't know how to pronounce that in Indian, dude. But you got Bashiya Purana chapters 142 verses 2, 3, and 4. You see that? Because it literally references other than Polaris as the pole star at different epochs in the past, and this is consistent with Hipparchus, who Ptolemy quoted. Ptolemy being a geocentrist, also he had ephemeris data going back to the Babylonians in his day, and they noticed that there was that Polaris was shifting. Now, obviously, it wasn't called Polaris; they had other names for it, but they have it on record, dude. That Polaris does shift over time, and we're not just talking about during the year. Talking about long cycles.
No, I understand.
The Babylonians, the
listen to what I'm saying.
And the Greeks notice they shift.
We have star charts from right now that we use, that everybody in the world uses, whether it be a geocentrist or a fucking baller, or a baller or a flat earther or anybody like that. You have to use these things in order to be correct as far as using either your plotting, your navigation, or to be able to go up and tell somebody where to look at a star, as far as which star. Okay,
but it changes over the decades.
No, that doesn't. I can go back to before 1700 and show you exact astrolabes that give the exact coordinates of these same things for the exact latitudes, and they are using Polaris as this exact as the center rotation for that quadrant or that hemisphere, whichever one, north or south. So
look
when
at
you
the
do
image
this
at 49 past the hour, and you can see that even in as recently as 1850, Polaris had a different right ascension and declination. In fact, it has a proper motion of about 11 milliarc seconds per year in its declination.
According to this, when the equinox is at 27 degrees Aries in the star Kritika, the north celestial pole is at a point that corresponds to the star Kochab in the Hindu text, which is Ursa Minor. The last time this coincided in the year,
dude, hold on. Show you the charts where they don't move.
The last time this coincided, it was the year 1301 BCE, where Ursa Minor was the pole star.
Okay, show
me 49 past the hour. There's a chart from 1850.
Can we just agree, though, that this is not exclusive to an Earth shape? Like, I get that the globe is going to say a wobbling. I know we're not really, debating the globe right now, really, but I'm just saying, in general, it's not exclusive. Like, this could happen on a planar surface. The sky could have a this to it.
There could be a dome, right, that wobbles, I suppose.
Well, I'm not really
would
saying a
agree.
dome. I'm just saying there could be a phasing effect of the sky more so. I mean, whether it's a dome or not or whatever, but I hear you. Yeah, there's something in the
Not a
sky
dome?
could be. Well, it could have
What
a
is
phase.
there then? What's a phasing effect? I don't understand.
The field itself could, just like the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole changes, could the actual rotation of the star. I'm just saying this isn't in any way like exclusive to a globe. Like no one's saying that, right?
Technically, yeah. The Polaris could wander around, right, in the sky, and whatever the firmament is, as you understand it, it could wander around. But there are many stars that move around.
Well, and there's also parallax, the claims of parallax and whether they shift.
And the planets. You can't even explain the planets.
And there seem to be other wandering stars, obviously, than just what they call the planets. Like those are wandering stars, but there's actually numerous other ones. There's even like thousands if you include what they call asteroids. There's many other luminaries that wander.
You don't want to call them planets? Why
there's
don't you want to call them
They're not
planets?
classified. They're not classified as planets. They're objects.
No, they're planets. That's what it means.
All the objects that we can see moving, the lights in the sky that we can see are all planets. You think NASA
No.
classifies them, or everybody classifies them as planets?
No, the planet has a definition, right? They don't emit light. They reflect light, right?
Well, that's a separate thing. I mean,
That's what we're talking about. You just said the planets, and then he said there's a lot of objects in the sky that would be considered asteroids, but you could call them planets, and you said no, they're planets.
They're
Right, so
wandering objects. They wander differently than the fixed stars. But there's the two
Right.
things about the Polaris thing. Does it actually change? That's the one thing. Does it actually shift?
Well, I just looked at your map, your little, their little chart there that says this. It literally says the magnetic declination of it changes. It says magnetic declination, and then it shows you the true declination in magnets, in actual compass.
None
Yes.
of us are talking about
Exactly.
magnetic.
Dude, I'm stacking up a bunch of ephemeris, a bunch of old charts. It hasn't moved, dude. I'm so sick, dude. Every time I come in here, I get sent on a wild goose chase, dude. It has not moved. And
It's
you know
never
what?
moved.
Maybe
You're hilarious.
It moved since 1850. I posted a chart.
oh my God, you're deaf, dude.
Did you look at the chart, Brian?
No, he didn't.
Look
Well, it's
at
like-
every other
Yeah,
chart,
the one that
okay,
you guys
except for the one
posted
where they
at 49
erased
minutes past the hour?
They erased the 8 or 9 and put a fucking 8, dude. How come the minutes are exactly the same with every other?
Did you look at it?
almanac, except for-
Did you
except
read
for
it?
That one says 88.
Did you read it, Brian? Did you look at it?
Brenda, how is the stars? How do we even determine where they're at every year? I mean, what do we base that off of? I can ask you any question
It's
you
based
want.
off of.
Read the
It's
shit
based
away
off
and
of. It's based off of celestial sphere, based on right ascension and declination.
What do we calculate off of? What point?
There's an
don't know.
imaginary sphere. It's an
It's an
imaginary
imaginary
sphere.
point. Imagine they don't go off of an actual point to get your magnetic declination or your declination, since you don't think it has anything to do with the
It
compass.
doesn't have
They
anything
go
to do.
off of
It doesn't have
imaginary point.
anything. Doesn't have anything to do with magnetic declination.
No, I
I
said
looked into this enough to.
what?
No, you haven't even looked into this enough to even know the basic question that all the stars are based on. They don't change. You get the same chart every year.
They do change.
I'm not calling you.
They
Yeah,
do
you
change.
can look, they have the proper motion listed on Wikipedia for Polaris.
Oh,
You can look it up. It's
well,
11 milliarc seconds per year. You're saying that it doesn't move 11 milliarc seconds per year in its declination?
I'm saying it doesn't change. The pole star does not change ever,
It
and it
does.
has
It's
not
11
ever. No, it doesn't.
11
No, it doesn't.
milliarc
You-
seconds per year. It did last year, it did the year before, it did the year before. And if you don't think that's true, then you're just ignorant.
No, I'm saying you will be able to get the difference in the magnetic declination or the
There's
declination.
nothing to do
since-
with magnetism.
No, you're going not magnetism, dude. When you go
Why did you say
declination,
magnetic declination?
because there is a difference between magnetic declination and declination, and the only way you can get that is from a compass bearing or a bearing from a not a magnetic compass, but an actual compass after you lay it down on centering on the pole star. So
No,
whenever,
I'm talking about declination of the location of Polaris, not.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. So when the magnetic declination moves, when the pole,
quit saying magnetic.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. When the magnetic pole moves, because it moves drastically within 100 years.
And that's irrelevant.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're using a compass whenever you're starting off, as far as listen to what I'm saying. You're using a compass, whether you believe it or not, because how are you doing your declination? Is it a 360-degree separation of a circle? Right?
We're measuring the location of Polaris relative to the other background stars that don't move.
Right, and where does it start? It starts at the prime meridian. You're using when you talk about declination, it's all on the sidereal hour angle. That's the only way you can do stars as far as declination, because you have to have a starting point, and then you're going backwards, counterclockwise from prime meridian up and around up and around if you're in the northern quadrants, it's down and around if you're in the southern quadrants, counterclockwise in the northern, clockwise in the south, but it's backwards from normal, and it's always 360 degrees back. You're saying that you're not starting from a point, that it's just wherever it is, you're just looking. You have to have a starting point to start that 360 degree circle. You're using a compass. You start with a magnetic field. What's in between those two fields, those two poles, is the prime meridian. And then you start from there. And we call it Greenwich. We moved it 33 degrees, but now you have to start from Greenwich and go backwards around. But you always start with finding the center with a magnetic compass to then find your pole star, which is Polaris. And then from there, you're using the prime meridian to start your sidereal declination backwards around that circle. I don't understand how you don't think you're using even if you're thinking a drafting compass, you're using a compass to tell you what the degree is from the pole, right? I mean, you're using arc minutes, you're using degrees, correct?
Yeah, now that we've chosen the celestial sphere and the north celestial pole, that is set. But now we could go do all this type of stuff and notice the proper motion of Polaris from Mars or from the Moon or from Venus or whatever. It has nothing to do with the Earth at this point.
But you're not finding Polaris moving from them. They move from it. No, they move from it.
We're seeing Polaris move relative to the background stars.
So when I'm sitting there and I'm using my sextant or my quadrant and I'm actually measuring the distance, or I'm sorry, the angle of Polaris, right? Do you think that changes?
I'm talking about Polaris moving against the background of the
I understand. Do you think that that's what changes, or is it the sun that changes? Is it the Mars that changes? So I turn my sextant and I look at Polaris, and I get a reading of whatever it is, whatever latitude I'm at, 39 degrees, 45 degrees, 0 latitude if I'm at the equator. Then I turn that sextant and I go and I find the sun to see what the zenith is at noon, to find out what day it is, or what exactly, it's what longitude you're at, but you can find out what day it is too. But anyway, if you look at the sun is what changes. The Mars is what changes its declination, or its angle. It's not Polaris. That is what you're going off of. That is the base. Or do you not believe that? We think we're going off the equator.
We're going off the North Celestial Pole, and I don't think I can explain it to you in a way that you'll understand. So I will let.
No, it's not that I need to understand, dude.
It is telling me
that the pole is what changed. You measure the Polaris, and it's what changes from the background. The object that you're talking about, sun, the Mars, it's not changing.
Hey, Ewan, we talked about this when we were talking about the wobble, and you were saying, "Oh, okay, yeah, the wobble is actually the sun's movement. The stars don't change, but they have to call it the wobble and of the Earth, because actually it's the sun that's
I
going
know,
through
dude.
its circuit.
I know.
That
I
changes.
just
Yeah,
can't
that's what you're
understand how
saying.
they think that the Polaris is moving.
Well,
If
they're
you're
ballers.
using your measurement, if you're using your measurer or whatever you're using, whether it be a sextant, a quadrant, or just a stick on the ground to where you get the shadow, I don't see how you can sit here and think that it's not the sun or the object that you're measuring, but the base, the Polaris, that never moves. I mean,
Even
it
on a
moves.
ball, it wouldn't be interpreted that way, as you're saying.
It moves very,
You're saying
very.
even if you think it's a ball, you should know this. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Wow.
I'm not talking about flat Earth or anything at this point.
No.
I'm talking about how we look at the stars, how we use the stars, how we plot stars, navigate with them, and triangulate. Not so much that we just go out and look at them, but if you're using mathematical equations with scientific calculators to do the triangulation of when you're plotting your position on it doesn't move. I mean, you're not. You're not.
Yeah, Matthew, maybe you should just post your data that you're looking at. Matthew, you should just post the data you're looking at that shows that, or
they
the
did.
reason you think that Polaris.
They did.
Oh, okay.
They can't understand it because.
But it is just sort of like numbers on a paper. I'm not trying to discount it, Matthew, or hand wave it, but I mean, you would agree, like, I mean, 72 years ago, did anyone actually take the angle very accurately with all the scintillation and atmospheric effects to compare it, you know, to now?
Well, in 1850 they did. That's what I posted at 49 past the hour. You can see the location again on the celestial sphere of where Polaris is 150 years ago in 1850 versus year 2000.
And it's 2 degrees different, they claim, roughly. And does that and does that change? Is your understanding that also changes the position of all the other stars and the sun and the moon, since it's the Earth wobbling in your model?
No, in this case, it's Polaris moving against the background stars.
Didn't the ancients record the Milky Way moving up and down, and depending on its position, the Milky Way, they would know that they're in a Kali Yuga, and that every time that there's a Kali Yuga, that's when the Earth starts going through its resets and the volcanic eruptions start popping off and magnetic poles start shifting, because they know, because the sky actually moves on a cyclical cycle. Where the Milky Way itself, where we see the Milky Way, it looks like a big crack in the sky. Its position literally shifts every couple thousand years, ever so slightly. That means the pole star would also move with it. Because if all the stars are fixed to each other, right, that whole thing's going to be shifting ever so slightly, back and forth, back and forth.
So there's kind of two contentions. Number one is, does it shift? And number two is, you know, the model that it's shifting on. You know, obviously the globe guys are going to say that it's a wobble of a ball and the ball's within the celestial field and the axis of the Earth is changing very slightly. From a planar Earth, stationary Earth perspective with more close celestial objects, there's that it could still occur. There would have, you know, you could have that shifting of Polaris. You can have anything on the sky above a plane, obviously.
It's just modulation.
Yeah, but why would it be happening? And is it part of some larger cycle? I mean, there's different ideas that could go with that. But so there's the two contentions. Number one, is it happening? And number two, what's the correct model it's happening on, obviously.
Hey, Ewan, so if you're navigating with Astrolabe, the shift of Polaris 33 degrees isn't really relevant, right? It is somewhat arbitrary, correct?
But you're not right. You're not shifting They have to shift Polaris on the map. You're shifting the grid on top of the like the latitude and longitude lines on my map or on any map, even on the ball. You would shift it back to the east 33 degrees. You're not shifting the pole. But on a linear map, on a linear graph map, like the navigational star charts, they have to move it back that 33 degrees because that's where your declination is. That's where your not Polaris. That's where your prime meridian is, and they had to move it back there. It doesn't shift anything else as far as the timing of stars or anything like that. It just shifts that sidereal hour angle by 33 degrees.
And I was trying to explain to him before why the North Star being 20 at 27, whatever, 327 instead of 360. Like, well, I was trying to explain to him how that's like, I got the last time we were talking about this, and how moving that North Star in 33 degrees or whatever, 32 point, whatever, it wouldn't make any difference because everything circles around it. But so that could be moved, but everything else has to line up where it was. So they technically had to put it there even though you should start it with the prime meridian. I'm not
So
sure
if you
exactly
look
how to
at
explain that better.
if you look at a circle, if you just look at a circle, and this is what you're looking at a navigational star chart, you're looking at two circles, but you can only deal with one of them at a time. Polaris being the center of the northern quadrants or the northern circle, Sigma Octantis being the center of the southern quadrants or the southern circle. But anyway, you start with the circle, and at the very bottom of that circle, you put a line from the center of that circle to the very bottom of it. So you have a like splitting the pie, like putting a line down there. That is the prime meridian. Sidereal, our angle, how we do stars, would count backwards, counterclockwise from that line, which we called prime meridian, which would be Egypt, but we changed it. If you went back 360 degrees all the way back around, you'd be back to that same line. If you move from Egypt to Greenwich, or you move along the longitudinal lines of Greenwich to Egypt, it's approximately 33 degrees. It's 32.69, whatever. It's a little short, but it can, like New Perspective was saying, with tectonic plate movement.
What's your point with that? You're saying that
because we moved it. No, they moved all they did was move the prime meridian to Greenwich, which moved it 33 degrees. That's 33 degrees. So now you have to move the stars. You have to move the star chart from when you start it, not the stars themselves, just to when you start the sidereal time, 33 degrees.
It's the meridian.
You have to.
Bro,
you said you don't.
Hold on, dude. Bro, the prime meridian is an arbitrary starting point. It doesn't matter where you started on the Earth, right? If you have 360 degrees, that's your first prime. That's your first longitude.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So if it wasn't
in New England, dude, I could start in New York City if I wanted to. The prime meridian.
And then you would have to change. Wait. And if you did that, the minute you did that you changed it from what everybody else in the world had used and what your chart shows you the stars at, you would have to change it. If you're saying it's in New York, if it's in New York, you would have to change it 98 degrees. You would have to move that starting point, that prime meridian starting point.
I understand that.
That's what they did. You can see it.
Yeah, I get that. But
wait, we've talked about this. Hold on, we've talked about this. It is an arbitrary point, but it makes a difference with the sun and the sun's position in relation to the constellations.
No.
Orion's belt and all that, right? Or not?
It's not an arbitrary point when you start to use your measurements and your timing and all of your clocks. The world, not one point. It's everybody in the world goes off of UTC, Universal
we get that.
Okay, well, that wasn't like that before. So when you move,
I know they moved it to Greenwich, right? And they decided to use Greenwich, England, as a starting point for the prime meridian, which is the first longitudinal line.
And where did they move it?
Yes, so dude, wait the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up for a second.
No, you're saying they moved it. Where did they move it from?
I hate when people do this, bro. I gave you the respect.
Wait, we can do this one at a time.
2 words and you don't let me talk. I did this last time I talked to you, bro.
Yeah, let's just try not to
conversation.
Hold on, just real quick, Ryan, continue on with what you're saying. But E1 knows it's an arbitrary point for the starting point of the circle of the stars in the north. He agrees with that part of it.
They moved the prime meridian. I get it, dude. So in the beginning of the year, right, they pay attention to when the sun hits the prime meridian. That's when they start the year. What's your point?
Right. Where did they move it from?
I don't know exactly where it was before.
March 21st.
Sure.
There you go. The vernal equinox. The vernal equinox.
Was it Spain? Dude, was it Morocco, dude?
No, it was Egypt. It was Egypt. Egypt.
Okay, so what?
So if you look at the star chart,
wait, one at a time. I was trying to explain this earlier. It has to do with the equinox. Go ahead, Ewan.
If you look at where it is now, when they decided to change it and where they decided to change it from, you can see that where they decided to change it from because it's in the star charts. The vernal equinox is the prime meridian. That's where we start. That's where we say we started. They have to start it from the prime meridian. They have to start it from the vernal equinox of the stars. But what they start the timing from, they moved the timing. The sidereal hour angle was moved.
I get that, dude. Why are you repeating yourself 10 times, bro?
Dude, I want to
Because you
hear
said
like,
No, dude, wait, hold on, wait, Lion, you missed the point. Real quick, Lion, I
I'm
think you
not
missed the
missing the
point.
point, dude.
He's
I've been
saying,
studying this
wait,
for
hold on,
like
wait, hold on, wait, real quick. I just want to make sure, hold on.
He ain't
You guys
talking
do
to
not
you,
need to
dude.
talk over each other.
He ain't talking to you,
You
bro.
guys do
He
not need to
thinks that
talk
he has
over each
something, bro,
other.
because he keeps restating it. It's not really that complicated.
Don't,
for people to
hey,
know
Lion,
what
don't
the
make it a
prime
fight
meridian
between
is,
you and E1 because you have a personal problem with
bro.
him.
I'm not, dude. It's not about that, bro. He keeps
It
restating
seems like
what
his
you did
premise.
last time too.
What is
and
your
you ruined
point, dude? The prime meridian was shifted from Egypt to Greenwich. What is your fucking point?
But you
Because
missed the point. He's
there
saying
you
because
see-
the significance of it was the vernal equinox, and it doesn't work out with the way the vernal equinox at the new place doesn't work out with the timing the same,
vernal
even though it's
equinox.
arbitrary. Even though it's arbitrary, it doesn't line up with the way the sun is with the vernal equinox at the same time
How
as
so?
it used
How
to.
so?
Well, you'd
How
have
so?
to actually listen to what he's
On the-
saying and
I get
why.
it, bro.
Don't talk over him.
Vernal equinox, the spring equinox is during when the sun makes its way back from the south and reaches the equator again, right? It's
Okay,
dead.
hold
It's
on.
dead middle in the equator. That doesn't matter where you are on the earth, buddy.
No, yes, no. It matters where you're at when you start and you end a chart. When you start and you end a metric. So we start the stars at the vernal equinox. That is the beginning of the year. I don't know. You don't believe that. Okay. So
I
that
didn't
you
say I
have
believe
to.
that. That is the equinox marco is an ancient time marker going back to antiquity, dude.
And where did they do it?
It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's an arbitrary position where you start the year, and you can start it in Greece. You can start it in New York City. The vernal
what would you
equinox
have
is universal, dude. And from year to year,
wait.
depending on where the sun's geometric position is in space, it's not going to be over fucking Egypt every fucking year, dude.
No, you're wrong, dude. That's why we have universal time. That's why we have a Greenwich Mean Time. That's why the world works off of. It's not Tuesday when you say it's Tuesday when the sun's over you. It's when the international date line is crossed by the sun.
That. Yeah, because
No.
because
it's not like that.
they decided. All right, go ahead. Let me go next.
It hasn't been like that forever. It happened like that when the Admiralty changed this. So before that, it was in Egypt as far as the rulers of the world that did the most of it. Not everybody in the world did this because not the whole world was under one auspice of everything. But the Egypt was the vernal equinox. Even you can look back in all of time. It's where you're.
Are you done? Okay, this guy's obviously obsessed with ancient Egypt. He keeps focusing on
bro, Lion, dude.
Now
Every time.
Dude, Lion. Now you're making it about him.
Hold on, bro. No, hold on, bro. Hold on. Right?
And you interrupted him.
Hold on, dude. Shut the fuck up.
You interrupted.
So we standardized time. We standardized time. They decided to start, right, from Greenwich Mean Time, right? Or the position where Greenwich is, that's the prime meridian. The prime meridian cuts right through England. That's the starting point for the year. It's an arbitrary point. They could have used Egypt or they could have used New York City. What is your point?
No, they couldn't have used. They couldn't have used New York because it's not just an arbitrary point where we picked. There's a reason why it was Egypt.
No, it's arbitrary.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it
because
is.
it's not.
Matthew, you don't butt in either. Let him explain.
Please let me
Don't
finish.
interrupt.
Please let me finish. Because the reason that I know it's not an arbitrary point, it's an arbitrary point to what you want to believe because you're on a ball. But if you use this as far as the reason, the overlay of all the different anomalies, magnetic anomalies, all of the different magnetic anomalies that are on the 180 or 170 degree latitudes of west or east, to where on the international date line on the north quadrants or the south quadrants, you get what you would expect if you're using how can I put this? If you were overlaying either
He's got nothing.
No. Listen, if you're overlaying the grid, if you're overlaying my map grid to where you can see that that's exactly where the magnetic fields have their anomalies. That's exactly where you would have to have the cross. As far as you have the north, south, and east, west, you have the north quadrants of everything. When you look down the middle, that's where the prime meridian has to be. You can move it off a little bit and still not have anything. And you're right. You could put it wherever you want. As far as you could put it in New York, and you could start your time 0 there and go around 360 degrees. But what happens when you do that is you have to change the star charts, the timing of the star charts, as far as the local hour angles, as opposed to the sidereal hour angles, as opposed to the fucking local sidereal and the prime meridian and the UTC, the prime meridian hour angles, or Greenwich Mean Hour angles. The minute you see that, the minute you start looking at this, it's not me saying this. When you see that there's a difference in the way that they time the stars of how they go around, there is a center, and that center was moved by the people that changed our maps, the Admiralty. And that center had to be there, not because of an arbitrary point, because it's the center between north and south. It's the center between those two disks, right in between. And when you start looking at all of this and figuring out your positioning and plotting, the reason that you have magnetic declination or declination in any way, shape, or form is because you move from the center of either the prime meridian or the celestial equator. So the further you move north and the further you move either east or west, that gives you your declination. That's why it goes. You're not
incoherent nonsense, bro. No, I do agree. I do. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, can you mute him?
Why?
Because you've interrupted like 8 times now. It's been ridiculous.
Well,
I don't know how you haven't
point, yeah, and you're just saying it's nonsense, but you're not. Can you steal, man, what he was saying?
For 5 minutes. I mean, who am I allowed to stop him at some point?
Bro, I've been wanting to talk to this guy.
Why don't you steal, man, rather than call it nonsense? Why don't you actually try to understand rather than just calling it nonsense? You're obviously not understanding.
I don't need you guys defending him. You guys don't even know.
I'll do it way easier, man. I'll do it way easier. You see this?
No, dude, I don't need to. Dude, hold on, bro.
Just stop for 1 second. Hold on. If you want to show something on your camera, just give it 1 second. Just let Lion go first, real quick. Let's just let Lion.
Okay, I'll shut up. Shut up.
So no, if you want to stop, I'm just saying he should be able to have a turn. Let's just try not to interrupt each other.
Let Lion go, and then show what you're going to show after.
Let's try to also be as concise as we can, just so it can go back and forth. If we're going to be in this mode of back and forth, but go ahead, Lion.
So yeah, if we move the prime meridian, obviously we're gonna have to reconfigure, right, our conventions, which are dependent on the prime meridian as a starting point. When we talk about 0 degrees, we're gonna obviously have to reconfigure our charts. That's obvious. That's a given, dude. I don't know why he had to repeat himself 10 times regarding that concept. I concede that. Yes, we have to redo the conventions, right? All these, at the end of the day, they're arbitrary conventions. We could have done 364 degrees. We happen to use 360 degrees because that's what the Babylonians used. That's what the Greeks used before, and the Babylonians before them. Fine, dude. I don't have a problem with that. Now, you keep saying that Egypt is the midpoint of the celestial equator. No, the equinox, the equator is the midpoint, right? That's where the celestial equator actually cuts through the Earth's geometric equator. Is a celestial equator, is it not? Not Egypt.
No, prime meridian, not celestial equator. The celestial equator is at 0 latitude. The prime meridian goes all the way up the latitude. No, I didn't. I said where the celestial equator and the prime meridian meet, when you move away from there, that's where you start getting your magnetic declination or declination from the pole stars. But the prime meridian runs from polar north to polar south down the prime meridian, 0 latitude. I'm sorry, 0 longitude, not latitude, not the celestial equator, not side to side, up and down, prime meridian.
You want to show what you're going to show on your camera? It's okay to turn your camera on.
Yeah, no, I just, he said, wait a little.
No, you said wait till Lion responded.
No, all I was saying was to try to give Lion a chance to respond. That's all. I was just trying to give him the floor so he could respond.
No, I agree that we would have to redo the charts, bro. But I don't know why you keep focusing on that. Like, why is that such an alarming problem?
Us. So when we redid this charts, when the Admiralty redid the latitude and longitude as far as where everything started, they had to show us this. They couldn't change reality. Like, I don't know who was saying that before, that they didn't change reality, but that's true. They can't change reality. What they had to change was the starting point, the prime meridian in the charts, and they didn't move the vernal equinox. They just moved Polaris. They moved the actual prime meridian of where they start the things, and you can see it. It's not me.
What do you mean they didn't move the vernal equinox? What do you mean by that?
So if you look at the star charts, here. You know what? Let me see if this will work.
I have the chart that I posted it earlier with you pointing at where Polaris is, and it's at 327 rather than 360. I could just post that again in the side chat.
The vernal equinox is dependent on where you start the prime meridian, dude. So the sun, when it hits the equator, when it actually crosses that prime meridian is when the year starts, dude, on the equinox. Whether it's at 11 o'clock, right, or at 6 in the morning, because it changes from year to year when the exact equinox happens, depending on the geometric position of the sun in reference with the prime meridian. Yes, it is.
No, it has to do with the vernal equinox is when, as far as the way that way that I understand it, is the minute that the sun breaks the horizon at the prime meridian. Is when we call
that's what I said. That's what I said.
Right. Okay. Well, look at the charts, man. They don't have that right. They don't have the vernal equinox, and Polaris isn't at the vernal equinox. As far as they had to move the starting point of the sidereal timing back 33 degrees. So that whenever you look at the charts, if you looked at any charts and didn't go by what, not NASA, but NOAA, who are these by, the U.S. Naval Observatory. So they have to change that by the starting hour angle has to be added 33 degrees in order for everything to work out mathematically. And you can see it. It's not that I tried to turn on my camera. It's not showing me. It's saying only 25 users can do it at a time.
Yeah, so Discord, unfortunately, if you share your camera, they try to limit the room to they limit the room for 25 people, and so it will. I don't know if you're able to. If you can do a screen share and then share your camera on the screen share, or we could move to the stage channel because in the stage channel they don't have that limitation. But did you want to show something or?
Well, I was just going to show the navigational star chart and show where Polaris is. Literally, you can look at a chart. It goes 0 to 360, shows you all of the stars down below it. And then Polaris, they pulled back to 327 degrees off of the vernal equinox so that they could start.
Yeah, I just posted you pointing at it where it's where they have it.
That's good enough. That shows exactly what I want to show anyway. You can see that the vernal equinox is at 360. If you I don't know how much of the screen he's showing there in that picture, but you can see that Polaris is literally pulled back to 327 degrees, and it's not just on a chart. That's all mathematically. So if you go into the declinations or the sidereal hour angles, they had to add 33 degrees in order for all this to work. But they couldn't change the chart itself. They couldn't change the stars. All they could change was the position of where they started, where they put Polaris.
Yeah, and I was trying to say earlier, is because like I just got this myself, like asking you more particular questions about the shift. And like if you move the pulsar, because everything goes around the pulsar, moving that in on the chart, it's not going to make any difference in the way people read the chart. And they wouldn't even notice, in fact, probably, because everything goes around that. It's kind of like, even though it does move in this little circle, it's still in relation to all the other stars. It's considered a stable point that everything moves around. So I don't know how to explain it any better, I guess.
Hey, Dave, just real quick with the screen share thing. Couldn't he share his screen on his phone and then just open up the camera app so the camera is on the screen? And then he'd be screen sharing. Sorry.
I don't know. Try it. He was trying to share screen and he wasn't able to because there's too many people in here. I think,
yeah. Right? So Discord, it's only with the camera sharing that they have the 25 limit. If you might want to be able to try, because when you're in here, E1, there's usually more than 25, and then people want to join. More people keep joining because it's a lively convo. So in order to maybe get around that, you might be able to on your phone when you go to the Discord screen share, instead of selecting camera, select like share the actual screen. Obviously, make sure you don't have any like private info on your screen or whatever. Make sure you close other apps or whatever that might have, you know, email or whatever. And then if you just share your screen on your phone and then open up your camera app so that your camera is showing on your phone screen, I think it may work. And then it won't have that issue. It's just an idea because it would solve that.
If that doesn't work, it's not a big deal to go to the stage. Really, it's just a matter of moving everybody up.
I wouldn't mind. I think we should go to the stage. I would love that.
I will try the screen share thing. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what you're saying by because I press on the camera, it won't let me do nothing. So how do I share my screen on my phone?
Is it different on the phone? Like there's the screen share button.
Might be.
Is there the option just to share screen instead of share camera?
No, I just kind of I can click on the camera. I can try
on the bar.
There it
you
is.
just have to scroll up where you see the mic. You scroll up and it'll say just share your screen.
You got the camera, but it's not the screen share version. You'd have to do share screen and then open your camera app, so the screen share actually just shows your camera, you know, right on the because that's what it's sharing is the screen. If you just open your screen. Yeah, screen share and then just go to the camera app and it should work.
He's using an old phone. I don't know if you have a camera app. Do you know what he's saying? Do you get it?
I'm working on it.
Well, I mean,
you have to open your camera app. I don't know if that works. I've never tried this.
Okay. He's doing it. Yeah. Now just open your camera app and I think should work. It might be not full screen for us, maybe though. Yeah. Well, I mean, it works. It's not full screen, but at least it won't have that limit of people. So.
Hey, I've got a dirty house right now. Don't laugh at me, guys.
No, we see it. Not a bad solution, Dave.
Yep, works.
I mean, it's thinner or whatever. If he turned it to landscape mode, it might. I don't know if you're able to change it to landscape easily.
It's sideways for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. If you
there we go.
Or if you go into landscape mode, it might look wider for us, but it's not a big deal if you tilt the phone or it rotates.
Oh wait, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, no clue.
It's not rotating. I turned the camera, but it's not rotating.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, here's the nautical star chart. Can you guys see it at all or no?
Yeah, could you tilt it 90 then, just with your camera? There you go. Yeah. All right. That's good enough. That'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, so you can see that this is the vernal equinox, and it goes from 0 to 360. This is the celestial equator. This would be the movement of the sun, this line, going through the constellations throughout the year. But this is the vernal equinox. At 360 is the... I'm trying to hold this and do it steady. Hold on. But you can see Polaris here is at 320...
Sorry, go ahead.
But Polaris is at 327. This mark is 330 and then 360 at 90 degrees. So you can see that that's a 90-degree angle looking at Polaris, so straight up above the poles. But they had to move it back 33 degrees to start the sidereal hour angle, because that's what this chart is all the sidereal hour angles.
This chart's based off of what? Prime Meridian, which one?
Greenwich.
Greenwich. So 360 is Greenwich, right next to it.
No,
right?
no. 327 is
Greenwich.
327 is Greenwich. That's why that polar. In order for this to be off of Prime Meridian, off of Egypt, Polaris would be right on the 360.
Oh, you're using 0 degrees Aries.
Yes.
For the star. Okay, that's why. Yeah. But when we're talking about the days, right? The 24-hour day, like Universal Standard Time, it starts from Greenwich.
I know, and the reason is because you see this circle right here. As far as this is how I'm depicting the magnetic fields over the Earth. Well, that was weird.
Yeah, but it does make a big difference, obviously. But I mean, if you're going to use astrology or astronomy, they all use 0 degrees Aries. Astronomers use 0 degrees Aries, but when it comes to time, like Universal Standard Time or Greenwich Time, they use the Prime Meridian, which is over there in England. So when we talk about the equinox, right, the day of the equinox, when the sun reaches the equator or the celestial equator, right? When that actually happens, depending on your geographic location, it might be March 19th, it might be March 20th, or it might be March 21st, all based off of an arbitrary point on the Earth, which is Greenwich. That's the whole point that I was trying to make.
Okay, I don't believe so, but I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I don't believe that.
What do you mean you don't believe that?
Because this is how it works. It works like you start out with a cross, just like all the symbols of every religion or any other place, right? You have the celestial equator that runs across the center. You have the prime meridian that goes from the North Pole to the South Pole. That's your starting point. That is your graph, your grid, how you start. And then you have your northern stars that go around like this, or however you want to look at it, you've got your 0 latitude for north going around. And then same way with you go around the bottom, where I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at this through a camera as well and do this. I shouldn't be. I should be looking at the board. But this is the prime meridian. You can change it over to here, but the minute you change it to here, and this connects, that would be the prime meridian if it was, the way that you would have to draw it for us moving it. The reason the prime meridian is there is because it's directly in between north and south. The reason we had to move that star pattern or the star Polaris 33 degrees is because we thought that we would be the center, or England, the Admiralty wanted to be the center, the starting point. It keeps turning my off. Sorry. So that's why I say it's an arbitrary point if you're on a ball. It's an arbitrary point if you want to say that we just decided it. But when I reverse engineered and went back through time and found out where we started it from and everything, it was because not that I'm saying that they did it because of this, because it was 33 degrees off, but they did it because it was the center. It was the exact center of the star rotations that they had. And funny enough, Orion is directly over the center of the celestial equator and the prime meridian.
Yeah. I'm not. Hold on.
The vernal equinox.
There's a lot of information here. We're just talking past each other. I've never denied 0 degrees Aries as a starting point for the ancients. I'm well aware of that. That was the
okay.
Hold on. On the equinox, right? It used to be 0 degrees from Aries. But now it's no longer that because of the precession of the equinox. The tropics, we have the misnomers. We have the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Those positions where the sun is, when the sun reaches the lowest point, it's no longer the Tropic of Capricorn, bro. You're about 2,000 years outdated. Now you can continue to use that convention that the Greeks and the Babylonians use, but we're no longer, that sky is no longer relevant to us unless you're doing astrology. Because right now, we're in Pisces, dude. I mean, you can continue to use Aries all you want. That's fine, bro. But just understand that on the equinox, when the sun rises on the east, right, the dawning of the sun, it's behind, it's in front of Pisces, not Aries. It used to be Aries. Aries used to be the starting point where the sun was, when it would rise in the east, right, and rise over the mountains on the horizon. It used to be Aries there, bro. And that's where they would start the year, 0 degrees from Aries for thousands of years. Because it takes thousands of years for precession to happen. But now we're actually in Pisces, and we've been in Pisces for about 2,000 years.
It doesn't matter. It's what we start our charts from. I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying as far as the precession of the equinox. These equinoxes, where this line is where the sun goes through the equinox itself. And then you're saying that it moves through and goes through. Right. But we still count it when the sun goes through to here is when the world says it's March 21st. Not somebody over here doesn't say in March 22nd that it's springtime or it's March 21st. We all go by a certain point, a certain time, and we had to move that on the charts is what I'm saying. They had to get away from that, and that's not because of wobble. That happened in one day. They decided it wasn't going to be here on the vernal equinox. They were going to move it and start all time at Greenwich, 33 degrees away from there.
What do you mean by the vernal equinox? What do you mean by the vernal equinox? What is the vernal equinox to you?
In the sky, the vernal equinox. As far as
I know what it is, dude. I want to know what it is to you.
So, okay, the middle of it would be the solstice, right? The very middle of this.
You got the winter solstice and the summer solstice. Yes, June 21st and December 21st, and you got the spring and fall equinox on the same on March 20th.
Okay, well, we start time.
The equinox.
We mark time by but where the sun is within the stars, where the sun is falling.
That's who does that? You do that? The Earth is the lab frame. The Earth, the stationary lab frame is the ultimate frame of reference. Everything else is in constant flux. We measure the sun's position in reference to the Earth. Now, the stars and the sun and the moon also are time markers, but the ultimate reference point is the Earth.
I don't think you understand, because I'm not saying that.
I do understand.
I'm not saying what you're talking about. I'm saying I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
People, you're not gonna fool me, dude.
I'm saying I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you don't understand reality or what you're talking about. I'm saying I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that when the sun goes around as far as the top of us, these stars go around 0.986301 of an arc degree faster every day. Right? So every day they move 0.986301 of an arc degree ahead of the sun. That is how we mark time. When those stars come back around and the sun falls within that exact same point, or it goes through its analemic cycle and comes back exactly to the same point, the same latitude and the same longitude from its cycle, that's when we count it. And we use the stars to tell us when that happens.
So again, I'm sorry. When is the vernal equinox to you? When the sun hits what?
Well, the actual time of the vernal equinox would be, as far as us now, it would be over Greenwich, over the prime meridian at sunrise. Whenever the sun crests the horizon, anywhere along the prime meridian that we count of, that's the vernal equinox.
In most basic terms, right? When the sun reaches the equinox marker, right? The 0 degrees latitude.
Not when it reaches. Not when it reaches.
That's the equinox, dude. When the sun reaches 0 degrees latitude, regardless of what you think where Aries is at, right? Doesn't matter where Aries is at.
So you think that the equinox can happen for how long? How long does the vernal equinox happen?
24 hours approximately. So that's when the sun reaches the equator, bro. That's the equinox.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. You said that it happened for 3 days.
When that happened to no, that's the solstice, right? What we're talking about 40-hour period where the sun reaches the southern tropic, right? It pauses. It looks like it pauses, and then it makes its way back. Where? To the equinox, to the 0 degrees latitude. And then you get the fall, spring, you get the fall equinox, and then it reaches all the way to the northern tropic, the Tropic of Cancer, and then it makes its way back for the spring equinox again. But when it reaches the midpoint between the two solstices, right, that's 0 degrees latitude, regardless of what constellation is on the east. When the sun rises on March 21st, 2,000 years ago, it used to be Aries, bro. That's why all the ancients used that as a marker. But now it's no longer Aries, dude. It's Pisces.
It's okay. Go ahead. That's what you are saying. I don't mark time that way. I don't see anybody else in the world marking time that way. We mark time exactly at a certain day, exactly at a certain time, or certain position, and then everybody adjusts their clocks from that point. We don't. I don't agree with you. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
If we fix the stars, like you're
I don't agree with you.
If we fix the years to the stars, like you're saying, the beginning of the year would process through the year. You would end up starting the year either in the middle of summer or in the middle of winter, depending on the epoch. Yes.
No, you wouldn't. No. Why? Do you think the stars are 180 degrees out of the sun?
Where's Aries right now on the equinox? It's about a month. It's about 30 degrees off. Actually, it's about double that. We're at the precipice of the age of Aquarius.
67 degrees off.
Of the age of Aquarius, it's 60 degrees off. So you would literally be starting 2 months. Wait. 2 months from March 20th, dude.
No. Do you understand what reckoning?
That's
right. Do you understand what I said? So if you are 60 degrees off of exactly where that is, That's where the sun horizon is. The sun's umbra is approximately 72 degrees wide. So you got 140 degrees on each side of the arc minutes on each side of the sun to give you that exact thing. That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying exactly what you're saying, but you're not understanding. I'm not saying that the sun is over you or in that constellation. I'm saying it's off of that constellation. That's when you see it. When the Aries is there, that's where the sun is, 60 degrees off of that. Dude, I mean, it lines up to where it's exactly what the charts are showing you, not what you're trying to.
Fixing the year with the stars, because the stars are moving, dude. They're in flux. So instead, what's the ultimate reference point? The lab frame, the stationary, immovable Earth. That's the ultimate reference point, dude.
So
not,
hold
not
on.
Aries, not Pisces.
Hey, do you think the stars spin in one day? Do you think that the same star that was above you comes back around and is just a little bit further ahead than it was 24 hours ago?
It's 1 degree every 7 years approximately.
No, it's not. It's 0.986301 of an arc degree every day. The stars precess. That's why you have a changing of the sky every year. As far as throughout the year, you get a.
I thought you were talking about precession. You're talking about just the rotation of the sky.
Okay. So now in 7 years, do they go outside of that? You can't go outside of the 360-degree circle. They're going to come back around, and they can only be in one increment over. You don't go outside, and next year. The Big Dipper is 1 degree more ahead. Go ahead.
I said a 1 degree every 70 years, dude. It's very minute, very nominal.
No,
I've never witnessed it myself.
I would see that, dude. I've been studying this for so long, more than 10 years,
bro,
I would see the difference in. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All you have to do, dude, is look at the sun before it rises in the east on the equinox and see what constellation is there. You'll notice it's no longer Pisces, bro. I promise you. I mean, no longer Aries. I promise you.
It can't be, right? It can't be. We changed it.
No, it's not that we changed it. The actual sky, our reality, does not show Aries to be the equinox constellation any longer, dude. We're actually approaching Aquarius. Like I said, we're 60 degrees off from Pisces. You're 2,000 years outdated, dude.
No, I'm not. You can say that. Go ahead, dude. It's fine. I will let you, and I'll go ahead and agree that that's what you believe. I don't see that. I look at the stars every night. I use a sextant. I use a quadrant. I use my compass. I actually drop things down as far as plot them on plots and then transfer them over to GPS coordinates to see how close I am. I am not off by an arc degree every 7 years. I'm not having to move my positioning of the stars or the timing of them by an arc degree. I'm sorry, that's not true. You honestly believe that the people that are doing chart navigation and star plotting are moving the actual numbers or the sidereal hour angles of these things by an arc degree every 7 years.
I didn't say every 7 years, 70 years.
Oh, 70 years. Okay, so 70 years.
We only use 0 degrees of Aries for astronomical, as an astronomical marker. That's just an arbitrary starting point.
That's exactly what I said.
Just like the prime meridian is an arbitrary starting point. They decided to keep 0 degrees of Aries, even though it's no longer the equinox constellation.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you guys are agreeing more than it sounds like.
I don't know what.
I'd like to hear Gio.
To be honest, I have no idea what
about. Because I know me and Gio have talked about this before. Because in astrology you have tropical astrology and sidereal astrology, and it's a big debate, dude. Because some people, they still find 0 degrees Aries to be significant, even though it's not what we see in reality any longer. Like the tropical these tropics are still named after, their names 2,000 years ago, dude. but that's not what the sky shows any longer for the tropics.
Wait. You don't think that the sun goes up to the Tropic of Cancer and then down to the Tropic of Capricorn when it goes through its analemic cycle from summer to winter?
No, it does. No, its geometric position, it still reaches around 23.4 degrees, but the constellation that corresponds with 23.4 degrees is no longer Capricorn, dude.
Do you know why they
no 2,000 plus years ago?
Do you know why that they called it the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer? Do you think that another one took its place?
Yes. Because of the precession of the equinox.
No, that's not true. That's the problem. So Cancer is the top. It's the top of what it is, as far as that's why they called it Cancer, as far as the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn, because the Capricorn is the precession or the sorry, I'm getting the words mixed up. The constellation that is at 23.4 degrees. There is no other one that takes its place.
So
you can't.
You're telling me if what you're saying is true, because the stars are fixed to each other, right? They're all fixed to each other. Then Aries would still be the equinox constellation, if what you're saying is true. If Cancer remains the tropic constellation, the southern tropic constellation, and Cancer remains the northern tropic constellation, then Aries would still be the equinox constellation.
No, because it's like this. It's if you're running on a treadmill you're looking at the chart, you're not thinking of it as a disc, you're thinking of it as the chart going along. If you're looking at it like that, of course the position of where you change the prime meridian is going to change it. Of course, whenever you say that this time doesn't have anything to do with stars, but the up and down, the latitudes, the 23.4 degrees, the constellations aren't moving there. They're only moving linear. As far as when you say the time changes, when it goes from Aries to Pisces and all that, it's across east to west. Nothing is moving from the north to the south or from the south to the north as far as constellations to take place of Cancer.
No, he's talking about the position of the sun when the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer. So before when the precession of the equinoxes was like 30 degrees, because like now it's like moving into the age of Aquarius, because it goes backwards from Aries to Pisces to Aquarius. So he's just referring like what it used to be when the sun. There was a time when the sun, like at the equinox, when the sun's at the equator, it started at 00 Aries, and then when the sun got to the Tropic of Cancer, it would be entering the actual sign of Cancer. Then when it got to the Tropic of Capricorn, it'd be entering the sign of Capricorn, which are actually all the cardinal signs in the zodiac. There's like the 3 cardinal signs. Those are the 3 cardinals which indicate the beginning of the seasons and so on. But now at this current moment, when the sun reaches the equinox, it's not at 0 Aries. It's, it's transitioning. It's in Pisces and 29 degrees.
Pisces is not the top. That's what I'm saying. It's not that they can change. Pisces isn't moving up to 23.4 degrees. You see what I mean?
This has to do with the rate of the sidereal day versus the solar day. So the solar day is 24 hours, the sidereal 23:56. But the precession of the equinoxes, I haven't even been alive for 72 years, but they claim that every 72 years there's a 1 degree shift, meaning that the sun at the equinox will be at 21 degrees Pisces. 72 years later, 22 degrees Pisces. 72 years later, 23 degree Pisces.
Right, but that doesn't change the height. It's not like it's not the sun going through the celestial constellations does not change that. Cancer is at 20 is when the sun would be at that latitude, not in that constellation, at that latitude. The only constellation is Cancer. When it goes down to the constellation of the area, 23.4 degrees south, it is in Capricorn. It's not not that the sun is in that. It's that it can't go. I guess I'm arguing for.
No, but right now, like when the sun gets to 23.4 degrees north at the Tropic of Cancer, currently the sun will actually be in Gemini. It won't be in Cancer right now.
Right, but Gemini isn't at 23.4 degrees. Cancer is. So it's not matter where the sun is. It's not. You're not saying that the sun moved Capricorn or Pisces up or whatever the one you were talking about. It's not moving that one up. You still have to keep the one that's at that latitude. That's why the vernal equinox never changes. That's why the summer solstice never change as far as the what constellations you're saying, like equinox. I'm sorry, not equinox. A Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, and then the celestial equator. Those no matter what the precession of the sun through the cycle, you're still never going to go above Cancer. You're never going to go above or below Capricorn, even though the sun moves through those constellations. I mean, this is just all interpretation, to be honest with you, as far as what we're talking about, because it doesn't change the fact of the way that things are. We're just talking about the way we're viewing them and the way we're interpreting it. So
I'm wondering how much of the ball interpretation is getting mixed in with the way we think about all of this, and it's tainting the interpretations regardless of who it is talking. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, they were sort of talking about two things. Like, one of them was the sidereal day, the rate of the sidereal day, 23 hours, 56 minutes. And that's when E1 was talking about, like, when it comes back to the same spot in the sky. But Lion was more referring to the precession of the equinoxes, which is simply has to do with the 23.4 degrees is the same. That's not changing the path of the sun. But the constellation that the sun is in when the sun reaches either the equator, Tropic of Cancer, or Tropic of Capricorn is what seems to be precessing in the 26,000 year cycle. So like when the sun, the sun will be on the equator in like 2 months. So in 2 months, when the sun hits the equator, when it comes back into the northern region, in March coming up here, at that moment, right when the sun is on the equator, etc., if you were to freeze frame the sky, remove the blue, remove the sun so you could see the sky, the sun would not be in Aries. It would be in Pisces, or transitioning into Aquarius now, the whole age of Aquarius thing. And there are some different calculations as to when exactly that's happening. Because you can't see this necessarily. You can see 180 degrees opposite what it is in the zodiac in the nighttime, on the other in the darkness. But because of the blue sky, you can't really see what constellation the sun is in. Technically, you can't see it because of the blue sky. And there's a couple different ways to actually calculate it. One of them has to do, it actually lands right at 2012, which is interesting that's when we transitioned. But leaving that that's a subtlety of when it actually happens. But the point is, let's just call it, 29 degrees Pisces, let's say. So it's already moved 30 degrees. So when the sun in 2 months, when the sun reaches the equator, it's not going to be at 0 Aries. It's going to be at, 29 Pisces, or, 0 degrees Aquarius, or 1 degree Aquarius. Whether we've transitioned or not is kind of a question as well, because like I said, you can't see it with your eyeballs because you have the blue sky and the sun are there. But we know what the constellations are, because obviously it's a 360 degree, the zodiac. We know the way the sky is spaced out, the fixed stars and the constellations. So we do know where the sun is. And then when the sun gets all the way to the Tropic of Cancer, coming up in September, when it gets to the Tropic of Cancer, or no, in June, when it gets to the Tropic of Cancer, when it gets to the Tropic of Cancer, 2,000 plus years ago, the sun would have been in the constellation of Cancer right when it hit 23.4 degrees north. But now that's not the case. It'll be in Gemini, and same with Capricorn. So anyways, that's just the precession of the equinoxes that.
Let me just try
quick, E1, real quick. E1, turn your camera so we can see it forward, because we're seeing it sideways right now. But yeah, and just real quick, he was explaining that, I think the wobble question again. It's like we have three factors. We have the Earth. The Earth wobbling is the ballers, or the globe interpretation is the Earth is wobbling, right? And then if we go to the stationary Earth, then it's either the stars that are moving or the sun that's moving throughout the constellation. So which one is it that's shifting is part of the question going on here, I think. And maybe the interpretation is.
I think that I'm not describing it what I'm trying to say, and I'm just muddling it up is what's happening. So I want to do it visually.
Well,
so if you look
before you start, hold on, can I just respond to that really quickly? So on the globe model, okay, so you have the sidereal day, 23 hours, 56 minutes that make the stars to go around one rotation. And then you have the solar day, 24 hours. We'll leave out the equation of time and some of the specifics. Let's just say you have those two. Well, if they just perfectly stayed like that forever, then it would never change. The sun would always align at the, et cetera, at the Aries, Tropic of Cancer, it would always do that. But there's like I said, I haven't been alive long enough. I haven't seen the 1 degree shift, et cetera. But the claim is, we know the sun rises, that it's not in Aries right now. So it's definitely, if Aries is the beginning, then it's not, it's in Pisces or Aquarius, et cetera now. But anyways, if, it's just the difference between that sidereal day and the solar day. And there seems to be a very slight alteration between those two, which causes this 1 degree every 72 years. So on the globe model, they say, oh, well, it's because we're on a ball, and then you got the stars, and it's wobbling. So they try to claim that it's a wobble of a big ball. Well, if you throw that out, that's just I think that's their ad hoc explanation. Well, this is why it's happening. Yeah, the wobble of the ball. They try to give the wobble, which then means that Polaris has to change because the axis has to change. And that's where it gets into that whole contention of does Polaris actually change? Because they need it to because they have a ball that's wobbling. But on a flat stationary planar Earth, you don't have to have that effect. You can just have the sidereal and solar day are very slightly shifting, these cycles that the stars and the sun are in, the dance that they're in, which, the sun goes through the whole zodiac once a year, et cetera. So that dance that they're in, all it would have to be on a flat stationary Earth is essentially that the stars and the sun would have to just, their cycles would have to just very, very minimally change in order for that to occur. So to me, it's actually more easily explained on a planar stationary Earth rather than having the ball thing having to wobble and then change the position of Polaris. But yeah, go ahead.
Just to answer new perspective real quick, Dave. So the sun is going through the 12 houses or 12 zodiacs, right? It spends approximately a month,
right?
But it's give or take, because if you look at Stellarium, the sun can spend up to 42 days in a house, in a zodiac sign, right? Because they're arbitrarily divided. It's kind of strange. I don't know exactly how they decided to figure that out.
Well, the houses are different than the signs, though. Like the signs would be equally 12, but the houses are what can be a little bit different.
Right.
But...
So you have like this 30 degree for the 12 houses, adding up to 360 degrees, right? But then when you look on Stellarium, how long actually the sun spends in a house, because certain houses are bigger than others. Like certain constellations are actually bigger, allowing the sun to spend more time in that house, right? So it gets real complicated, but the sun goes through the 12 houses every single year, forever and ever, right? It doesn't stop doing that. What changes is the houses' position to the sun in reference to the Earth. That's what changes. So like Gio was saying, on the equinox, you no longer have Aries on the east, on the horizon when the sun rises. It's now Pisces.
Well, that's why I was wondering: is it a matter of interpreting? Is it a matter of interpreting the sun changing, or the stars, or the constellations changing? Is there a way to interpret it as the constellations shifting, rather than the sun shifting, and have the same outcome?
The sun's not shifting, dude. We know through archaeoastronomy the sun is not shifting. The sun is faithful, has not deviated from its orbit. What's shifting is the stars.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. E, do you agree with that? Or is it the sun shifting and not the constellations in the way you're interpreting it? Or am I just totally not even understanding either of you?
I think there's a big misconception of what we're talking about and how we're talking about, because of course the sun moves. I mean, it moves through its you think that the Earth is moving, but of course the sun is moving from 23.5 or 0.4 to negative 23.4 or south 23.4. Of course it moves every single day around the Earth, or you think the Earth is spinning, but it's
no. Lion doesn't think the Earth is spinning.
Huh? I'm not saying he does. I'm saying if you do believe. I'm not saying him personally.
I'm saying people. I thought you were saying you. I wanted to make sure he didn't think you were talking about him. Okay, go ahead.
No, but these are two different things, though. Like if you have the sky of all like the 12 sections of the sky, if you just take the stars, all the fixed stars, and you just break them into 12 30-degree sections, you have that. The sun slowly travels because, you have the sidereal day, 23 hours, 56 minutes. You have the solar day, 24 hours. So because of that 4-minute difference of the every day, the sun is going to be essentially the fixed stars are moving the fastest. So they're like the fastest car on the racetrack, 23 hours, 56 minutes. The sun is a little bit slower at 24 hours. So the fact that the sun is a little bit slower, it will lose pace on the fixed stars. Therefore, it will progress through the zodiac, which is called direct motion. It's actually going backwards through, well, it's losing pace on the fixed stars, but we call that direct motion. When it's retrograde motion, they're actually, the sun doesn't go retrograde, but Mercury, let's say, normally Mercury goes slower than the fixed stars, but when it goes retrograde, it actually goes faster than the fixed stars. But we'll leave that aside for a moment. And the point is the sun is always going slower than the fixed stars. So because it's going slower, you get the sun progressing through the star field throughout the year, and you get the daily cycle, the yearly cycle, etc. But the thing that seems to be happening in addition, not only the once a year, is the sun progresses, from Aries to Taurus to Gemini, the sun's going to move through roughly 1 degree a day, which gets your 360 degrees, of course, 365 days. So it's slightly up, but about 1 degree through the zodiac per day. But the precession of the equinoxes thing is that stars and the sun, the sun going a little slower than the stars every day. Well, it seems the claim that every 72 years, there's this very, very slight, just 1 degree difference of when the sun's at the equinox, whether it aligns with Aries, 29, Pisces, 29, 28, 26, the degree of Pisces is that there's a very, very slight phase shift within that 1 degree per 72 years, which causes that precession of the equinoxes, which is just the sun's position in the zodiac as it moves through its cycle, which is separate from just it moving. Well, it's related, but it's separate from moving 23.4 north and south. The only thing is that when it got to 23.4 north, the sun used to be in the constellation of Cancer right when it hit 23.4. The sun would be at 00 Cancer. But that's not the case anymore. Right now, it'll be in Gemini.
So am I right that it could be like you're interpreting that the whole sky is shifting, and that's one way to interpret it? Even if you're a flat earther and you think, okay, there's something shifting here with the sun's position to the constellations, it's either the sun is consistent and it doesn't go through the vortexual motion that the dual pole, or this chart that he's showing right here, is showing that the sun is moving through the constellations in this arc pattern. And then maybe that arc pattern shifts, but people could interpret it as the whole sky shifting instead. Is that the problem?
Well, let me just say one thing right here. This line right here is the sun's pattern through the constellations through an entire year, right? What I was saying was that Tropic of Cancer is this line right here, this 30 degree or 23.4 degree line right here. The sun's next track, like they were saying, is not going to be perfectly along this. It's going to be 0.986301 of an arc degree different next year, or not next year, like they said 70 years or whatever. It's a little off. So this line right here, right, would be, if you would consider it, let's say 1,000 years from now, this line would like come up here, right? But it never tops above Cancer, and there's no other constellation that is at this latitude. That's why they call it the Tropic of Cancer. That's all I was saying. I was saying that when the sun goes through its cycle, it of course it's going to go through the same thing that you see here with this line, right? The other lines around it don't go above that 23.4 degrees. Don't go below 23.4 degrees. But they're not the same. They're all over. But you never say that they go outside of the Tropic of Cancer or outside the Tropic of Capricorn. The same way I was saying with the sun. Even though the sun's like here, it's sitting in, or let's go to Pisces. So instead of being here in Aries, instead of being right here in Aries, it's actually here in Pisces or in Aquarius, right? But it's still in that exact spot, that exact latitude of whatever it is for the equinox or for the solstices. That's what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying that they don't or that they don't move out of this, but they never move above that area, and that's how we delineate these. This line right here is along the constellations, and each constellation, like they said, is a house. There's 12 of them, and they're not exact, but they're approximately 15 degrees. I mean, it's 30 degrees. Approximately 30 degrees.
The sun still travels through the 12 houses every single year.
Because the house is this big. The house is this big. It's not this big. Mm-hmm. The house is all this 30 degrees, all this 30 degrees, all this 30 degrees. So when the sun crosses over, it doesn't matter if the sun's here, or if it's here, it's in that house. I agree with what you're saying.
According to Stellarium right now, Aries starts. The sun will be in Aries on April 19th.
Yeah, so like a whole month later almost.
So that's that's beyond the equinox marker.
That's what I'm saying. I think we're already into Aquarius. We're very close to the transition point.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that the sun is in that. It's that the sun rises when that one is at that latitude or at that declination, sidereal angle.
The fact that we still use these names for the tropics and for the equinox, right? Like 0 degrees Aries, and these constellations no longer match up. Wouldn't that be evidence that there is precession? I mean, since all the ancient ephemeris data shows 0 degrees Aries being on the equator, and it's no longer there, isn't that evidence of precession?
No, because it's still at the equator. It's that the sun doesn't cross over at that exact time when Aries is at that position of where the sun crosses. So Cancer doesn't move off of 23.4 degrees. Aries doesn't move off of 0 degrees.
I get that. I get that.
But you're saying it does.
It precesses around, right, the equator, but it's no longer on the equinox, right, where the sun reaches 0 degrees. It's no longer there.
No, it is. It's no longer there at that exact moment. So it's moved time around the disk, not up and down.
It's the position of the sun in relation to the fixed stars when the sun hits 0 degrees at the equator. Yeah, it's just the backdrop. And there does seem to be this very slight shift. I mean, like I said, technically I have not been alive for 72 years. I haven't seen, what is the most I could have seen? A half a degree, even if I measured it when I was 1 year old and then measured it now. So, I mean, that's the thing, like in terms of verifying it. However, I mean, even in a lifetime though, or in a decade or two, you might be able to see it happening a little bit. And then, I mean, unless you want to get into some wild theories of like Tartarian resets, or that we've all just been, depending on how far one would take that, to say that the whole thing is some kind of huge deception or something. But I hear what you're saying. Yes, to me, it would indicate that is proof that there is a precession. Do you see what I'm saying? Other than the idea that they just made it all up and they called them the tropics, or just, some kind of, theory like that or something.
I haven't been around either to verify it empirically. I can only go off, the data that we've been given by the ancients, and, these astronomers that apparently do see a precession, dude. They've documented it.
I mean, it makes sense.
Wait, am I right? Am I right in that the precession's being interpreted in two different ways? Like you're agreeing, right, that there does seem to be a shift in the sun's position in relation to the stars, but you could interpret it as the stars moving or the sun moving, right?
No. You're pulling it. No, wait, no. Don't try and tell me or say for what I believe. There is a precession of the equinox, for sure. But the equinoxes, the constellations are not moving up to make it to where it is. Right. The sun is moving linearly or in this disk to make that precession. Of course there's a precession of the equinox. But
for you, it's the sun shifting, not the stars. And I think what Lion's saying is the stars shifting.
Yes. No. Oh, okay. I can go along with that. Yeah. It's the object that's moving inside the magnetic fields, the toroidal fields, that's moving in its location.
It could be interpreted as the sun moving or the stars moving. And then the ballers say it's the earth moving. So there's three different interpretations going on here.
I will go along with that. Yes. I thought I was making that very clear as far as.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where you guys are disagreeing. You're both agreeing that there is a precession, but what's causing the precession? Is it the sun shifting in its relation to the stars, or is it the stars shifting in relation to the sun?
Well, it's the relationship of the sidereal and solar day, so the stars and the sun relation. Like if the stars were just perfectly 23 hours, 56 minutes every day to make a full rotation, and if the sun was perfectly 24 hours, then it would never change. Like if there wasn't a precession, it would just stay like that, like clockwork for eons of time. And what that would mean is that every time the sun hit the equator, the backdrop of stars would be 0, 0 Aries. Then as the sun moves 3 months later, hits the Tropic of Cancer. If you looked at the sun and compared it to the fixed stars, it would be right at 00 Cancer. And then as the sun goes back to the equator, what goes through Libra, it'll be a Libra. And then when it gets all the way to the Tropic of Capricorn, it will hit Capricorn. If that was the case, meaning when it hit Capricorn, the sun would be in the constellation of 00 Capricorn, and then back when it gets to Aries, be 00 Aries. If there was no difference in the 23 hours, 56 minute sidereal versus 24 hours solar, that would just be conceivably how it would be forever. It'd be like a perfect clock. However, there does seem to be this precession. Now, what's causing it, obviously the globe is going to say wobbling ball or whatever, but I mean, over a planar stationary Earth, it could just be the rate of the stars and the sun. I mean, whatever's making them go at their rate, there's just this very, very, very slight variation. You also have the equation of time, which is another factor too, but whatever would create that 1 degree every 72 years. I mean, one idea is that as the sun gets to the tropics, it's actually going a little bit further, just a slight, like let's say 23.4 degrees. It's going 23.41, 23.42. There is that theory that actually the sun is going just slightly further than the tropics, and that's what causes it to lose pace a little bit with the fixed stars. Now, if that was happening, though, that would be such a minute amount, could it even be measurable? But there's that idea, let's say the sun is pulsating back and forth, and it's getting a little bit wider, each year to cause, in total.
That's what E1's saying, right? Isn't that kind of what you're saying?
I'm saying it's the modulation between when the sun crosses from the north to the south. It's not because of gravity or pull. It's because of charge. It charges up to cross over to the northern latitudes, and then it decharges or discharges to a certain degree. And if it's running on a magnetic field, when the sun is charged up at its full charge on it, it's going to be a tighter. Not that it's going to be closer, but it's going to be more tighter on the magnetic field, on the toroidal field, so closer to the outside of the donut. And then as it discharges and it crosses over to the south and it starts going around that magnetic field, that donut, it's not that the field or the donut's less or bigger, it's that the charge is less, so it holds on looser to the donut, to the outside of the magnetic field donut. So that's that modulation, that difference in the 6 months of when the sun's going around the northern pole and then it switches to go around the southern pole. It's that modulation, that difference in modulation, and you see it. You actually can see this if you watch Polaris for, you do a star trail of Polaris in the summer and then do it in the winter. You see that Polaris literally bends the opposite way depending on which field the sun's in. So in the summer in the northern hemisphere, the sun or the Polaris will dip down around and give you the bottom part of the eye of Ra. As far as the bottom part of the eyelid, it moves from west to east perfectly like a bottom of an eyelid. In December 21st, you watch the Polaris do the same star trails, same location in northern hemisphere, and it'll give you the top, the arch of your eyelid your eyebrow, as far as it goes from east to west instead of west to east, and it gives you a different thing. So I believe it's that difference in the modulation, that magnetic field, that magnetic ball, the sun moving through the magnetic field in its relation to which side it is, that gives us that modulation, that almost like that Indian pounding or the drum beat, the boom, 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 and that gives you your oscillation.
Is there any chance that maybe this guy's right and Aries is still the equinox constellation? Like, is there any chance that the sun is still rising in front of Aries?
No, it's not that it's rising in front of Aries. That's where we started marking time. The sky.
I'm just wondering.
Well, I don't think so, because you can take like the 180 degree point from Aries to Libra. Like Libra is opposite Aries. So what I'm saying is that if the sun were at 00 Aries on the equinox now, then 180 degrees in the sky would be 00 Libra, but it's not 00 Libra. It's like closer to 0 Virgo, the 180 degree point. So meaning that Pisces and Virgo are opposite. So we can see that Virgo is opposite to Pisces, that the sun, even though the sky is blue and the sun is there, you can't see the stars. It does seem to be, I mean, like, unless just some crazy time warp or some bending warping, I mean, unless something else wild is going on. But I mean, the sky is pretty consistent in terms of the constellation, the stars, the way that these all move through them. So I don't think there's any reason to assume that it's not. I mean, like I said, the blue sky's there and the sun's there. So I guess you can't technically see the stars. But I mean, the sun moves very cyclically throughout the year, throughout the 30 degrees in 12 signs. So I mean, I do think the procession is.
Yeah, that was posed as like, I think that the way it was asked was like E1 was saying something he wasn't saying or whatever it is. But I want to hear Geo and E1. I've talked to both of you separately about the equation of time and then like the difference between the star rotation and the sun rotation. It's an interesting exchange to try to figure out. So I don't know if you guys are saying something different or interpreting it different when I talk to either of you. But it's like I've had a few different discussions with E about like the fact that there's a 360-degree turn of the rotation of the Earth, and that doesn't really work out in the 365 days. And then we have the difference between the solar day and the sidereal day, and then how that fits into the equation of time. And I don't even know where you guys would start that conversation. But and then there's also the other thing that was just brought up that you might want to touch on if you do end up exchanging ideas about the sun pausing in the sky for 3 days. And I think at some point you said that it does that in the north as well as the south, Gio, and maybe I got that wrong, but I thought you said it does it in both.
Well, if you're talking about that, that's when the sun hits the tropics, basically, when it gets to the Tropic of Cancer. It's not really that it's hanging, but it's sort of like it's like it's going, it's going 20, it gets to 20 degrees, 21, 22. Once it gets to 23.4 the Tropic of Cancer, it's like it reaches it, and then it does start going the other way, but because it like reaches it and then reverses and starts going back, it gets all the way to 23.4 and then it goes 23.3, 23.2. It goes like 23, like, okay, let's say it's approaching the Tropic of Cancer. It goes 23.1, 23.2, 23.3, 23.4. And then, like a tennis ball that's getting hit back or whatever, it then starts going back 23.3, 23.2, 23.1. You know what I mean? So it kind of looks like it hangs there. It happens when it hits the Tropic of Cancer, and then it happens when it hits the Tropic of Capricorn, the whole longest day of the year, the solstice, with that occurring. And they relate that to the orbit of the Earth being elliptical. So that's in the globe model. See, everything in the globe model, they have to kind of ad hoc it and make some geometry fit. So for that, they had to say, well, we're actually on this elliptical orbit, and that's why the sun, when it reaches the extent of that, it's going to change its rate as it hits the tropic and comes back. And that's also connected to the equation of time, and it's also connected to the analemma as to why they claim that because of the elliptical orbit. But there's still something.
What's the flat Earth explanation? What's the flat Earth geo explanation of the variation of the solar day that leads to the equation of time? And what's the flat Earth explanation for why the sun gets bigger and smaller over the course of the year in terms of angular size?
Real quick, Jake, I appreciate that input. Real quick, though, I was trying to get the difference between what Geo might be saying about that happening twice a year and what I was talking with E1 about. I don't think E1, were you saying it happens only once a year, or is it just a different interpretation of the way you guys are looking at it? Because you're both flat earthers. And E1 seeing it as a vortexual difference.
Calling me a flat earther? What the fuck?
Hey, when Gio was talking about Aries a minute ago, Gio, I think he was talking about the constellation, but E1 was talking about the Aries, the point in time, like that first minute of where the sun is at vernal equinox every year. That's what processes is Aries is a point. It's a fictitious point that they mark all the stars locations off of. So there's also a constellation Aries, but that's not what E1 was referring to. I just wanted to clear that up.
He's exactly right as far as the way I was thinking of it in Aries, not the constellation, but the point, the whole sector, all the way from 90 degree north to 90 degree south. Aries is along that pole, the point.
And then as far as the equation of time goes, and the difference between the rotation 360, because one of the things that E1 and I have talked about is like you should be able to figure out that you're not on a spinning ball because of that alone, right? Because we have 365 days in a year, but just a 360-degree rotation of the Earth, and it doesn't really work out. But then that's when they have to start throwing in some of these things like the sidereal rotation versus solar day, or sidereal day versus solar day. And I don't know if you guys want to just try to see if you're all on the same page with that. But Jake, it's not really like a flat Earth ball question. It's more about the two interpretations of how they're seeing it with people that know the stars way better than I do.
Well, I want to say one thing about the whole. They didn't put in sidereal hours, and they didn't put in sidereal. It has to be there. I mean, that's part of the whole. Whether you think it's a ball or flat or a dick Earth,
the
doesn't matter.
Explains it with a wobble,
right,
which is kind of crazy, you know.
So
yeah, I agree. I think everyone agrees that's crazy except for maybe Jake or whoever else. But yeah, as far as like the equation of time and how that works, and I didn't know if there's a difference, E, in what you were saying about the pausing in the sky for 3 days. Do you think that happens twice a year?
It's this. It's that if I go and I take, so this would be, I've just taken my map. This is the celestial equator. This red line indicates the celestial equator, and then right here is the at the analemma, taking one picture every 7 days to get your analemic cycle, and this would have been at 35-degree latitude in the West Coast. So it's a little off. It's not perfectly exactly what you would see if you were at 0 latitude looking to the east and doing this, but you can see the analemma and how it works, right? Well, I've taken it, laid it over to where the center of the celestial equator, about where it would be for the cross, and you can see that the cross of where the sun's analemic cross is past the celestial equator to the north. So I believe that whenever you're talking about the stopping of the 3 days, or like he was talking about when it gets to the solstices, the winter solstice or the summer solstice, they talk about it not being measurable as far as for 3 days. It's you can measure it, but it's visually you're not seeing a difference. And I believe it's more exaggerated in the south because it's falling through. These are, I believe, the sky is running on two toroidal fields, electromagnetic toroidal fields on top of magnetic toroidal fields. And if you see this, these are the center of the donuts of the toroidal field. And if you wrap the analemic cycle through it, the sun goes down and falls through the toroidal field, then climbs back up and falls through the toroidal field, always falling down through the center of the field, the magnetic field, whether it's discharging or charging up. It always falls through. And I believe that's the reason that we're seeing what we're happening as far as what that guy was talking about with the difference of the sun, the angles of it, the size of it. Hold on.
Have you created a model of this in 3 dimensions of this toroidal fields, these magnetic fields that the sun is falling in and out of, that lines up all these observations and these time measurements?
Not a 3-dimensional. What I've created is a just a star constellation map, to where I've taken and created the map, and then I put the star fields on top of it. I don't have a 3-dimensional one.
Jake, are you looking at the screen share? He's showing a bunch of graphics on the screen share. If you want to see.
No, I'm not able to see that on this device.
Okay. Oh. Well, it's on the.
You can't click on somebody's square. You could click on somebody's square on whatever device you're in the chat. No,
I'm on a BlackBerry, so it's more limited.
Oh, okay.
Barry, are you joking? They don't have Discord on BlackBerry, do they?
Are those the new Blackberries you're talking about?
You're trolling us. You're trolling us. They don't have Discord on BlackBerry that I'm aware of.
He's definitely trolling us because he's not on a BlackBerry. There's no way he's on Discord on a BlackBerry.
Well, actually, I just Googled it. They actually run Discord on BlackBerry 10. There actually are some ways to do it, but I mean, is that really what
Why are you using a BlackBerry, Jake?
Oh, I prefer it.
Okay.
You really you can't look at. Wait, you're not joking with us? You're actually on a BlackBerry? What you like hacked it somehow to get it to run on there? It's not like it's native for it.
Anyway, regardless.
You can go ahead.
Okay. It's too bad that you're using a BlackBerry and you can't see it, because I'd like to hear E1 talk about what he's showing. And if you can't see it, then just listen for now. But you were just showing your stars there because that's one of the things I want to have people see, that the stars aren't overlapping, but even flat earthers that are looking at this, they don't understand exactly how this is working and how you've got your stars on there and all that, and how they run. They're not overlapping actually, but it looks like they are and all that.
I mean, it would be cool to see a whole 3D model. I mean, Jake does have a point. I mean, it'd be amazing. Like if somebody who has the skills, like if somebody could work with like between E1, Dave, New Perspective, Brian, myself, like a bunch of us, if we all could put our minds together with somebody who really has the skills, that would be cool. Like we, if
breaker on it.
Yeah, get a bunch of people who are interested but we need somebody who's really skilled with the 3D graphics. I mean, what E1's showing right now is a bit of a 3D graphic. Obviously, it looks like you layered some kind of 2D graphics within, but I mean, it does give some. It's just not as advanced as a full 3D rendering, but.
Right, I'm overlaying. I took my images. Most of these are my creations. This is my creation. This is my creation. The star fields, the Analema is my creation. Now the toroidal fields, I just downloaded an image of them and then put them on there. But you can see what I'm going for. I mean, you can see the three-dimensional of what I'm saying. Star patterns up top. You have the toroidal fields that are running on top of. The star fields running on top of the toroidal fields, and then the sun and the objects of what we call the planets are running inside of that toroidal field. I don't know, maybe you can't see that, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
as far as it would circle around here. When the sun's here, it would circle around 7 times for every picture you see, and then progressively it would come out, and then as soon as it crosses this line, now it's going south. Every 7 circles for every picture, and as it goes through, it's going on the outside of that toroidal field. It's not going within it. It's on the skin of the donut.
So curious, are you an AE mapper? Because earlier you were showing like an AE map.
This is my map.
Jake's again.
Yeah, Jake, you can't see it, right?
I went on the YouTube channel. I was able to see it there.
All right, he's on the YouTube. All right, Jake's on a Nextel from 1993, so he can't see it.
Yeah, and he's a dual pole. The map I keep posting is a digital image I made from E1's hand-drawn map.
So can you show Can you show the map that you just showed?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it locked in to where it's locked in. Hold on.
It's slightly delayed on the YouTube, Jake, too. It's like 5 or 10 seconds delayed. But one of the things about the AE map, though, we always had talked about, like, in terms of entertaining that idea, is that the way that the Analema is much wider in the south is interestingly correlated with the idea that I'm not trying to assert the AE map or anything. I'm just saying that if it was wider in the south, it does fit with that. Because if you have 2 equal poles, why would the Analema be so misshapen? Now, I know you're talking about the charging effect. I do hear you on that. That is interesting. But the Analema is just not equal in the north and south. Then there's also the equation of time, which is what they relate the Analema to, and they claim it's because the orbit of the Earth around the sun is elliptical. So this is still a question I have in general: is why are we getting they say in the globe model there's this elliptical orbit, and that's what causes the equation of time to have that smaller in the north, wider in the south, essentially. And I get why they claim it in the globe model, but I think that's kind of an ad hoc adjustment to try to fit it into that model. But why is it actually happening on the actual Earth? Why is it actually happening in the sky, the Analema, like that? And like I said, because it's wider in the south, it kind of fits that idea of the AE map that's wider in the south. But if it's 2 equal poles, why would the Analema have that misshapen quality?
Asymmetry.
It's like the poles would be potentially asymmetrical. The stars are symmetrical, it seems. They would be symmetrical. The sun path seems symmetrical in the north and south. All of that seems. So with a dual pole model, you would think that's all symmetrical. But then this Analema is not. So that's still, I don't feel like I've cracked fully for myself like how the equation of time is truly, truly working outside of their huge ball going around the sun, which I don't think is the case. So I mean, that's not really.
Hey, real quick. I think he's saying I want you to explain it again, so maybe other people can understand it. But it's about the charge. It's about the charge. The difference in charge between the north and the south. But it's fascinating to hear the differences in interpretation between the AE and the dual pole, because it seems like there's a valid one for both, possibly, as far as the difference in the way the loops are or the way it looks. But we started this conversation tonight, Eve, before you came in, where we were talking about the sun and how the globe would have it being equidistant from the North Pole, even when it's going around the south. But in the dual pole model, it would be much further away from the North Pole. Not that that's confirmed or anything, but that would be another contention that might come up with somebody claiming that the sun goes too far from the South Pole, whereas in the AE map, it would be about the same distance from the South Pole, from the North Pole, even when it's at its furthest away, all the way around. I don't know if you want to talk about that at some point. That's all.
On that map that you showed, so are you like a PACMAN earther, like for flights that take off the west coast of America and they fly northwest to go to Asia? On your map there, how is that explained? Does it PACMAN over to the other side to get to Asia?
Like this. This is west to Asia.
Yeah, but that would be the same as east, like that'd be the same as a flight that takes off from California to go to New York. It's also traveling that direction.
No, because look, so if you look at the latitude lines, these are the latitude lines on them. I'm going to try and get it. I'm doing this one-handed. So the minute you are, this is how magnetic fields work as far as whether you believe it's on the Earth or not. So when you pass your pole, your declination from there, once you're going around the pole, you're going west. If you're going counterclockwise around the pole, no matter if you're in the north or south, you're going east. So once you're crossing, going towards the prime meridian, counterclockwise, you're east. If you're going clockwise around the international date line, that's what this line is, you're going west. In the south, you're going east when you're going clockwise towards the prime meridian. When you're going west, you're going counterclockwise towards the international date line, so that everything.
So what about when you're going from California to Australia?
So you can do it two ways. You can go this way, or you can go this way. It just depends on what your GP is, as far as what you're trying.
Well, which way is southwest on this thing? Which way is southwest? Okay, so there's a PACMAN over to where Australia is when you go that way?
Australia's here. Australia's not here. It's here.
Okay, so show me the path going southwest on that map from California to Australia. Show me the path with that it would take. Okay, so at some point it's actually closer to Japan and Russia than to when it's to Australia at some point during the flight.
No, because you don't fly a lot. So I have to make it to where I don't have to hold it. When you fly from the west coast to the Australia, you're going to fly these coordinates as far as you're going to drop down and go along the edge. So you're not going to be close. I mean, as far as the mathematical or the graphic distance, you're going to be thousands and thousands of miles away because you're flying down the longitude lines.
So halfway through the flight, you're actually closer to the North Pole than you are to, like, halfway through the flight when you're going up over the North Pole there, right? So at that point, you're actually closer to the north. You're actually the closest area that you're at on the flat Earth is you're closer to the North Pole than anything else when you take off southwest to go to Australia.
Depending if that's the way that they go, they don't always go this way.
They go south. They always go southwest. I've taken that.
Don't. Dude, I'm sorry to tell you, but there's two different paths that they make when they go to Australia from the west coast. They go this way. This is southwest as well, to go along this coordinate or this magnetic field line or the longitude line to go down and around, or this way. This way is closer, but they have this 17,000 mile flight pattern that goes down and around these GPs to where it crosses over at 170 degrees west and 0 degrees, or it crosses over to the south. But most of them go this way. I know it doesn't, you're not seeing it, or you're seeing it for the first time on this depiction or this projection, but that one that everybody, I don't remember if it was American Airlines or TWA or whatever it was, but they did that 17,000 mile flight, and they went this way.
Wait, so you think there's a 17,000-mile flight to go from Los Angeles to Sydney?
That one was. It was 17,000 miles for that one.
How fast do you think airliners go, and how long do you think these flights are?
That one was 18 hours, I believe. It was 18 hours, and they go about 590, maybe it was 560 miles an hour or something like that.
Yeah, he's tracked these flights, Jake. He's not just making it up to fit his map.
Wait, so what flight took 18 hours to go from LA to Sydney?
Well, I mean, I did a quick search. It's about a 15-hour flight. I mean,
I'm sorry.
You're
Okay.
understanding something different? I mean, that's kind of the mainstream claim, 15 hours.
And how many miles is it?
7,500 roughly, about 7,500.
Okay, 7,000.
That's what's claimed. I mean,
and he just said 17,000.
I'm just saying.
If we compare it to the known size of these continents that we're traversing on this map, you're flying way the fuck. No matter what route you take with your finger there, you're flying way the fuck further than 7,000 miles to get to Australia.
So airspeed can vary from ground speed by up to like 350 miles per hour.
There's that, yeah, because there's arguments that have been made for the AE, but some of those arguments would potentially be applicable to other layouts as well in terms of the wind speed. Remember Bob Nodell from Globebusters? He's done some pretty good breakdowns on that in terms of, and Witsit has as well, in terms of the airspeeds and the flights that are used and the potential that when you start to calculate, like I said, some of those arguments were with like an AE map concept of the southern flights, but some of those could be applicable as well in this discussion in terms of that factor.
We were actually
with a dual pole, and it's a transform of the coordinate system. It's really hard to argue there'd be a big difference between the flights. You could even say they're exact point for point on the grid system, one square to another. It would be technically the same. With an AE, it does seem like there'd be longer flights because of the stretching of the south. Some people might even argue because it's a transform, there would be no difference, but there's variations in any kind of graticule transform where it's going to warp or seem visually different or actually be somewhat different. There's a mathematical equivalency between all of them that tries to keep it as consistent as possible, but there's always something about one transform or another, according to what I was looking into, that does vary. Equidistant, equal area, all these other things are added to each transform. But the dual pole is very similar to the globe, and I would say really hard to say there's anything longer other than what straw man lines you want to make it look longer or whatever. But the directionality is confusing the way the ball shows it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Go ahead. No.
There is an anomaly or something that you can point to say, oh, this is completely wrong and all that. But you would have to go out in a ship and go out 8,000 miles away from wherever, from Tonga or from like the French Polynesian, to get to these points to be able to prove this. And that is along the celestial equator at the 180 latitudes from Greenwich, but from the Egypt, it'd be 150 west, 180 east. But at these points, you could literally sit there and go to Kiribati and then try and say, oh, I'm going to transverse to the west from Kiribati to Tonga. And on the ball map, it shows that it's 100 miles. It shows it takes them, a couple days. But anybody that transfers this or sails this in their own ships, it takes them months. So, I mean, those are the places that what you guys are looking for.
Months to go from where?
From Kiribati, or Jarvis Island. They're the Point Nemo. You know where Point Nemo is? The furthest place from any known continent out in the Pacific Ocean along the celestial equator.
No, I don't know Point Nemo.
That's where they're going to crash the ISS into. It's like on the very back of the blue side of the
in the Pacific, out in the Pacific there.
In Point Nemo, it's 7,000 to 6,000 to 7,000 miles away from any major continent. There's no.
Yeah, you'll be further away from it when they crash it into Point Nemo than you supposedly are right now with it in the air.
Flying over the top of you, yeah, exactly. But anyway, those are the points in my map, in the projection of the azimuth equidistance dual pole, because that's what this is. It's not.
But like
It's
there's
kind of
there's
interesting
container
that they
ships.
call it-
There's
Hold on,
container
there's kind of
ships.
Sorry, Jake. Well, they call it the pole of inaccessibility. What an interesting term. The pole of inaccessibility is the furthest location from any given landmass. That is just interesting they call it that. I mean, that's like, yeah, out in the Pacific, but anyways, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
There's container ships that leave constantly from the port of Long Beach to Australia. That's a known distance that's steamed all the time. And it's not 17,000 miles, right?
No, I was just saying
it's the same distance as the flight is when you multiply the average flight.
Real quick, Jake, he's not saying 17,000 miles. He might have misspoke. He was saying 17 hours instead of 50
so
hours.
let's call it. Let's look at that map and let's see, by comparing the size of let's say the Eurasian continent from the west coast of Europe to the east coast of Asia.
They don't go west
and
from
compare
California to get to Australia, dude. They go east.
Compare it and
they cut through the Suez Canal. I meant to say, to get to Australia, dude. They go east.
What are you talking about?
No, they do. They go in the Pacific Ocean. They go west.
I know from China they do.
Long Beach to Sydney. Long Beach to Sydney. They're not going east. They don't go through the Suez Canal. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, but as far as the guy that's asking about the.
But check this out. The container ships, like the average speed of today's modern container ships and everything. I was doing the math from China to like that big port in Los Angeles, I believe it is, and you do the math and
that's Long Beach. Yeah.
It's taken it's taken too long according to the Globe, man. They try and throw in a bunch of garnish in their speak, and they just kind of overlook it, you know. But
well, how long do you think it takes, and how far do you think that is?
Let me hold on. I documented it. Let me see if I can find it real quick, man. Because
Let me just say one thing about the whole transfer of the graticule of my map as opposed to the ball map as opposed to the AE map. It mathematically, the measurements are the exact same. The distance is the exact same within inside of that grid. Now, when you go outside of those latitude and longitude lines, then yes, it would be different. But if you're looking at anything that we use in modern maritime navigation or aeronautical navigation, it is the exact same measurement. It's the exact same distance.
Yo, E, you still consider there could be like an ice wall further out, you know, and also a continent of Antarctica. I mean, it's possible. You consider that? Further out?
I don't know. I mean, I can consider all kinds of things. Yes, once I have the metric and the standard to go by to be able to either assume it or demonstrate that how it would happen, but it's I haven't seen it yet, but yes, it could be. There could be a wall out there.
He was trying to pinpoint in his dual pole, Antarctica is its own continent. That's one thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But there's still a possible edge, you know, like an ice.
Yeah, because the sun only goes so far, right? The sun only goes so far. We're going to have to assume it doesn't. It's only warming up a certain area unless there's another sun somewhere or something going on where it's not cold or whatever.
Brian, you mean there's an ice wall that's not Antarctica or an ice shore around?
Beyond Antarctica, beyond the continent of Antarctica. And here's the thing: like the way I consider the poles, like if you see the sun, if depending on what hemisphere you're in, like I think the sun and stars and all that are like polarized to depending on what hemisphere you're in. Like, but I don't have the stuff to back that up right now anyway. But I got a little bit looking into that. It's kind of what I'm looking at now. But what he brought up earlier about the French Polynesia and all that stuff. Like nobody goes south from Hawaii and stuff. Like here would be my thing. They could debunk the dual pole if they just had a flight from like Hawaii straight to Antarctica, but what they'll do is they'll go from Hawaii, then they'll cut over to Point Arenas and wind up taking a day and a half just to do a 13-hour flight, you know. But if they just flew from Hawaii to Antarctica, that would crush my model, you know. Or it'd have to be a PACMAN.
And they could claim they're doing it and not really do it too, like they've done. If they thought, the dual pole's a threat, let's make this claim that we did this thing that debunks it. That really wouldn't debunk it unless it was like confirmed in 100 ways.
And I want to say something to everybody too about this. This didn't just come about because, or as far as my understanding of how this works and how this looks, and putting the magnetic fields all on top of my map and then putting the star fields and all that, didn't just happen because of those. It's because of everything else this thing explained.
There's so much.
If the
so many
basis,
anomalies too, man. Like
yes.
globe anomalies. This map it does explain.
And it explains why we look the way we do, why plants are the way they are, why the weather moves in the exact opposite fashion of the movement of the sun, the stars, why the tectonic plates move in the fashion that they are. Why do we have as far as I know, everybody's going to say because of tectonic plates, but why is the Himalayas where they're at? Why is your nose positioned exact same spot between the two central areas of your eyeballs of I'm sorry, I'm getting a little flustered here. A magnetic field, a toroidal magnetic field as far as your skull, your face. You can see that your two eyeballs would be the center of the two toroidal discs, the two hemispheres, just like they know that your brain is completely electromagnetic. They put you in MRIs, EKGs, all these machines that all use magnets, that all use magnetic fields to find out what's going on inside of your body, where are the neurons firing, how is it all doing, and then you bring it all back to what is all of the reasoning we're here? What is I shouldn't say the reasoning, but what people say the reasoning is, all the religions, all of the sacred teachings, everything. I'm not talking about God or Jesus, or I'm talking about all of them, all the mythological things. All of the stories are predicated on the sky. They all have an underlying story that talks about a deity, whether it be whether they called it the sun or they called it Gilgamesh.
It all ties in with the heavens, bro. You're right.
And when it all comes back down to is an electromagnetic field that we all, the God, that's what I believe everybody's trying to say God is the electromagnetic field, or other people would call it ether, or the Gaia, whatever you want to say. But
Great Spirit.
Yes, the Great Spirit, exactly. And we all, everything, not just me and you, but every living thing, even every non-living thing, is born, is created, and is obliged to look and act because of this electromagnetic field. The shape, the reasoning, the way that your muscles are reacting to your brain, the chemical, or I shouldn't say chemical, the electromagnetic field that is shooting down your spinal cord and shooting into your muscles to make it all happen is all electromagnetics. And once I realized that it all had to, yep. And once I laid all this together, as far as not trying to say, oh, I'm a magnet, I'm a battery, I'm this. I can be a battery, I can be a magnet, I can be a generator, but when everything that I've started looking at could be described or be reasoned as far as explained with electromagnetics or toroidal.
If you think of the heavens, just the way it's moving, like if it is more local, like I mean it's perpetual basically. It's got to be some type of a field. Like to me, man, it's going kind of deep, but to me, like the planets are more like 20 miles or 50 miles across, which is still massive, dude. Think of the closest place to you that's like 50 miles away. So think if a planet is, and I think like they're different elements, and they're made to keep balance and stuff. So if so maybe every way so often, like let's say Mars is like made of iron or something. If the Earth starts getting out of equilibrium, and that would be the fix to like a long term or maybe a medium term fix. Like if a different element might come crashing down, it seems like they've documented that stuff way in the past, like stars crashing down or whatever they call them.
The heavens falling.
I ain't heard about wandering stars, but just basically how the heavens have changed. I'm not doing this story any justice, but that's the way I think it. If everything's in balance, then it keeps its pretty much structure, and but slowly but surely, I think we'd know that we're mucking up if something started venturing in or getting bigger, looking closer or something. But that's a big if, man. A lot of big ifs, but it's fun to think about.
Well, and just to tie on to what you said about the size of the planets or the size of the lights in the sky, just think about when we have a total lunar eclipse. What is the size of the shadow of the total lunar? It's 72 miles.
About 35 miles from what I
it's 72 miles. The full thing. So if you take any object, it doesn't matter what it is, and you take something that is a light source, not a flashlight, not something that's cone, the beam or like a laser, but like just an incandescent light out there, and you hold it above whatever object it is, you don't get bigger shadows. I mean, we're not talking about something that doesn't have a reflective device behind it, but just a light source. When the shadow is cast on any object, like if you put a ball out there and the ball's 3 inches across, you don't get 7-inch shadows. It's always the size of the shadow or smaller, unless you move the light source, 100, 300, 400 feet away from something that's, a tiny little dip. But if you put it in relation to what they say the distance are is size relation, your shadows are smaller than the object it is because of light and the way that it travels. So
video, dude. I took a couple lasers and walked I was gonna do like a quarter mile, but I wound up doing we walked a long way as far as I could down just my road, and it wound up not being a quarter mile, and then I cut out a moon at night and project. It's one of my first videos on my channel, but it's pretty cool. The way that this is what's cool about it. I was trying to do 2 lasers to get the tiny little angle of the sun, the way they claim the light's almost parallel, but one of them kind of went out. So I just used the 1 laser, and no matter how far I went, the moon pretty much kept its size, which was pretty cool. And so as far as the umbra penumbra, you would have expected an umbra penumbra, but the laser didn't give one. And what's cooler than that is on the wall, the way it projected, it looked like a black hole. The shadow of the cutout moon looked like a black hole. It was so cool looking in person. It looked pretty cool in the video, but really in person, it looked freaking amazingly cool. Looked like an actual damn eclipse, man. It was pretty neat.
And you were doing.
Anybody wants to see it.
You were doing that to see if the umbra or the shadow would be bigger or smaller. Is that was the reason you were doing it?
Didn't change, man.
Nice.
And I show it on camera, me walking away from the wall, and I what I do is ratio it, so I determine, the Earth is this big, pretty much, so I'm this many Earth lengths, and so this is how far I would be according to the heliocentric model. So I should be getting a penumbra and an umbra, and then I went almost twice that far with and showed that it just didn't change. I'll post that video. It's a pretty neat little watch anyway for anybody interested. I'm not saying it ain't possible to happen, but I showed that it didn't happen when I did it. The umbra penumbra, that is.
Yeah, and that's a good way to I shouldn't say to prove to anybody else, but to show yourself. I mean that shows yourself that's not the way that things are. You don't have some huge object giving you a shadow that's 70 miles across. I mean, that's not how it's working. So it's a good thing to prove to yourself. That's for sure.
Hey, do you believe the Admiral Byrd story about more land past Antarctica? I mean, your map kind of makes it seem like there would be.
I do, but I don't know what they were doing. So like when they said that they went to Antarctica and did the 65,000 mile traverse around, I don't know if you know about that one, but so I have a problem with knowing what they are saying they went around or how they went around. So I do believe there is going to be something, whether there be land north of north or it's to the west of west, I don't know, but there's something out there. There has to be, just the way that somebody was talking about before, whether it be ice, whether it be the dome. I don't know if there's actually a dome. It could be an electromagnetic field that gives us the same reflective, like you have the rainbow, which gives you double rainbow, which is 50% less bright, but you have a refractive dimension inside of there that turns the light spectrum completely inverse. Well, I believe that's a dome. That's the thickness of the dome, bouncing the refractiveness back into that gives you the second dome or the second rainbow. But it could be an electromagnetic field in the same shape and manner that you see, or that you would see a dome, giving you the same effect, because the way that ions and electromagnetics deals with light. I mean, you can bend light with electromagnetics. It's not hard. So I think it could be that way, but I don't know. I would have to say, if you were going to just stick me down and say, is there land or isn't there land? Yes, there is. There has to be.
How do you know there's a north above north? Because if you go north with a magnetic compass and you go north about that, then the magnetic compass will point south. I don't what. How do you define north above north? Like, are you talking about north of the geographic north, or north of the magnetic north?
Well, it's depending on how you're looking at it. So if you're going magnetic north, then it's definitely how can I put this? You can do it by magnetic north, but you have to incorporate true bearings as far as from the prime meridian to go north of north. You can, if you're going north of north by magnetic, you'll be going any way. It doesn't matter depending on where the observer viewpoint is. You could be in North America, go north of north, you'll end up in China. You see what I mean? If you're in Australia and you go north of north, you're going to end up in North America. But if you're in Egypt on the prime meridian and you go north of north, you're going directly up.
But I was referring to north of the magnetic north, because that's so where you guys hypothesize there is more land.
But it's not magnetic north. It's true bearing north from the prime meridian. So you have to use your. Well, no, because geographic north doesn't have a declination. Geographic north is just a spot. So when you start talking about magnetic and true bearings, you have to have a starting point. Where is your prime meridian? With magnetic north, there is no prime meridian. Magnetic north is just the magnetic north. You just have a one. Your compass points to a spot, a central located spot. There's no start or ending. So then now you have to incorporate why you're using this magnetic field, and that's the prime meridian or the celestial equator and the prime meridian. From those points, that's where you start getting your declinations. Whether you believe it's associated with magnetic declinations or not, you still have to start from a point to get your declinations. And that's how I do it. I mean, that's since I go back in time just from a kid. You were told there was, or I shouldn't say you were told, you were under the understanding there is a north, south, and east, west. There's four corners of the earth. The whole mythological things talks about four corners of the earth, the winds, all these kinds of things. But you can't have a north, south, and east, and west in a direction unless you have a starting, a middle point on a ball, on a flat plane, or on anything. And that's how I delineate the difference between north and north of what you're saying and north of how I am describing it, from the celestial equator and the prime meridian, and you follow that prime meridian, and that gives you your north of north. I hope I described that well. I don't know if I did.
Did anybody not get that? I guess everybody understood.
Good. I'm glad everybody understood it. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if I don't explain everything in the correct manner to give you the answers that you need, not so much that you want. But I'm just giving you the information that I have found out. I didn't make up anything. I didn't, I'm not an inventor of anything. The only thing I did was found that there was a thing called a Williams and Plath Starfinder, and it gave you all of the same data that you would get in the navigational star charts or the nautical almanacs, and it gave it to you in disk form. So I could actually look at the southern rotation of stars in a disk form and the northern rotation of stars in a disk form. And when I figured that out, that data was actual data from like NOAA and naval observatories, I was able to take that information and overlay it on top of my map or on top of what I was saying was the magnetic field, latitude, longitude. And when I did, it matched up with all of the sidereal hour angle.
Yep.
It matched up
Here's
with
what led me there. What led me there was messing around with the AE map generator and then moving the center point around. But more than that is just learning about the AE map and how it works, and learning that it's egocentric. In other words, it's centered around the person. So once I learned that, and no matter where you're at, you draw perfect circles of equal altitude if all the distances they're saying are correct. It does match them perfect, but then it changes everything. Really, if you were to take in if you were to PACMAN, Geo said that Arwen mentioned this, like about the PACMAN and stuff. Like I'm not trying to sell that right now, but it's an interesting concept. The way he explained it, like it's not that you're PACMAN and going in one side or out the other coming. It's that space itself like does that. So if you took an AE map and did that in every direction, you literally would have an egocentric perfect. Like, I mean, it would take. I wouldn't really try to debate that, but it's interesting to think about. Like, and the dual pole pretty much works exact to the distances they say are. But I'm not so sure about the distances when you're talking about crossing oceans and stuff. I know they work within a couple thousand miles. Anything we could measure to a certain extent of accuracy, but I think they're giving too much credit to these distances, and like when they even you look at the margin of error for the change that they pull, and over a mile, it's surprisingly big. Like, and then when you start compare the difference between a curved surface and a flat surface, when you're talking about within 1,000 miles, it's over 69 miles, it's only like a few feet, dude. But it stays small until you start getting some really long distances. So nobody's going to be able to check these distances and verify them. So to me, I think they give too much credit to the model itself. I know it's a good model with the celestial sphere and all that, but as far as these long distance, I think I'd say they're accurate at best 5%, maybe. Margin of error, I don't know, man. But if
they're not.
That's pretty big.
And they're not accurate when they cross from the northern latitude to the southern latitude, anywhere past 60 degrees east or west from the celestial equator. So that's always off by magnitudes. It's not like a few minutes that they're off. They're off by hours, or they're off by hundreds of miles of what they thought their estimated position was going to be. Always.
But yeah, I don't know if Gio's still here, but I'm pretty sure it was Gio I heard that from calling out Arwen's thoughts, and I just thought that was interesting, like an interesting concept, like the way it's space itself that. But when they start saying that, I hate it when they start asking us about the edge and when they start making fun of stuff like that. Like what happens in your world just because they push the boundary out light years away? They just push the problem far away. Like they got the same problems. If they want to ask, like, where's the edge? Where's the edge of your world? On a globe, like the edge of the universe and shit. It's what I'm saying. It's like they're kind of hypocritical. I don't know, man.
I see what you're saying, but I have to say, and on my side of it, I think those are wonderful fucking questions. I think those are the best fucking questions, because at the end, it doesn't matter at the end of the day or whatever. I don't know why I was saying that, but you and I have to agree. We do not know.
We don't.
And that is a beautiful sentence right there. There is no reason for me to sit here and tell you, oh yeah, there's an ice wall, if I don't know, if I can't explain to you how I got there. if I don't have the
It's
metrics or the
it's
base.
painful to some people, though, man, to say that. It's beautiful to you and you can express it and appreciate it, but to some people, it hits them down deep and hurts. Like Tony in chat right now, I bet it hurts. What I don't know. What does that even mean? I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know a lot of things, but I know a lot of the things that pertain to it.
Right, you're humble, dude. You're a humble man. That's a good quality, man. It's a dying quality nowadays. It seems like, man.
Yeah, because I'm not. Put it this way, I have always touted I am not a genius. I am not smarter than anybody. I just have more tenacity, and I just can't give up as far as when I want to know something. So it's not the fact of the matter that I'm going to know anything or I can figure it out better than anybody. I'm just stubborn, and I have to figure out the reason for.
Wasn't it crazy, man? I'm positive you went through the same similar path I did. So it's like when I was looking into all the questions with the dual pole, and I'm trying to put it together, and I'm looking at the latitudes, longitudes. Like when you start doing some fact checking and all that stuff, there's so many anomalies. It's like that would point to a dual pole. Like I've listed them off, but just a few of them off the top of my head. Like I ran into like the distances, the times it took between China and Long Beach, I guess is that port. But and then the what you call it, Amelia Earhart's plane coming up missing, like right where you'd expect it to if she was going, like if the Earth was dual pole, and then the lack of traffic on that side. Period. The lack of anybody going south from Hawaii. The time, the wonky time zones right there by the anti-meridian and stuff. You know, it's like. It's to me that's what makes, and the electric field itself, like but so many things point to the dual pole, man. But besides that, it's just so much better, especially in debates, than the AE map. I get tired of them saying, "What about a 24-hour sun? What about this?" You know, I'd rather argue some distances and take further looks into it than just not being able to explain basic shit like a 24-hour sun. You know.
Yeah, but there are a few things in the dual pole model I think needs clarification, or that also have like a few flaws as well, honestly.
Oh yeah, there are. There's more than a few, I'm sure. I know of two, but I mean I know what you're saying for sure. I agree.
Which twos are the ones you're referring to?
Well, here's the play we got when we're doing these maps. Like the latitude lines are pretty well fixed. We can skew them a little bit, but the longitude lines, you know, you can. Long as you put them fairly equidistant and expanding out, you that's where the play comes in, and that's where like pushing North America out or Australia, like that that's the play you have with my. I'm sure you've noticed that, but I'm kind of telling everybody else that's the wiggle room we have, and that's what I'm starting to focus in on is the longitude lines. But most of these distances are pretty damn close to what they're. What they're saying. I just had to adjust the longitude lines to put Hawaii where it's at. And then even if you look at the globe, like if you're traveling from Miami to Hawaii, even though it's almost straight across, to look at Hawaii from Miami, you got to look northwest. So if you're looking straight at it, according to a globe or Google Earth, that straight line air quotes, geodesic. So you're looking literally north, like up toward Vegas, or maybe not that high, but so if you follow that on out on a dual pole, that puts Hawaii way up higher, right? Which puts it way closer to Australia if you go that route. So I don't think the Australia to Hawaii argument is it's not a backbreaker to me, man. I think the distances are pretty similar, man.
So what I say is the problem as far as what I have a problem figuring out. So if this is the map and these are the stars, right? All of this is I can replicate it as far as I can go outside, no matter if I'm in Australia or if I'm in South America or America. This is the movement that I see. The problem is when I start doing the GP locations of not the stars. It doesn't matter about the stars, but the actual observer viewpoint. These spots right here, you see where the zero latitudes dip away from the celestial equator? These areas right here are the problems I have.
Yeah, dude, that's why. Look. That's why I'll DM you a better grid. That's why you squish it down. It's still circular at the poles, but then it starts to oval out a little more than what you got, but maybe not as much as I've had it in the past, without in my maps without the grid lines, but still pushing it down, making it more egg shaped kind of helps, but it doesn't completely fix that, but it helps a lot. Trust me.
Right. So those are areas you would expect magnetic anomalies because that's where the fields separate.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So at these points right here, they're not magnetic anomalies. They're mathematical anomalies. So this is the place where the compass will this is one of 4 places where the compass will elude you or give you false readings. Same with right here. This is another one. Major magnetic anomalies that everybody knows about is right here off of Alaska, off the Aleutian Islands, and then down here by New Zealand. Actually, it's about 1,000 miles off of New Zealand. Magnetic anomalies, and that's where I have a problem. And the reason is because we are all constrained, no matter what depiction of any map that you have for. Hold on, let me get the thing back up. Any map that you have for the depiction of the graticule is always constrained, whether it be a flat Earth, an AE map, or the world Earth. It's constrained in a 12,000 from the size of the circle. The size of the area, the map area is 12,400 or 12,000. I think it's 12,400 miles from here to here. Right? Okay, so we're constrained with how the field is held within it so that it can't leave that area. I don't believe that the magnetic field stops just because it's at that exact area. So that's why I feel I have to put the polyclonic depiction of the field, the actual latitude and longitude lines that will separate more, like you said, more elongated to where it's pushes out more this way. So we're not constrained.
That makes the longitudes actually closer to the same size too. You almost have to take perspective into play with these with this model. I think we could actually use that as an advantage because perspective is real, and so I think it should be factored in. And I've kind of included it a little bit and spoke on it, but it's still a work in progress, man.
Well, no, it's definitely a real thing, and you have to adjust for it because of this right here. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this justice, but we'll go ahead and just try with just the star pattern and the star maps. So if you are sitting there and you're looking at your perspective, and we put this, this is the observer viewpoint. This is at 15 degrees latitude. So you would have to be at 15 degrees to use this grid. Well, if I'm off by even 1 degree, that perspective is what gives me the difference in what this says. And then when I grab my compass and I go out and I look at this star, that difference in what you have to do the magnetic to true bearings, but that difference is what gives me the area to be able to project my position on this. So that perspective changes with not in the graph, but every time that observer moves anywhere. So yeah,
that's what makes it kind of difficult too, man. I like what you did there. That's pretty neat. But that's a big factor, man. And for people listening who are thinking about the AE map and stuff, it's dude, like when they say bendy light and stuff, like you could think that it's the light bending and stuff, which is possible. Like if you travel toward the sun or a star's nadir. In other words, like you go straight to it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a straight line, like if you're thinking A map. So this model has that, but very little. In other words, this is the argument for against Globers. The dual pole is definitely the better argument. They have to throw out half their shit, but like with the bendy light, you may have a little, but a reasonable amount, like internal reflection, easily modeled out, small amounts, if any. It's better. It's just a better argument. It's a better model, and so we need more people to jump on board to help us out. We've been doing this for quite a while. Ewan, I know you're one of the front runners, man, and I've been doing it myself for quite a while. We've shared a couple ideas, through new perspective and stuff. But it's good talking to you. It's been a while, man. I think this is only like the second time we've ever talked, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. Yep. Yeah, and like I say, I started out thinking that, it was like this. This is what the world looked like. I didn't know anything about as far as how it all looked. I thought I knew how the stars went and all that kind of stuff. I knew that there was a analemic cycle or a cycle of the sun going along. But when I started looking at the megalithic structures, I thought it was all along the celestial equator. That's how I thought it was. And then I started doing my research and realized all the stars move in this rotation around the south, around the north. And then when I started to put it together with the tectonic plates and everything, I realized I'm wrong. These megalithic structures aren't on one line. They were to measure where the sun was for the summer solstice, the equinox, and then the winter solstice. But it wasn't like this. It was a fashion to where the megalithic structures were put onto the grid like this, to where, I don't know if I have all the stuff I need right here. Oh, this is the best one I got to show you right now. To where the megalithic...
cool.
The megalithic structures line up in the Star of David or the Merkaba, however you want to be, to where north to what I'm depicting Atlantis, or where Atlantis would be, Angkor Wat to the north gives you, south to the Angkor Wat gives you the first triangle, here to here, here to here. And then the analemic cycles fall right within these two stars or these two pyramids. And the pyramids fall right within it, and you get, I'm just saying, these geometric shapes didn't start coming out until I moved everything into the magnetic field, moved the 33 degrees back to Egypt, and then all the sacred geometry started to come out, the figure eight, the sky cross. I don't know.
It looks good too, man. Putting it right there where you got it lined up, it to me it does look really good, even on just looking at it on paper.
Right, and all the symbols.
Right there, bro. I like that, man. I like your
all the symbols,
little transparencies, man. They're so awesome, dude.
Oh, thank you. All the symbols mean something. So, like, this is the reverse swastika. This is the swastika. This is the reverse swastika. In my depiction of everything I found, it doesn't mean the Nazis and all this. It's creation and rebirth. And it shows you the movement of the stars, the rotation of the stars as far as how this way. They rotate this way, and you can see the arms show you the rotation. The arms show you the rotation. And then all the rest of the symbols that you have from all the religions, the sky cross here, I'll show you the sky cross right here. It's the figure eight with the two crosses going up together. That's what is on top of all the Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, look up the Leviathan symbol. It's the Leviathan, they call it too.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that swastika got tied in with depicting evil and stuff. It was like a sign for nature and yeah.
Yeah, it seems intentional there. It seems like this is definitely they don't want the energy.
I think maybe Germany was flat earthers, man.
And I'm not sure if you can see. I know I'm depicting this as the Star of David or the Merkaba, three-dimensional Merkaba, however it is. But if you look at the compass and the square, they make the same exact depiction. I mean, that is the same symbol as what you're. Oh, shit, my camera keeps turning off. It's the same symbol that you're getting with this, and then you have the 33 and the pyramid, which shows you they moved it 33 degrees from the pyramid to make this symbol. Is what I'm trying to depict with all this information.
Hey, Brian, have you watched all the edits that I sent you of E1 and I talking about all this? Because there's some other crazy stuff that I'll show you if you haven't watched all that.
And I just want to show one other thing. This is not an overlay because I haven't made it yet or anything, but this is the movement of Mercury within 1 year. This is the symbol that would be laid over my map of the movement of Mercury. So you can kind of see that all the planets or the moving, wandering stars make a certain pattern, the same way that the jet stream makes a star pattern going around in waves around it. It's all to do with frequency and magnetic frequency, I think.
Hey, do you know what Venus does offhand? Sorry, this personal project.
Yes, I do. What do you need to know?
Exactly how it behaves on this layout.
Okay, so I'm gonna. So if you're looking at the sun going around one time, I shouldn't say one time, so one figure eight, right? Venus will go around the sun. It'll follow around the sun as far as track around, just like the moon, they say, goes around the Earth.
Exactly.
Venus goes around the sun. I'm going to show you that in a graph here in just a second. I just got to find it.
Yep. I'll tell you what, dude, we need to do a couple presentations, man, because, well, people are starting to catch on, but it's like it's frustrating trying to go right back to scratch to even explain the two opposite directions. Like I hear Jaron and stuff, and I'm not trying to knock him. He ain't here to defend himself, but like talking about it's impossible on a flat Earth for to have the sun go clockwise, counterclockwise. That's like, oh my God, man. You get tired of explaining just the basics to people. But
yeah, did you hear him when he was debating Allen? And he's like, "Oh, I would love to be a flat earther again. If you could show me a way the sun would work on a flat Earth, I would be back to the flat Earth in a second. I would way prefer that." And then like 5 seconds later, he's like, "There's no way it could ever work on a flat Earth," and like just like totally reversing, like, "There's no possible way." Like,
yeah, but that was also after.
I can't. Yeah.
That was after Alan left, though. You know how at the end, like Alan left at the end of the presentation or end of the discussion. So then it was just
I didn't know that.
Okay, and then
I
he went back into his old ways after Alan left, where he's like, "There's no way, it's impossible." Meanwhile, when Alan was there, he's like, "I'd love it to still be flat. Can I, if I could see whatever he wants to see." That was you could just see the contradiction he's battling with, I guess.
Yeah, I'd like to see him confront the dual pole sun working exactly the way it needs to for a flat Earth. See how excited he is to come back to the flat Earth, where there's no money, and now he couldn't do it. He couldn't go back to the flat Earth now. It's like there's no way. There's no way. It's too late. Sorry.
It's not that I ever have expectations of how things are going to turn out because you never know exactly. But even after they took that trip, I would have maybe considered that when they got back. This is, the discussion we're having right here would have been happening all over. Glowbusters, maybe Witsit would be doing streams, maybe Jaron. You know what I'm saying? It's just so wild how there was this kind of, Jaron did his thing. Witsit came back for a month or two there, but he hasn't really been too active.
He's moving. He's moving and dealing with real life, from what I hear.
Yeah, no, I got that, but I'm just saying, I hear all that, and I'm not trying to say anything about either of them individually. It's just kind of interesting that. A lot of people ended up saying their trip was fake. You got that whole thing. I don't know what percentage. I think it's, I don't know. A lot of the channels are, saying that. And then you just have, very few progressive discussions occurring, I suppose,
Yeah, it seemed like it was a psyop, but it wasn't because it was fake. It was like they were hoping, or whether they were hoping or not, I think it's the ballers love that flat earthers are calling the whole thing fake, because then it's like they could compare it to, oh, well, you should have believed the moon landing too, and you should have believed all these other things that were fake, and because this one actually happens and anybody confirm it. Like, think about if it was fake, they decided to hinge it all on faking it. That would be such a short-lived psyop, and they would ruin the whole ball concept because they would go fake something. They wouldn't need to fake it. If they AE maps wrong, there's no reason to have to go and prove anything about a dual pole. I would just let the flat earthers sit with the wrong AE map. That's just so strange. And that could be confirmed. People can actually see that the sun sets south of west. You don't even need to go to Antarctica to know the sun goes in the opposite direction.
Yeah, dude, it's like I send him. I mean, I've had a history. Like, I've always been able to chat with him. He's always pretty good about returning my chats. We've had so many conversations I can't even count. They're always short and sweet, but as far as this dual pole that I've been sending him since TFE, he's really just he's not even acknowledging.
No response.
No.
All right, yeah, just exactly what he's been looking for and saying that flat earthers don't have. Just give him that, and there's no response. That's kind of interesting.
Same thing with Will Duffy, man. Like, they're saying impossible, 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 and it's like, okay, you want to point out some other problems about this map? We can discuss it, but as far as these claims they're making about the counterclockwise, clockwise, and some of this other stuff, the 24-hour sun, like it just dump them arguments. At least dump the obvious ones about the distance from Sydney to Santiago. The basic shit we always hear. They need to update their arguments and quit ignoring our latest models. You know what I'm saying? And more flat earthers need to jump on.
If they were intellectually honest, they would have already, right? Why are they just ignoring it?
But what I'm saying is we need more flat earthers to jump on and help us with this. and quit denying that there's even a 24-hour sun. It's like why even doing that? You know, don't dodge the problem, man. That's exactly what we got in this not to do. So you know,
well, you even got like even Shane and some others, you know, that are defending the AE style layout with the 24-hour sun working fine with the personal azimuthal dome accounting for it, which I don't think is adequate enough, and I don't know why you resist the dual pole, you know, at all. If you acknowledging the 24-hour sun is real, it works way better. It actually works.
It's literally an AE map, dude. And so it's just better. It just more matches reality. It's literally an AE map. So I don't know why they're, just denying a different version of the same map that they're defending. They're resisting a better version of what they're defending, which is kind of weird. They'll catch on.
Well, they just argue that
it's a different direction for the sun and the stars. That's the thing. And there is a difference. Go ahead. Sorry, Zach Tapper.
No, I was just saying that they just argue that it's the exact same thing. They don't really think that it's anything new, which I think they're just being defensive for some reason. Like they don't.
Well, the direction of the sun and the direction of the stars would be the opposite in the south, and that's definitely a difference that no one can deny. That's just it is. Even if the GPs are mathematically equivalent, and there's a mathematical equivalence between any transform. But that's not, you can't just deny that there's differences in not only visually, but direction-wise, there's differences.
You're saying everything going around one pole versus basically, things going around two poles, yeah.
Yeah, there has to be a big difference there, for sure.
They might just be too invested in their personal dome thing.
I guess, maybe. Well, it'll all work out. I think that people that are looking for, over the long haul, trying to make sure that they're being intellectually honest, which I would imagine everyone, especially those guys, would be eventually succumbing to that. It has to be, directionally consistent.
I've been sitting back waiting for people to catch up, and they slowly are, and I think them guys will too. But I just think, like, instead of 179 degree bendy light, this model only needs like a couple degrees, and that's only at the edges, if that even, you know what I'm saying, depending on where you're at. So it's just more realistic. I mean, I could make a giant list. In fact, I think I'll do that. Make a video of every way it blows out the order. Now, as far as the Capricorn to the North Pole and Cancer to the South Pole, yeah, there's a place on the map that puts that out of reach, but that's the places nobody freaking goes. You know what I'm saying? That was part of it from the get go, and that would be the way.
Hey Brian, if it's true that if it's true that the ocean, that if reality is that the ocean water surrounds all these continents, and the way that they made the globe concept is just to bend the water back and pin it all in the back, and have the idea that the international date line actually goes all the way around the blue side of the ball. If that's what they did, and then it's the electromagnetic and magnetic fields that are making up the longitude and latitude lines, not literally, but that's what they've detected and used the lines as a way of depicting them, and then actually utilizing them and deploying satellites in the north or the south, depending on the charge, for wherever they're going to use that electromagnetic field and have it circle around in a circuit rather than orbit the way that the ballers, interpret it. If that's actually the fields that they're using, then it's most likely that's what they started with. And the globe is the transform, not the two pole, right? So if there could be inconsistencies between the two because they're actually using the real fields, and that's the way it was originally laid out and used and utilized to this day. And that's even what they use for the coordinate system with the four corners in the northwest, southeast cardinal directions. I mean, that makes sense because that's how they use it to this day, and probably what they started with if it was actual fields that are detected. So we have to stop looking at it as the ball is correct and these are transforms from the ball. No, the ball is the transform from the dual pole if the dual pole is reality.
And I look at it as they're all the transforms, even mine. Reality is reality. It's just we're trying to explain it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just a representation of reality. Right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. I was thinking that if let's say if they're trying to fool us, like they know it's not a globe but trying to sell it, or even if they're mistaken, if either one of them is true, then if it was a dual pole flat model, then I think that would be the reason why. I'd say because it is a dual pole flat model, because there's two poles, so fucking model it like that, man. Good.
Yeah, there's a countless list of reasons we know we're not on a spinning ball. Definitely not on a spinning ball for several reasons. So that's not even an option anyway for reality, in my mind, or people that have really looked into it in my assessment so far. Go ahead, whoever wants to get in.
The 33rd degree Africa, is that the front side, and then the back side is the international date line? Or am I wrong? Like, how does that, is there symmetry to those two things?
Yeah. The prime meridian and the anti-meridian, I guess you'd call it.
I don't know. What just means that, like, well, I always wonder, like, why are we setting up for 33 degrees, or why isn't it just 0? But like, is it the thing on the other side? Is it the date line itself that's really setting up the fact
call
that
it
we
whatever
need
you
to...
want, but if it's
I
33,
didn't finish my sentence.
well,
Yeah,
if
cool.
it's 33
Yeah.
currently, and you're moving it to 0, then you just gotta, identify that fact. You could call it whatever you want. You could start 0 wherever you wanted, really.
The phenomena is the date line,
know what I'm
not the Africa. But we use the Africa to map the other shit. That's what I'm saying.
The prime meridian kind of like, it continues on from the pole, north of north and south of south, halfway. So it's as if the prime meridian were extending beyond the poles, right? But never the twain shall meet if it's a dual pole, and that's how they've obscured. That's how they've tricked us into thinking that line continues along the backside of the blue side of the globe. But that's the true north to south circumnavigation that they've never done, and they would have by now if it could be done, I imagine.
But
it's just that the prime meridian is in the middle of the two poles, and the international date line is anywhere here or here. It's just 180 degrees off if you're in the north, or 180 degrees off in the south from the prime meridian. It's not that we want to start it there. It has to start there because it's 12 hours from the 12 hours of the movement of the sun from where we start time.
And so now does that prove that? Wait, real quick. Does that, when they move the prime meridian, then that line, where it is over Greenwich, is that now extending on to be where the international date line starts, or is that off now from the international date line?
You are correct.
Okay.
That's the international date line now. As far as if you take my grid maps, my map here, and you put the grid lines exactly how they are now, that would be 33 degrees. Or I'm sorry, the 33 degrees would be the international date line would be off 33 degrees here and off 33 degrees here.
Right.
And is that another way to confirm that they moved it and it's incorrect?
Chest, man, before I forget, dude.
Oh, go ahead.
Plus, I might have to go real quick. I think that how they're talking about like Russia is like there's a place where it touches Alaska over there where the time's real messed up. But I think that's like a type of part of Russia that's in Greenland, dude. I think it's like a Russian, what do you call it, like a colony or something, like a established part of. I think it's considered Russia, but I think it's actually in Greenland. I think that part that's close to Alaska. I think the main continental Russia, because you look at the flight times from like Alaska to Moscow and shit, and it's like, what? That's it's suspiciously long if Russia is 50 miles across a strait in Alaska. I think, like I said, I think that the people who went there, I think they're actually hitting Greenland, dude, or an island from Greenland that's claimed by Russia. That's my thoughts on that.
Huh.
I think we got Alaska, and they got the little sore loser outskirt when all that went down back in the whatever, many decades ago. But I don't think that's continental Russia right there by Alaska.
Really?
But I'm not saying there ain't Russians over there in that area, but they're outside of Alaska, and I think it's basically part of Greenland.
You'd have to explain that with like some kind of written thing or visual or document of some sort. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
He's
they
thinking
said
that
you can get to Russia from like where or where one of them female politicians live in Alaska, like, and a couple other people I've heard. Not saying I trust them, but I've heard people, even the dudes who, even the guys in the Berserker who went down to Antarctica and one of their mates died. I forgot his name, but that's not what I'm trying to think of. But they said that like it's like a short gap between Russia and in Alaska in one area, like it's even almost kayakable. I've heard, and they're not really assholes. They're, you know, you'd think they'd be militaristic, but if I'm not mistaken, they were they weren't really that inviting, but they weren't like shoot on sight or nothing like that. They accommodated, I think, helped get the people back, if I remember the story right. But the point is there's supposed to be a part of Alaska, Russia, that's not far from Alaska. But like I said, I think that's a outlying colony that's owned by Russia, if it even exists at all. But that's over there in the area where the times are kind of messed up. And I mean, if anywhere you look at the time zones and the questionability of it, it's over in that area, dude.
Hey, Brian, are you looking at E1 screen? Click on E1's thing. I think he's trying to visualize what you're talking about.
Right. I'm trying to show this is the international date line going up. I mean, the one I should say the international date line is right where he's talking about, because it's 33 degrees off of mine. But you're looking at that area right there where Alaska and Eurasia, or Russia's peninsula, I think it's called the Choctaw Peninsula. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but that peninsula right there. So you think this is an island?
What I'm talking about. I knew you would know exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah, I've modeled it like that too. But I'm just thinking, I think if that's what I'm saying is true, then we're not confined to putting them so close together like that. I'm just saying it's just an idea.
So do you think that it's an island out there that they're going to, or just they just aren't putting it right on the map? I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying. So you think that's not there, and you think there's an island there that's part of Greenland?
I think Greenland. I think you would cock North America down a little bit straighter.
Okay.
And pull it, kind of straighten it out from top to bottom a little bit. Not the whole map, but just North America itself, which would pull it away from Russia, but that would put Greenland in between also. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. Almost like this, but separating this out more.
Yeah.
To where this is the international.
It's just an idea, man. Nothing more.
No, I know. I'm just trying to think of what you're trying to visualize. What you're saying. Yeah.
And what I will do too is because we're still friends, even though I wasn't on Discord or you wasn't for quite a while, but still, I can even DM you some a couple pictures and stuff, and a couple little ideas and videos and stuff.
Yeah,
when I get them.
Yeah, and I need to apologize to whoever. I got like, even the last time I was on here a couple days ago or a week ago or whatever it was, I got quite a few people asking me for friends requests and sending me images and just, they want to connect and stuff like that. And I apologize to anybody I haven't talked to, but I'm not to say that I don't want to talk to anybody about this stuff or anything like that, but I can't answer everybody. I can't talk to everybody.
Yeah, it's like a hobby almost, man. So,
it would be a, not just the people that I got from Discord and from my YouTube and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter. I'm just saying I just can't deal with
nothing personal, right? Nothing personal.
Yeah, I'm really not trying to be mean to anybody. I'm really not. But I will look at what you're talking about and respond to you, I swear.
Hey, I got a question that was posited in Ethercause by someone. They were arguing that like Orion's belt would split off at the equator as it gets to the edges. What does it do in your mind?
I think it goes. I think the lights from the stars are polarized. So I think depending on where you're at, you're going to see it go around both ways. But you're going to follow your compass one way or another, and you're still going to follow it. And I think you can see a little bit of separation, like if you look at the horizon and stuff. But whether it does or not, like I said, I think the stars light is positive and negative, and I think it polarizes visually too. And so you're going to follow it one way or another. Whichever way you see it is which way you're going to follow it. So if you're in the south, you're going to follow it south. If you're in the north, you're going to follow it around north. But the fact of the matter is they're both the same. It's both the two individual paths. They go their own way, man. I think so. In other words, outside of the equator in the north, you'd still see stars beyond that represent southern stars, but you'd be in no man's land if you tried to go like south of Hawaii, thinking you're going toward Antarctica or something. I think you'd go to your death, so you wouldn't be able to come back. And if the model's true, the way I depict it or imagine it, if you, like I said, you went south of Hawaii, you wouldn't come back.
And he describes it perfectly. The only thing I would say differently is that it has nothing to do with the stars. It's the magnetic field. I believe that the stars are I'll tell you exactly what. I think there's some type of an alloy, mercury alloy mix that actually disappear whenever the sunlight heats them up and electricity charges them. They create their UV light, which gives us the reflection on the moon. But that same field would be just the opposing field, the same southern field that you see that gives you the southern stars would be on that outside of that northern magnetic field. It's going to represent the exact same look as far as the same constellations. The stars are going to be in the same respective position. They just aren't going to be those stars. They're going to be a magnetic field that holds it within. And I know that gets a little bit weird. But
why Mercury? Is that related? Like, and also, what do you think about like alchemical, like mercury, phosphorus, salt, and all that shit?
So that's what I'm talking about. So the way that I got to all of this was because I was reverse engineering where I was, what was happening in the sky above me. So I started with the sun. You look at the sun, comes up, it gives you a cool white light, blue lights. Dull blue lights, then light lights, then it gets white and yellow and orange, and as it comes up you get that bright incandescent direct sunlight. But you had ambient UV or UV created light, and it's from the argons, the crytons, the xeons, the helium, nitrogen, all the different.
Yep.
Right. So as it comes up, but once it comes past you, it's creating, when you distill or boil nitrogen and oxygen, nitrogen specifically, you create argon. And argon, whenever you electrify it and have any type of inert gas or I shouldn't say inert gas, you have any type of gas and a mercury electrified or a solid piece of mercury that goes to gaseous that's electrified, you get UV. The UV excites and electrifies the argon, which gives, or all the other gases as well. But as the sun passes on, you're creating argon, which gives you that orange or those reddish, orangish yellows as the sun goes down.
It
that
layers
bounces
out, dude. It's a trip how it layers
Right.
out almost like according to density too, man. Like it almost,
So
it's perfect.
if I just reverse engineer a light, not an LED light like what we have now, but fluorescent lights, what it is it's a tube filled with an argon or a gas. They do use argon, but there's all different types of gases they use for it. But what they fill it with is a tube that's pressurized with a gas, and let's just say argon, and then they actually sit there and they put a bead, like the pin of a needle of mercury inside of it, and they put
I'm gonna
two
post a video
electrodes.
on that, man. I got a good
Two-
one that I got from Dan Dimensions.
That's
It breaks
beautiful.
it down. It doesn't break it down quite as
Yeah,
much.
we watched the Dan Dimensions. I've shown him the Dan Dimensions back in the day for sure. That's a great.
Yeah, I like it. He's going even further, elaborating on it. But for anybody who's interested in that, it's hella awesome, cool concept.
So
the way it works out is almost either the biggest coincidence you ever seen, or there's some
Or they reverse engineered it. Everything that we see in this world is reverse engineered from everything that's above us.
So
because
Glover,
if you
Flat
take the
Earthers, whoever's in
mercury,
chat, watch this when you get a minute, because it's
if you
worth
take
the
mercury and
experience.
electrify it, it irradiates. As soon as you heat it up and electrify it, it goes gaseous. It goes into a gaseous form, and then it emits UV, ultraviolet radiation. We don't see ultraviolet radiation, so they coat the inside of a fluorescent tube in phosphor. And phosphor, when you hit it with ultraviolet light, it glows in the exact same spectrum that you see from the moon or you see from a phosphorus light. So that's what I describe as they have reverse engineered everything that they saw above them or around them, within inside of the Earth or outside of the magnetic field that we're seeing, the stars, the sun, the planets. Everything has been reverse engineered, and that's why I came up with it's most likely tungsten iron alloy, the sun. It's most likely a mercury that turns vapor whenever the sun was within inside of its area. So like if it's in Aries, you aren't going to see any of those stars because they're not there. It's not a matter of that they're gone or hidden behind the sun. They actually have gone gaseous and are being part of the reason why we see.
That's a crazy interesting. I never thought of that, dude. That's an awesome idea, dude.
Yeah.
What about salt?
What do you mean? What about salt?
You never heard the three alchemical like kind of trio is salt, mercury, and phosphorus. I brought that up. That's why I was seeing if you were backing off that. Never mind. It's pretty generic.
Well, as far as you mean, like so for making chemical solutions into electricity, is that what you mean for the saline and the in order to generate electricity? Is that where we're going at? Or I don't know what you're saying. What about the salt? What about it?
I was just asking because it's like so here. Hold on, let me get the actual wording across. But like in alchemy, you got like the three. The trio is phosphorus, mercury, and salt. And that's
sodium chloride.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. Well,
that's a general that covers a lot of area there. That salt, like the halite. I mean, it's.
I can make salt out of anything. I mean, I can.
No, I understand. Sorry, it's sulfur, mercury.
Like
I apologize. I had it wrong.
If you want to see demonstrations of what he's talking
Oh wait,
about.
you meant mercury, not salt?
No, I meant sulfur instead of phosphorus. I get the two.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's what I.
Hey, Roots is here, by the way.
I'll go ahead and just. Who's here?
Well, Roots is a big fan of your stuff that I showed him. I just want to say hello to Roots. What's up?
How's it going, Roots?
I don't know if you got his mic or not. What's up, brother? You said you were looking forward to talking to E1 at some point. Maybe if you have some questions, but go ahead and explain what you were trying to explain. E. Whatever you were saying, E. I don't know.
Can I maybe do a thing real quick before you make?
I'd rather listen to you do a thing, Snack. Please do your thing.
All right. E1, do you think that it sounds like it's really just the energy moving around? Do you think is it possible to conceive that the sun isn't actually moving somehow? It's like some kind of hypercube dealy.
That is
like
not moving.
how does it move, or if it is like this material? It's like it's not fucking up the magnetic field as it moves around. It's almost like,
it does. No, it doesn't fuck it up. It interacts with it, and it's the electromagnetic field that the sun and the planets are running with inside of that is above us, and we are within inside of a magnetic field that the electromagnetic field is riding on top of. And as that fiery orb, that electromagnetic orb that connects the ground to the sky, moves across, that's where the interaction is. It's not so much that an actual physical interaction, but it's a electromagnetic connection through the magnetic fields to the ground from the sky. So
yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, I was just thinking, like, because you're talking about like lights and reverse engineering, and I started thinking about like flicker rates of like LED lights and stuff, you know.
Yes.
And like, what if like the entire transform of all of the sky is really like a flicker rate that we see in such a slow way? That maybe that sounds crazy, but anyway, it's just
No, you're taking it to a different way than what I do. It's the frequency, the flicker rate. What you're talking about, I don't see it as the movement. I see it as the actual visual representation of the frequency. So that when you go up and you go out inside and look at the stars, it doesn't matter if you have a camera, what time or anything like that. If you can use your own eyes and see that all of the stars flicker at the exact same rate. They all, and they don't flicker the same rate every night, So you can see that they're pulsating. The planets don't do that. The sun doesn't do it like the stars do. And there is a frequency within inside of them. That's where I think that pulsating, that what did you call it? You didn't call it frequency. You called it something else.
Flicker rate.
Flicker rate. Yeah.
That's what you called it. The flicker rate. That's where I think.
From where I was in California, I noticed that I think it was like Cassiopeia, always way more sparkly than every other constellation. And I can never figure out why.
Cassiopeia, you said?
I think so, yeah.
I just know that the major constellations, the 57 stars that we all use for navigation, are at the major nodes of the crossing of the magnetic fields. So, like if you look at any toroidal field or any magnetic field, you'll see the major lines, like what we're depicting as the latitude and longitude lines, but that's not what they are. They're just a magnetic wave going through. Where those cross over, that's where I believe you have the brightest stars. That's what we call the constellations. That's what you're seeing as far as the brighter, at least that's my depiction of it.
Right on. You think they're electrically connected stars? Like they're like they're networked somewhere?
Not that they are networked, but that they fall within inside of the grid of the network of a magnetic field within inside of two toroidal disks.
Okay, I like that response.
So it's like a lattice. You have a lattice, a magnetic field lattice that runs through a donut.
Yeah, I do like
and where they meet, where those lattices meet, that's where the stars are. The major ones.
Yeah,
the one.
I guess I'm starting to feel like you kind of are considering everything sort of just existing within sort of like a cage, if you will, of like magnetism that like bounds everything, sort of like that's the system itself is like this way that everything is fields and binding and containing everything.
Yes, but the fields aren't like what you're thinking. So you see my representation of the figure eight or the two discs on top of each other. That is only one leg of the snowflake. Everything is a 6-6 or two sets of three, two triangles or two. Here, I can turn it on in a second, but and show you exactly what I'm talking about. But two, you would have one Earth. And you have the magnetic field that shows like the spider or the scarab looking thing. You have any idea what I'm talking about? Or
yeah, I got you. The brain, the overhead brain.
So there's six of those together to make the geometric shape, which is the Merkaba or the Metatron's cube, which is all of the basis of all sacred geometry. As far as you take all the that's
also, I just want to say, it's sort of unavoidable if you have the premise of a circle that you're going to wind up with sacred geometry as a result of it. But I'll just say, okay.
Yeah, as soon as you
Snack, you're going to love. Have you seen his flex capacitor? This is right down your alley, Snack. He's got a flex capacitor in the model.
Well, that's what I'm bringing up right now. I just want to bring them all up so it makes sense, and I'm not just doing it. It's taking me a second to find them all. So if you take the information that I've got from just looking at ancient cultures, and then I assume that I'm correct as far as the way that things are working with electromagnetics, I had to go ahead. Am I sharing? I must be sharing. So I went ahead and went under the same idea that now I'm not sharing.
Yeah, it's going to black for some reason. I don't know why. There you go.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. New man.
Hey, we all know your password now.
That's not. You should change your password now, I guess.
Yeah. I gotta go, guys. Good chatting with you, New and E1. Good chatting.
Yeah, you too, bro. Take care, Brian. Talk to you soon, bro.
I'll see y'all soon.
Well done, Brian.
Hey, Brian, I sent you some DMs, by the way. You didn't respond yet.
Awesome. Keep them coming, brother.
All right, brother.
Right on.
This looks like my notes, but different. Go ahead.
Okay, so this would be all the sacred geometry that you see, and it's all set in threes. So everything was set in threes. You have, what is this? Lemuria type of stuff or Eastern culture. This is the way that they look at the seed of life, the Merkaba, how they separate everything into male, female, neutral. Then you have Metatron's cube and how it starts to look as far as you have these circles that are, it's squaring the circle is what it is, or circling the square, however you want to look at it. And if you start going down through it, all of the images, all of the what would you call them? All of the
sacred symbols
markers, or symbols. Well, they're symbols, but they're the symbols that they put on either religions or rulers or whatever. They all have a certain meaning to them, and they all started adding up to be pushing towards. It was all talking about the threes: the Son, the Father, the Holy Spirit, the positive, negative, neutral, male, female, and then actually it comes down to Baal or whatever is how they do it. But in like the Mayan cultures, it's the same thing. They split it up into three. So if you look at what you would have to have if this is the world, if what I'm depicting this being right here, these two circles, north, south, if this is one of them, north, south, it has to be inside of the Metatron's cube or inside of the seed of life or the whatever field you want to call it. I'll pull it back up. Hold on. So you can see you have the swastika and the anti-swastika, or creation and rebirth, and the exact field that is opposite of it be right next to it, so that this is south and this is north. And then now you got north and south, and they all meet up together. And what forms in the center is your two crossing of the pyramids. Because
the opposite swastikas will connect to each other.
Yes, so
the legs will connect.
Well, it's just the movement of the stars or the magnetic field. This magnetic field is turning this way. This magnetic field is turning this way. This magnetic field is turning this way, and this one's turning this way. So they move as gears together, but they're not gears. They're magnetic fields opposing each other and moving in that fashion.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
See what I mean? So then when you take it and you put it together to where you remove the actual
capacitor,
you remove the movement of everything. So now we don't have the circles and the cross. Now you just have the connection of positive or power coming from the top. So this would be positive, positive, positive. Positive, 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 so that now you have positive and negative connecting together to give you, it's not the flux capacitor, but it looks like it. I mean, it really does look like a power source. And if you take this exact figure, this exact movement, or I'm sorry, the shape, I can create with ease, I can create a magneto, a power generation just by putting a magnet, winding copper around this being iron, this shape being iron, winding copper in the exact three shapes around here, and then spinning a magnet around. Now you have power generation.
Gotcha.
I like the flux capacitor look of it for sure.
The flux capacitor is a Pythagorean Y. It's shaped like the letter Y. It represents two choices,
yeah, that's true.
Right? So but I like the concept anyway. It's good. Good.
And I'm not saying that it's exactly right, because this, just like everybody was saying, or somebody said earlier, was do you have that image in a three-dimensional? Well, if everything that we live within is three-dimensional, up, down, left, and right, you have the 3 degrees of freedom, but you're not moving on a plane. This can't be right. It would have to be a three-dimensional snowflake. You see what I mean? I'm not sure how to describe it any other way, but so even when you're looking at this right here, this is depicted as a flat plane, as that we're looking down onto the earth, and then these are the movement of the stars. But those stars aren't flat as far as sitting on the ground. They're way above, so you have a bunch of dimension. You have distance between that, which makes it all three-dimensional. So when we turn it sideways, it's not just going to look like this. It's going to look like a donut going up there. Well, the same thing would have to be attributed to this. If I did the same thing with this, it's not going to look like this when it goes three-dimensional. Everything's going to be almost like donuts sitting there. So you're going to have a three-dimensional snowflake, star, whatever you want to put it out.
This kind of touches on something that I was trying to explain your answer to, where I was asking if you think all the stars are at the same height, or are they all in the same disk? I mean, of course, they're all two different disks, but of the toroidal electromagnetic field. So it's not a real disk necessarily, but they're all at the same altitude basically in your mind, or maybe a little bit concave, but where does the celestial sphere come in, and how is it that people interpret it as a sphere so often, but then it works on two separate disks in a technical way with yours?
Well, the only way I can answer that is that it is definitely on a flat plane in the sky. It's not, they're not different altitudes or different distances away as far as if you're looking at a disk, like this, they are sitting relatively close. I mean, they might be a little bit different as far as the distance, how far it is from the ground, one star from the next, but it's not like one star's here and one star's a million miles up here or even 1,000 miles up here. They're sitting like this, and the reason that I can say that is because I can use trigonometry, and you can't use trigonometry in a three-dimensional area. It's a flat plane. You can't have it to where I'm going off of one star and then I'm going off of a place on the plane of existence and then my observer viewpoint, and then the next day or the next minute when I spin this around, that star that I'm looking at is this much higher. The trigonometry wouldn't work. And I don't mean by measurement as far as trigonometry. I'm talking angle. Your angle could not be the same if I was sitting there watching it and this star was here and this star was here, and all I have to do is move my time. Now my angles would be completely different as far as my measurement, and we don't do that. Your measurements don't change between the stars as far as the altitude. As far as the distance they are, it's only as far as where they are within inside of the circle, as far as where it's at.
Is that like another reason we can add on that the ball's use of trigonometry wouldn't work, not only because we're not on a ball and you can't have a flat baseline, but also because the stars would be different distances apart, even though they have them all, in the way that they're read, they just put them at the same distance.
Right. So if you think about it, if you're doing the trigonometry on here, you have a triangle. Let me grab mine. So you have a triangle like this sitting on top, and you're going and you're doing 3 points. You're doing the angle from here as far as the observer point. What's the angle going up? You're getting to the point you are, and then it's a centrally located that gives you your 5, 3, 4, 5. That's how you're doing your trigonometry. It has to work out like that. But the angles all have to be exact same. 90 degrees, 45, 45. Whatever, however you want to be it for it to work out. And when you change the angle, it's different. If I was able to go out and do the measurements on this one star and then move that star, move my grid and look at a different star, and I can't use the same
reference
base, same base, this same angle, it wouldn't work. If that means that you couldn't have this change too. You can't have be doing it like this and have the trigonometry work if you're using two different angles. The same way if on a ball, if you go to do trigonometry on a ball, you can see that it works, but you would have to center into the center of the ball to make the trigonometry, and that's
which is what they do, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how they do it, yeah.
We can't do
They make it so it's centered. I mean, that's how they have to do it, yeah. For it to work for a ball. That's what they do, yeah. They put the person in the center of the ball and work it that way. But yeah, even the stars being the stars being trillions of light years away from each other would be another factor. That
well, not so much trillions of light. They can get away with that because if they just, if everybody believes that it is trillions of miles out there from one star to the other, even though it's, even though it doesn't work that way, you could believe that and it would work. But it's the height. You can't change that angle, the measurable angle, not so much the angle of where it is at the time, but the measurable angle can't change between the two stars because then the trigonometry wouldn't work.
Even if it was like a spherical reading of it, for having those stars be at different heights compared to where you are, that would throw everything off. But people don't even realize that part of it. Yeah, I get you.
So the same way that I have to change my overlays when I go from the 35th parallel to the 40th parallel, you would have to do that with every star.
Right.
And you don't. Yeah. I have one overlay for every star. It just depends on what parallel I am at. If I'm at the 30th latitude or if I'm at the 60th latitude, depends on what overlay I put out to give me my conical mathematical equations.
Interesting. There were some other things that were brought up about just the height of things. Like Lamazing did a thing in here, and I brought it up to you about the star. I mean, the sun and the moon being at the same height. Or I don't want to misinterpret what he was saying, but it was about the eclipses and then the Umbra and the penumbra. Or, as far as the shadows not lining up for whatever models. Anytime you put any of these factors into some kind of program that gives you an output, like I sent you the one that Shane keeps showing with the sunlight, not working with a ball of darkness coming through from NASA's interpretation of what a dual pole would look like. It's just hard to work through, like one person's getting set on like this is the correct interpretation according to this program, and then the little nuances that completely make it seem different than what you're saying or what someone else is saying. And it's just like, are we starting with a spherical, like, is it a sphere of stars around us, and that's what the ballers think proves it's a sphere, even though that wouldn't work in all the ways we're talking about. But then some AE mappers are thinking, okay, it's the dome around us that has the sphere of stars, and that still wouldn't work according to what you're saying now. But it's just, I wish everyone that could just talk this out and not get so set in their ways about it being,
well, see, that's where I had a problem too. I had a problem with this as well, as far as because I didn't understand the connection between everything else. So we can talk about the stars and how somebody can't really grasp, or they don't believe that it works this way. What they see is not what I'm saying. Let's say that. Okay? Can't get away from it that the basis of the movement of the stars in the heavens and the sky works as an electromagnetic field. As far as you can lay an electromagnetic field, even if you don't believe it's happening like that, you can lay it on the sky that you see, and everything moves within that exact same movement. Okay, well that doesn't prove anything until you start going down through it all mathematically. But it was everything else that got for me. It had nothing to do with me just proving that the earth was flat, or it had nothing to do with me proving, oh, this is the way that the stars move. I know it. It was the relationship between what I was able to do. I was able to not only plot my position exactly in GPS coordinates within 100 feet of what I wanted with just a piece of string, a square, and a fucking compass. And I wasn't using anybody else's graphs or stars, just my map. Just this star map that I created with, this overlay of the star map on top of the map. So when I got to the point of not even thinking about flat Earth, not thinking about the stars or anything, and took the basic concept, the basic, the basis of everything that I was trying to go at, it came down to electromagnetic fields, not just magnets, but electromagnetic fields and how they move things, how everything is shaped within it. And when I got to that, that's when I went, oh, it's not just the shape of the earth. It's not just the movement of the heavens. It's not just the way that I look. It's not just the way that what they are depicting atoms, the shape of those, how they interact with each other. Everything can be described as in this. So I'm not trying to say that everything that I'm saying is exactly correct. It's the basis of what everything does run on electromagnetics. Your brain, your body, your thoughts, the makeup of anything, and that's where I get the connection of it between how the stars are moving, how everything not rules. I don't want to say rules, but how things have to move with inside of the heavens that we see, how everything moves with inside of the ocean that we see, how everything moves with inside of the field of your body or your cells. They move in a certain fashion and a frequency. And that's when I tied it all together, that's what made me understand the connection between what I'm seeing in the sky, what I can explain to myself, not to I'm not trying to say to prove to anybody else, but it shows you yourself. If you're honest with yourself, you can see your face is made by an electromagnetic field. You can see that every living animal and their torsos, their hips, their skulls, everything, plants are all done on frequencies, as far as which frequency, as far as how many petals they're going to have, how the structure of their stalks are, what their offspring, I was going to say offspring, what their fruit's going to look like, how it's going to be used in the seeds. And then if I put all that together and then go back to the flat earth, go back to the stars, go back to the sky, it explains it more than anything else I've ever seen in my life, whether it be gravity, whether it be NASA, whether it be some Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to tell me he's looking at something with a, some telescope that's circling around our Earth up there, is what he's saying. That's not what I see. I go outside with 14-inch telescopes, and that's not what I see. So I have to say, if you take not so much exactly what I'm saying that the Earth looks like. I mean, it is. That's what I believe it is. But I'm saying you don't need to, nobody listening needs to hear this. Just take the basic concept that everything that you see in existence is running inside, is governed by an electromagnetic field. It will start to, for yourself, not for me to explain it to you, but it'll start for yourself to explain everything, not just the flat Earth.
It's kind of like the sacred geometry resonates in the same way, and it's directly related as well. Like, by the way, Snax was trying to tell you, right? Back in the day, he was like, everything's a sacred geometry, and you were the one scoffing at that until you realized he was right. Right?
Me and him got in a tiffy when I went down to see him and stuff about
the Fibonacci stuff. Yeah.
The Fibonacci sequence. Yeah. That's what it was. It wasn't about sacred geometry, and he was right. Snack was totally right. I just didn't see it. I couldn't understand. And we didn't get a tiffy. I was just telling him or saying to him, where is that? Show me to me. and I don't know what happened, why I was aggressive at that point, but he was right. He was right.
It's cool that now you're like basing a lot of what your interpretation is on, not only the electromagnetic field, but another big thing for you now is about the sacred geometry. Sorry, whoever's trying to talk, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what does Ewan think about the way that the world could be fractal?
You mean we're like a fractal of the microcosm of the macrocosm? Like, that's kind of what he's saying about
it. Was it saying that magnetically, like we all are of that at the same identity somehow? Like magnetically speaking.
I'm not sure what he means.
What do you mean exactly?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by fractal.
There's some special like nodal points. If you look at the overall picture with the north and the south magnetic poles, with the equator going in one direction, which is left, if you're looking at north at the top. If you fractaled that out and you made it smaller and smaller and smaller, there might be like nodal points, like special points, like you were alluding to, like all of those sacred sites on the earth. Are they like on nodal points of smaller fractals of the whole?
Oh yeah, like the ley lines. Of course, there's definitely oh, for sure. I have it all mapped out, and that's what shows me why I think that our faces are done from it. Because if you take all of the 60 you call them nodal points. I'm not sure what they're called. I call them the crosses of the modulation of the electromagnetic field. But if you take all the 60 points of the ley lines that the world goes by and transform it onto my map as far as GP location, you get what you're talking about, a lattice structure, a fractal structure. It just looks like a bunch of either stars or triangles. And as you look at it, it looks like a face. Here, I'll show it. I'll turn it on. But yes, I do believe that if you start going back out and taking the cross structures of where everything's connected, of those megalithic structures, which I have now understand are the ley lines, I do believe there are.
I posted the digital form of it in the chat too, but.
Oh, you've already got, okay. Well then, it's probably better than what I'm going to show.
You can show whatever you're showing.
I guess how many years ago it was, but we started out with the megalithic structures, mapping them down, trying to figure that out. I love that you've continually worked the problem over the years. That's really cool. The megalithic structures, that was pretty interesting. point in trying to anchor something that some way to know, get an idea of like where the geography is. Man, oof, that was a lot of work, man. It's like thousands of hours of work you've been putting into this. Must be over the years.
Way too much time. Way too much time. And this is just the time that I spent moving my hands over a piece of paper with the pencil in it. This is all done by hand. This is not done by a computer or anything. So just think about the time I had to think about it, how to do it, how to do the separation of a conical, mathematical equation to get the size and to do all these things. This, I just took the GPs of what was on the ball earth or, the Gleason maps, and then transformed it onto my latitude and longitude, and this is what came up. And you can see a face, you can see a bat, you can see a lion, you can see all of the shapes that the world religions and sects, a sect, have said that there is their God, their depiction of what God is. And that's where I got it from. As far as that's why I say, oh, this is starting to make sense. But yeah, I put lots of time into this. I've had to change it a few times. You guys were saying something about I showed my fucking password. Where did I show my password?
Oh, about a half hour ago.
No, where though? I don't see where I showed it.
In the stream?
I don't know if it went on the stream, but when we were watching your screen, you had to log into your phone, and we saw you do. I didn't memorize it.
Oh, that password! I see what you're talking about. I don't give I don't care about that.
That's your spare phone. That's your spare phone with Discord on it.
That's
it's not anything.
Burner phone.
Yeah, it's nothing. You ain't gonna find my shit from that. That's for sure. But yeah, I think that was one of the major. Not breakthroughs, but luck that I ran into by starting with thinking, well, what could I use? What could I even start with to even know where anything begins or where anything is? And when I thought of the megalithic structures, I just got lucky. I think. Well,
even in what we all, I guess, implicitly kind of understood that. Yeah, like these guys are looking at the sky because they have nothing to do at nighttime. They have no television, no internet. Right, so they're star fans, really. So why wouldn't their stuff work within that system?
Well, not only
they're fans of the stars. Yeah.
Well, and if you go to not just that they looked at the stars, they devoted so much time into just getting enough material together to build pools for them to be able to look at stars. Different cultures did. Some of them put mercury down to where they could see the sky without it having any ripples or anything, so they didn't have to look up. And that's amazing that they went to that much just effort, that much resources went into just looking at the sky. So yeah, it has to be that they were looking at the sky.
Well, what do you think about the center not being on the pyramids? You think that would be the ley line intersection point? Yours is kind of centered upon a lake in the center of Africa.
What? Can I just say, like, it's weird. Like, I don't love the map because like Africa's in the center, and even though I'm like Africa Unite, I'm like Africa Strong and everything like that. It's just, but it really is the only way that you could represent it because of the layout of the south and the north. Right? It's like that's the only.
Yeah.
Like even if it's not the true geographic, like. Even if your map isn't like I don't know, whatever,
perfect, it's not right. Yeah,
it's not right to how it should be geometrically. Truly, it's like you can't show it. Like you can't hold a tennis ball and see the whole thing. Anyway, sorry.
The guy who asked about I think I know what you're asking now. I didn't understand it first. So you're saying the very center where the celestial equator and the prime meridian meet, there, it's not where Egypt is, right? Well, the reason is because they weren't going for the center of the center. They were going for the prime meridian. It's the same way Greenwich didn't go for the center of the center. They didn't make the center of the Earth out in the middle of the ocean. They made it Greenwich, and it has nothing to do with the latitude. It's to do with the longitude. And they depicted right at that position at the 30th latitude, because it's like the 30th latitude for Egypt. They depicted what was on the celestial equator at the time of when they were, as far as that, they put the pyramids mirroring Orion's belt, which is at the celestial equator on the prime meridian. So
it's not like Orion's belt. The GPs of those stars don't go right over the pyramids, but they built the pyramids above that same line, the longitude line on that line. You're thinking because of the Orion's belt being there right when the sun's at its
well, it's what they decided. It's what they decide. No, it's what they decided was going to be whoever decided the star charts. The vernal equinox was going to start on Aries. As far as the whole line of Aries, that's where the Orion's belt was sitting over Egypt, is when they decided that. Whether it be 2,000 years ago and it all moved and all that kind of stuff, the time that they decided and they marked down the stars with all the different, not GPs at that point, it was just a map or to be able to show. They marked it with stars on there they marked it with stones wherever the observer was looking. They would mark these things down. Well, it's not that they shit, I lost what we were talking about. That's fucking weird.
Why they built the pyramids up from the celestial equator rather than on the celestial equator.
Because you can see that it wasn't a matter of the celestial equator. There are pyramids all up and down the prime meridian in Africa, not just in Egypt.
Okay.
They're in the Sudan. They're in all over, all the way up and down that pyramid. And the ones that came before Egypt, the ones that are built not in Egypt came before Egypt.
Okay. It also could be convenience as far as being near the Nile River or whatever reason the location was. But the fact that it lines up with prime meridian is the significance, regardless if it's right over where the sun or the... Yeah.
Right. So the Egyptians or the people that lived in Egypt in that place, who knows if it was Egypt or Egyptians, most likely the Babylons or the Sumers or even before them, were in that location. Just the same way that the Admiralty was in England, was in Greenwich. That's where they decided they were going to move the prime meridian. That's where they built their stuff.
Right.
They didn't go down to the celestial equator on that prime meridian.
Yeah. And that goes over Africa too. It's just like the west coast of Africa, and they call it Greenwich, even though it's over Africa as far as the longitude line goes. Yeah.
Yeah, but it does give you pause though. That's what his question just was about. Why is it up there and not on the center, and why were we calling it the center? It's not only that. I'm off 33 degrees. I had to move the latitude and longitude 33 degrees to get it to where Egypt was the center. But then you have to incorporate all the other things as far as why they're doing it with this, why they separate the sky into two disks, why they do it. They use an equation, a pi equation, to do everything, and how it starts to work is Egypt. It's not that they could change Egypt to be the center. They could only make it to be, as far as that latitude, they could only make it to be the center of the prime meridian. So I'm sorry, not the center, the center of on.
That actually does make a lot of fucking sense, to be honest with you.
Cool. Nice, Kosho. Kosho's flat Earth. Kosho's going to become a dual pole flat Earth. Nice.
Kosho.
And there is something else that I've always said about anything that I've ever came up with or started finding out. Nobody should believe anything that I say. Take what I say and see if it purports or overlays with what explains things better than what have been explained to you with every other projection or every other idea of how things work. Whether it be the flat Earth, whether it be how light is how you think the sun is working, how you think electromagnetic works. That's what I would think. I don't want people to just go, yeah, I believe you or I don't believe you. That's not why I'm giving this information out or why I'm even telling people.
You don't even care if they believe you or don't
care
believe
whether people believe me or not.
But it's not even about that. You'd rather have them not believe you and just go check I mean, that's the other thing. We could have, I mean, the nautical almanac, you're assuming is pretty accurate as far as some of the GPs go, at least for most all the GPs, for what the information they actually documented, or the GPS is, pretty accurate to some degree that you double checked it against. But those could be off for whatever reason. It's not like this is all has to be perfectly accurate. But you had the dual pole transformer, the Graticule, all laid out and sent me the picture of it before I sent you back one right away. It was exactly the same layout that you didn't know existed. So something has to be accurate about the way you've done this according to the GPS and the nautical almanac as far as the land masses, where they are, where the stars are over those land masses. If the nautical almanac information is correct, is what I'm saying, then it has to be something close to where you laid it out.
Well, before I even got into the stars, before I even started researching how we do it modern times, with sextants, even with GPS, as far as the matching between GPS locations and the star locations, I went through the whole gamut. It took me a year to figure out how to do it with scientific calculators, with all the graphs, with the sextant, to actually do it, not by just looking at stellarium or something like that, or looking at a GPS thing. And when I figured out that before I even got to doing any of that, the map that I drew, before I even knew that there was two poles even, it was so close. It was so close to what would be able to be overlaid when I put the GP or the latitude and longitude lines on top of my map. And when I moved it that 33 degrees, everything worked out perfect. So it wasn't a matter of that I decided, this is how I'm going to separate it out, and this is how it's going to be. I drew the map I'm even sure New Perspective and Snack remember me just drawing this map out on a whiteboard one night.
On a dry erase board.
Just drawing it out.
I think after I saw you do that, I was like, I should be able to draw an AE map by hand, like a little thumbnail sketch at least. I started practicing because of you. I think I started taking I have a crazy set of notes I took. I was locked up in the desert. You know what I mean? So, it's a lot of fun though, because there's no other. You could fuck around on a computer, you get wiped out. I love working with, and I think it translates very well to the audience too. They can see I put actual physical work into this. It's not just some program I downloaded. You're creating the overlays and stuff like that. It's a really powerful way to kind of look at your drawings too. If you are capable of making some drawings, you at home, the listener, if you want to just twist it around, invert it, flip it around upside down, easy to do right there. You can even bend it. You know what I mean? You can sort of distort the thing too, to kind of cheat angles and see maybe you could make changes to it. So it's a lot of fun. Yep.
That's the problem.
People say that about sacred geometry too, drawing out the sacred geometric, starting with Visica Pisces and then working your way out. It's really cool to look at and make pictures of, but if you actually draw it by hand, you know it on another level. But go ahead, Snax. Steve.
Oh no, I was just saying that was one of the biggest things for me, was what Snack was just talking about, is the change. Because what you guys see me having here with this map, and I can put the stars on, that's 170th map that I drew, because I had to move things and figure it out because it didn't work out.
Oh, you didn't just one shot all this stuff?
No.
0 shot. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, perfect.
I mean, it was close. It was close, but when you start putting geographic locations as far as where the GP of the star is at the time of day, you have to change things if it doesn't work out. If you measure it and it doesn't work, you have to change it. And it probably took 150 of them to where I could make it to where I could literally put a star map on top of my map and then put grids and actually be able to triangulate. So you're right. It's the change as far as what made it to where I needed to do it by hand, because I was
if it was on a computer, you might just have a bunch of files, and you're like, oh, which overlay did I need? Maybe you could set it up in a Photoshop. It's just sometimes the analog is better, and it's cool, man. Yeah, it would be cool if I don't want to suggest. Well, I'll make the suggestion. It would be cool if you made this available for people to play around with. Maybe when you get it down to where it's exacting for your standards.
I've got it somewhat play aroundable. I mean, it's not perfect, but I have it on my website, free website that just has the star patterns on it. But it's not to where you can move it 1 degree at a time, the stars on top of it. But I give you the map, I give you the overlays with just the latitude, with just the longitude, and then just with the stars on it, but with all of it on it.
I'll post it in the chat right now.
I need to make it to where you can actually go to the website, you click on the star map, and you can either overlay everything one overlay, and then you can move the stars 1 degree at a time. I need to do that, but it's a lot of work. That's 360 images, and then it's
and you're going to put all the islands in the right coordinate position for me too, right?
You keep saying I'm going to. Dude, I don't see the reason in it. I understand why you want that and why people would want that, but the islands are where they are. The GP is where it is. I know that when you get past Kerbat and Jarvis Island, those areas are going to be anomalous or contentious as far as people are going to look at that and go, it doesn't work. But if you look at the actual way that everything's split out, we would have to sail 7,000 to 8,000 miles away from either South America or from Tonga to get to these points. I shouldn't say from Tonga, from Australia to get to these points. And then I wouldn't, me personally, I'm not saying that you can't do this, but I have looked for all this information as far as anybody having discrepancies as far as the distances when they're doing all this. And there's so many, but who believes all the stories from the Maritimes, like from Captain Cook or from Bird or all this kinds of stuff? That's the problem.
Carlos is pretty close. It's possible we can send them out in a kayak. Sorry to interrupt you, Tony. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sure this is going to be fun.
There are
E1, I'm warning, you might want to avoid everything Tony says. If he drones on, just leave. Don't
listen, Tony.
Don't get involved.
Listen, go ahead, Tony.
Please.
Do feel free to interrupt you one sentence in. Multiple people. It's great. There are multiple submarine cables that transfer digital traffic that go across the Pacific. The length of these cables are known because companies laid those cables and they charge their customers accordingly. Further, we can confirm the length of these cables by looking at the latency of the signals that travel across these cables. So the length of these cables is confirmable in 2 different mechanisms. Have you compared the lengths of these cables to the distances that your map predicts?
Yeah, no problem. It's just that where it crosses from the north to the south at those exact points in Port Nemo. So if you're on the west of west, so if you're 156 degrees west, crossing from north to south, and you think you're going to go from north, or I'm saying if you think you're going to go from north 156 north to 156 west, 0 degrees north to 160 degrees south, 0 degrees south. I'm messing all this up. You know what I'm saying? When you're crossing from the northern hemisphere or the northern quadrants to the southern quadrants, and you're all the way on the extremes of the west or the east, that's not where the cables cross. So the measurement that you're talking about from, let's say, Australia to Beijing, or Beijing to or even Australia to America, those work out exactly perfect on my map as far as the GP locations, where they cross, and how linked they are, and the latency, as a matter of fact, because I mean it's all the same. I know what you're saying, though. I can visualize what you're having a problem with. You're thinking that it's a PACMAN, or it crosses over that 180th parallel at the west and then has to come all the way over to the east, right? I mean, is that's what we're visualizing, and that's what the problem is? Did I lose this?
He might have cut out. I don't know.
No, I muted myself while you were talking. There is a cable that goes from Sydney, Australia to Hillsborough in Washington State. It
travels perilously close to the area that you're talking about. I will make the following statement. It is mathematically impossible to construct a distance-preserving map from a globe coordinate system onto a flat plane. This is a mathematical impossibility. You can go into any AI and you can ask the AI, is it possible to construct an isometric isomorphism from the surface of a globe onto a plane? The answer you will get back is no, that is not mathematically possible. So
I don't believe anything AI says. Sorry. Sorry.
Then I suggest you go to your local university and talk to the people in the local mathematics department and ask them if it's mathematically possible.
Can I ask you? Do you know what? You said you went in and talked to people. Do you know that we use a American polyclonic map that is a flat plane dual pole?
Yes.
Okay.
For certain applications, but it introduces distance distortions.
No, it doesn't. That's the point. That's exactly what I was saying. So you do know that we use that for navigation.
No, sir, it doesn't. No, sir, you're wrong. There is no map that gets distances right all the way across the map. There are certain distances that a map can get right. For instance, well, yes, you did.
What about a spherical map?
A spherical map is a three-dimensional representation. That is not a map. It's not a planar map, right? This is the point. It is
I didn't say a
mathematically
planar map. I said a
impossible.
three-dimensional map.
Hey,
Okay,
real quick,
but
I got to
that's
go
not
myself, but hey, real quick, I wanted to compliment, you said something that I thought was good, PhD Tony, when you were pointing out that the sphere, right, the perfect spherical graticule isn't accurate anyway for what we're told the ball is. It's an oblate spheroid, which doesn't actually match the globe sphere either, right? Even though you can mathematically deduce it as close enough. But that was good that you said that. But I mean, I'm telling you, you got Demon Stride and you got PhD Tony here.
He's asking great questions, though. He's asking great questions.
I'm gonna let you enjoy. I'm going to go, but I'm just going to let you enjoy it. I'm just giving you fair warning. Don't let yourself get caught up or worked up for no reason. That's all.
Thank you, because I do get worked up about things. That's for sure. Snack knows that. You know that. So
I think as long as the respect is here,
I got your back, bro.
You know, I'm going to lay out mostly, right? But if the respect does not maintained, I'm going to something. Okay. All right.
Yeah, do something. Yeah, mod it up.
I'm going to do something.
Snack,
something will happen. I don't know what.
Brick up, boys. Let's go.
But no, I think you are asking great questions or pointing out things that are would need to be explained if you're trying to figure this out or trying to understand what I'm saying. Of course, those things are going to be the anomalous areas, right where that Point Nemo is, right where Kerbat, Jarvis Island, these places on the far east and far west, yes, they are going to be
To correct your pronunciation, it's Kiribati.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Tony.
That's okay. It's just it's not even spelled like that. It's spelled Kiribati. It's Kiribati. But anyway.
I'm sorry. I do that a lot with a lot of things.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah.
Don't be sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Tony for this.
It's just a piece of trivia you have no reason to know. So I'm not critical or anything. I'm just bringing it up. Yeah. Okay.
I can break it down though. Could you spell it for me, please?
Kiribati.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So it looks like it should be pronounced Kiribati, but the locals pronounce it Kiribati.
Yeah, I got that wrong with sidereal. I call it sidereal. So I totally understand what you're saying. I do that a lot with things. But thank you.
Well, it's like Everest, right? The guy's name was actually Everest.
Well, and it's not even called Everest. It's the Western culture has called it Everest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Everest didn't want it named after him.
I could see that.
Yeah. Who cares what he thinks, though, right?
Yeah. Fuck
Well, yeah. Apparently, he was sort of in charge of the Indian Survey, and he thought his name is very difficult for the locals to pronounce, and it was a dick move to give it a name that they couldn't pronounce properly. He would much rather have had a name that the locals could pronounce easily. So
somebody won money on that bet.
Anyway, but yeah, so there are a bunch of distances that we can there are a bunch of distance checks that we can do, and there's another test that you can do to your map, which is, are there 4 points that are all equidistant from one another? For instance, on Earth, I can identify 4 points where the spherical distance formula says these points are an equal distance from one another. It's about 11,000 kilometers or 13,000 kilometers. Can't remember off the top of my head. But that's not possible on a plane. So if you imagine a plane, the maximum number of points you can have where the distance between each pair of points is the same, that's an equilateral triangle, right? Now try and introduce a fourth point that is an equal distance from all the other 3 points. You can't do it in the plane. You can only do it by introducing a point that's above the plane and creating a tetrahedral effect. So that's another thing that you can look at. If there are 4 points on Earth that are an equal distance away from one another, then that proves that the Earth can't be planar. That would demonstrate if you could confirm those distances. And there are multiple things whose distances you can check. Flight paths, railway tracks, etc. This, that, and the other. And I'd advise you towards doing that with your map projection if you're testing it.
I have. No, I did that with the stars, though. Not just a projection of the geographical location, but the actual GP of the stars and the angle of the stars, so that the observer himself can move wherever you want to along that latitude line. And I can say this point and then move 90 degrees, this point, move 90 degrees, this point, and put those 4 points like you were saying. And each one of them will be exactly the same distance as long as I'm on the 45th parallel.
Were you using software, or were you actually there with a physical tool?
Mathematics, not myself. Actually doing
You're
it.
just using data points that are already collected.
But did you understand my point that if you have 4 equidistant points, you can't be dealing with a plane?
No, because what you're talking about is if I'm off of that 45 parallel. Of course, I have to be at exact something that I can derive by pi to get back to that exact angle from Polaris or from the central of the disk.
I'm a bit confused. Are you saying that it's possible to have 4 equidistant points in a plane?
On the 45th parallel, south or north, yes.
Well, that's mathematically wrong. If
I understand.
On an nth dimensional boundary surface, the maximum number of points you can have is n+1. So if you're on a 2-dimensional, if you're in a flat plane, you can only have 3 points that are equidistant from one another.
Oh,
if
from themselves, not from the center. I'm sorry. I misheard you. So from themselves, not from the center, not from the point that you're starting from. You're measuring.
No. So we've got a set of.
I got it. I understand. You're right. You're right. I can't do that on mine.
But can I also just throw a point of clarification for the
Snax?
Oh, yeah. The map, whether you disagree with the aesthetic quality of it, Tony, it's a convention because of the orientation of north and south that it is like Africa centered. So it's I guess mathematically accurate because of the grid lines, because of all that work. But it aesthetically, I guess, wouldn't represent what it would optically. It's like it's distorted. The map's distorted because it's Africa centered. Thanks. Okay.
But this is the thing. So if the Earth were actually planar, it should be possible to map locations without introducing distortions, shouldn't it?
Well, we're mapping with the stars, and they're following the field. The field is curved. I don't know. We're dealing with what we can do with here.
I'm kind of curious now too, Tony, because I brought up like a globe being a map, of the Earth and being in 3D. Is the Google Earth not a map of the Earth in a three-dimensional field?
I mean, to some extent, but I kind of think so. I think
like when I look at Google Map, when I look at Google Earth or whatever, I can like center any continent I want in the center. I'm going to get an accurate, like there's no distortion being placed when I'm like turning that thing around. So as I'm saying, like there's no distortion. I'm looking at Google Earth, right? Am I?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know precisely what they do. I do know that they handle elevations shonkily. So I was horrified to hear that Alan was using Google Earth elevations in his presentation the other day.
I wouldn't trust the elevations, but like the land masses and the way they're shaped proportionally, I would assume that on a globe, I'm looking at if it's being represented in 3D, it's going to be like accurate land mass sizes, right? It's not going to be distortioned. Okay.
So
I got confused there.
This is where, in mathematical terms, the word map has a very specific meaning. It's a function that takes you from one set onto another set. That's a map. And when you look at cartography, you'll find all of these formulae for turning a latitude and a longitude into an XY position on a map. That's what cartography is all about, and developing different mathematical maps that go from latitude and longitude onto a plane. So just going from latitude and longitude onto latitude and longitude, just onto a globe or just onto Google Earth, in some senses, I wouldn't think of that as a map. You're not actually mapping the set. You're representing it. You're imaging the set. Because when you're doing that, when you're looking at a globe, there are portions of the set that you can't see at any point in time. So you're taking basically an image of the object in this case. So you're imaging the set rather than mapping the set. So I wouldn't consider those maps in a formal sense. But maybe I'm being overly pedantic here.
But aren't some of the Google Maps made from satellite mapping done so it's like there is actual mapping techniques put in. It's not
I'd say satellite images. I'd say satellite images rather than satellite maps.
Well, like low orbiting planes even are part of. Hold on a second. Even low orbiting, like even planes are part of Google Earth maps. If you zoom in far enough, like that's part of the mapping technique. So I'd say on a hierarchy, you have a mapping technique that goes all the way up to satellite scale for its accuracy. So I wouldn't even say it's not a map. It's a very accurate map, and there's many techniques put in for its mapping techniques that don't date to just a flat map.
Yeah.
Can I go now?
Sure.
So I think Tony is right. Although he's got it backwards. So the reason why Google Earth can't be called a map is because if they actually did try to do a map on a globe, it would have lots of anomalies. So it's been reverse engineered, and what E1 has actually done is reverse engineered what was already reverse engineered from a flat plane to a globe, and he's just brought it back to reality.
Thank you. Snap! There goes gravity. Oh, there goes Rabbity.
Well, again, I don't know that gravity is really related to the shape of the Earth in anything but an indirect fashion. If I were a flat earther, I would. I know. But it's a bit early at this stage of the game to start declaring that this is a complete success. There are a lot of validation steps that would need to be taken before this can be accepted.
I agree. Well, no, not. I don't agree with that.
I agree that there is definitely a lot more to be done to be able to solidify and be in concrete that this is exactly where everything is and how it works. But I don't think that it totally, until you do that, I don't think you can dismiss the connection between what it explains and then what it shows you. I mean, it's not that it's not that I'm saying I'm correct perfectly in every way, shape, or form, but I can see just by looking at what that guy just said. I just reverse engineered what was already reverse engineered back to the plane, back to reality. I took my personal beliefs or what my assumptions of what it was out of it, and I just went to magnetics. So I do agree with you. There is more testing, or I look at it as more overlays. There has to be more explanation of the world around us with this exact shape and basis of movement of everything to be explained for sure. But I don't think that it makes it to where somebody can go, oh, that's definitely not the way it goes. It's either we're spinning or we're an AE map, but it's definitely not this because we haven't figured out everything, or we haven't figured out the things that you're talking about per se.
Okay. So you understood what I said earlier about it being mathematically impossible to construct a distance-preserving map from a globe onto a plane, right? You understood what I said.
From a globe, yes. From a globe, but not to make a plane, not to be able to mathematically make a.
So in order for the Earth to be planar, it must be the case that the spherical distance formula is demonstrably incorrect by a significant margin in some areas.
No, well, yes. In those exact anomalous areas that I talked about, east of very, very far east, like if you look at the cross between the two poles and then you have the celestial equator, at the very east and the very west, in those places, yes, you're going to have.
Okay, so for instance, a flight from San Francisco to, say, southern India would cross that, right?
No.
Yes, it would, surely.
Not in my map, it wouldn't. Nowhere in North America to southern India would it cross the celestial equator, ever.
But, well, why not?
Because if you are in North America and you fly either east or west to India, you are still within the northern hemisphere or the northern quadrant. You never cross over.
Okay. All right. So what if I go to the Maldives?
Give me is that southern? Exactly. What's the GP of it? Where I don't know the Maldives. Give me a different place as far as the name that's near it. Is it an island that's in the southern hemisphere?
It's an island.
What map are you guys talking about?
We're talking about a map that E1 has dedicated, has determined. But, sort of, to my knowledge, it has never been the case that the spherical distance formula has been demonstrated to be wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying
significantly in error.
It's just like
the formula is the exact same. The formula is the exact same on my map as it is on the ball map.
Yeah, because if
how can that possibly be
within the Null School website? Are you aware of that, Tony? It's like a while back, but it was basically all that was global data that was done where you could use an AE projection, and you could see like all of these systems working over top of it. I think I saw a similar map with stars and stuff like that, like in animation, actually working within that website. It's down now, but yeah,
you think you saw something doesn't really carry the evidentiary weight that I'm looking for.
It was like a weather service. It was a cartography and mapping thing. It wasn't a flat earthers website. Okay. But Tony, effectively, like I think that let me please continue talking. I think that E1's map might it might be flattening the sky out, but for distorting the Earth. You know what I mean? And I think hold on. I think that it would be possible to create a software implementation utilizing the mathematics that is in E1's model, and then overlaying a corrected non-distorted map. So if that were possible, right, we would have all of the mathematically predicted things that a globe would give you and the appearance of a globe. Would you be able to tell if we created a map, if we created a globe like Google Earth, and then had a secondary one, a brand X version of it, right? And you're taste testing, like, what do you have to do? You're just checking for the consistency of the positionality, and I mean the other rigors that you're trying to run into here with sea cabling and other things, flight paths. But effectively, if we could replicate it, is that not, like, in a way?
Again,
is it not
you
proving?
You seem not to be listening to what I am saying. It is not mathematically possible to construct a distance-preserving map from the surface of a sphere onto a plane. So if the spherical distance formula is always correct, then you would have to have and you were trying to claim that the Earth is in fact flat. That would be impossible. So the spherical distance formula has to be wrong, and it has to be shown to be wrong. Now, there are multiple data sets where things propagate physically across the boundary that E1 is talking about. For instance, tsunamis propagate from east to west across the equator from Chile. From Chile up to Japan, for instance. Earthquake signals travel from east to west across and from west to east and from north to south, and they show no signs of discontinuity. They show no signs of distance alteration. They propagate in exactly the manner that is predicted in a spherical by a spherical formulation. Similarly, pressure waves within the atmosphere and meteorological conditions also propagate across this boundary. So this boundary is physically demonstrable to not be a discontinuity in distance, as is required in E1's map.
Do you want to respond to that, E1?
The one thing I'd have to say is, if you're talking about pressure waves of either atmospherical or in the water, tectonic plate movements, you're talking about something like this coming from Antarctica or from South America, and then it propagates, and you're saying that it crosses over this boundary and then comes over here. But it doesn't, and the mathematical measurements, however you want to do it, is either in arc minutes, in miles, however you want to do it, on the ball and on my map are the exact same distance. It's right here, because this zero
cannot be. It is a mathematical impossibility to have a flat surface in which the distance is the same. I don't know how many times to say this.
I know.
Maybe you should try a different way.
Let me just show you. Let me just show you. If you're measuring from South America to Australia, right, and you go this way, west, and you think that pressure wave is going to propagate not only south to Australia, but north to Australia, it goes around the same distance, the same exact longitudinal lines, the same exact arc minutes all the way around this way as it would on the ball. The same distance goes around the north, the same pressure wave. As it goes around, it goes the same distance, the same longitudinal lines to Australia from South America as it does on the ball, as it does on the AE map, as it does.
Measure the distances between those lines. Get out a ruler and measure the distances between those longitudinal lines. They are not constant as they need to be. You are measuring distance in longitude, but the distance in centimeters between those longitudinal lines is not the same, is it?
No, and that changes. The same thing that changes from here. It's 69 degrees per arc, or 69 miles per arc degree down here. Sorry. Let me put it back on. But when you get up to the northern latitudes or the southern latitudes past a certain degree, it's like the 60th latitude, it gets crushed together to where now an arc degree doesn't equal 69 miles. Now it's like you can fly for hours along right here. Even in your ball Earth, you can fly for hours along the equator, and your time doesn't change. Your as far as your time zone doesn't change. Up here at the northern latitudes, you can go for a minute. Or I shouldn't say a minute, but 10 minutes and you're in the next time zone. And that's
Look
the
at
same
the other
distance.
side, sir. Look at the other
That's the
side.
same
Look
thing
at the
that happens
distance
here.
between. Look at the distance between neighboring longitudes on the other side of the pole. They are clearly vastly different from the distance between meridian.
Going off on some other point, so it's kind of weird. You keep stating these things as if America was the only one participating in them, but if you look it up, right?
I didn't say it was only America participating in it.
Well, you only say America for some reason. It says here NATO allies include Canada, Australia, Germany, France, Italy, Denmark, Norway, Belgium, Spain, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Sweden, Czech Republic, Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, and Turkey.
Yeah, of course, but who started that? Who originated? Who was behind all that?
Well, it goes back to the last 2,000 years of history between the Ottoman and the Byzantines. I've talked to you about this before. And I don't know why you keep blaming the Spanish. You threw the Spanish in there earlier for some reason, amongst other nations like America and Israel. But you understand you ever heard of the Barbary Wars, the Barbary Coast? And you know, lately there's been a lot of news about the Somalians scamming in Minnesota, right? You know that some of the oldest slavery on record were the Somalians in Somalia, enslaving their own kind, and then also the Muslim Moors. You know, the Muslim Moors took over Spain by force and Portugal for 800 years during the Ottoman Empire. You know that, Essie? And guess what they did? You had brown people enslaving white people and black people.
Yeah, I've talked about that.
A Moorish nationalist.
We're talking about Iraq right now. We're talking about the Iraq war.
No.
The shores of Tripoli, which I've brought up many times, the coast, the white slavery. We can talk, and I have talked about that. But right now we're talking about Iraq.
No, before that, earlier, I was still driving. I didn't want to talk at the time. I'm home now. But you threw in Spain and America, and you threw in slavery. Like, we're the exclusive slave owners in the world when.
All right. Check. I think this is just them talking some politics stuff, man, for a while. I'm going to skip out of here, man, and get back to the dual poll, man, because that's what's up. What's up, Ron? Jeeps? CJ? These people hanging out, man. I'm back. I'm working, it's Friday. Pro Skill, what's up? Shout out. Lord Racer. All right. Good to see you guys out hanging. Man, I know it's long as fuck, man. I get it, man. Everybody's got fucking work to do and shit. I get it. Yeah, I think this kind of, I'm going to get back.
Every single race has.
Forget this. I'm going to go back to the part two. All right.
Applying the maximum number of points you can have where the distance between each pair of points is the same. That's an equilateral triangle, right? Now try and introduce a
fucking
fourth point.
Dr. Tony. He gets so upset, man. So at some point he gets all flustered because he's such a, I don't know, Mongo. Sure. Okay.
That is an equal distance from all the other 3 points. You can't do it in the plane. You can only do it by introducing a point that's above the plane and creating a tetrahedral effect. So that's another thing that you can look at. If there are 4 points on Earth that are an equal distance away from one another, then that proves that the Earth can't be planar. That would demonstrate if you could confirm those distances. And there are multiple things whose distances you can check. flight paths, railway tracks, etc. This, that, and the other. And I'd advise you towards doing that with your map projection if you're testing it.
I have. No, I did that with the stars, though. Not just a projection of the geographical location, but the actual GP of the stars and the angle of the stars, so that the observer himself can move wherever you want to along that latitude line. And I can say this point and then move 90 degrees, this point, move 90 degrees, this point, and put those 4 points like you were saying. And each one of them will be exactly the same distance as long as I'm on the 45th parallel.
Were you using software, or were you actually there with a physical tool?
Mathematics, not myself. Actually
okay.
doing
You're
it
just using data points that are already collected.
But did you understand my point that if you have 4 equidistant points, you can't be dealing with a plane?
No, because what you're talking about is if I'm off of that 45 parallel. Of course, I have to be at exact something that I can derive by pi to get back to that exact angle from Polaris or from the central of the disk.
I'm a bit confused. Are you saying that it's possible to have 4 equidistant points in a plane?
On the 45th parallel, south or north, yes.
Well, that's mathematically wrong. If
okay, I understand.
On an nth dimensional boundary surface, the maximum number of points you can have is n+1. So if you're on a 2-dimensional, if you're on a flat plane, you can only have 3 points that are equidistant from one another.
Oh, from themselves, not from the center. I'm sorry. I misheard you. So from themselves, not from the center, not from the point that you're starting from. You're measuring.
No. So we've got a set of.
I got it. I understand. You're right.
Okay.
You're right. I can't do that on mine.
But can I also just throw a point of clarification for
Snax?
Oh, yeah. The map, whether you disagree with the aesthetic quality of it, Tony, it's a convention because of the orientation of north and south that it is like Africa centered. So it's I guess mathematically accurate because of the grid lines, because of all that work. But it aesthetically, I guess, wouldn't represent what it would optically. No, it's distorted. The map's distorted because it's Africa centered. Thanks. Okay.
But this is the thing. So if the Earth were actually planar, it should be possible to map locations without introducing distortions, shouldn't it?
Well, we're mapping with the stars, and they're following the field. The field is curved. I don't know. We're dealing with what we can do with here.
I'm kind of curious now too, Tony, because I brought up like a globe being a map, of the Earth and being at 3D. Is the Google Earth not a map of the Earth in a 3-dimensional field?
I mean, to some extent, but I kind of think so. I think
like when I look at Google Map, when I look at Google Earth or whatever, I can like center any continent I want in the center. I'm going to get an accurate, there's no distortion being placed when I'm like turning that thing around. So as I'm saying, like there's no distortion. I'm looking at Google Earth, right? Am I?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know precisely what they do. I do know that they handle elevations shonkily. So I was horrified to hear that Alan was using Google Earth elevations in his presentation the other day.
I wouldn't trust the elevations, but like the land masses and the way they're shaped proportionally. I would assume that on a globe, I'm looking at if it's being represented in 3D, it's going to be like accurate land mass sizes, right? It's not going to be distortioned. Okay.
So this is where, in mathematical terms, the word map has a very specific meaning. It's a function that takes you from one set onto another set. That's a map. And when you look at cartography, you'll find all of these formulae for turning a latitude and a longitude into an XY position on a map. That's what cartography is all about, and developing different mathematical maps that go from latitude and longitude onto a plane. So just going from latitude and longitude onto latitude and longitude just onto a globe or just onto Google Earth, in some senses I wouldn't think of that as a map. You're not actually mapping the set, you're representing it, you're imaging the set. Because when you're doing that, when you're looking at a globe, there are portions of the set that you can't see at any point in time. So you're taking basically an image of the object in this case. So you're imaging the set rather than mapping the set. So I wouldn't consider those maps in a formal sense. But maybe I'm being overly pedantic here.
But aren't some of the Google maps made from
images rather than satellite maps?
Well, like low orbiting planes even are part of. Even low orbiting, like even planes are part of Google Earth maps. If you zoom in far enough, like that's part of the mapping technique. So I'd say in a hierarchy, you have a mapping technique that goes all the way up to satellite scale for its accuracy. So I wouldn't even say it's not a map; it's a very accurate map. And there's many techniques put in for its mapping techniques that don't date to just a flat map.
Yeah.
So I think Tony is right. Although he's got it backwards. So the reason why Google Earth can't be called a map is because if they actually did try to do a map on a globe, it would have lots of anomalies. So it's been reverse engineered. What E1 has actually done is reverse engineered what was already reverse engineered from a flat plane to a globe, and he's just brought it back to reality.
Thank you.
Snap! There goes gravity. Oh, there goes Rabbity.
Well, again, I don't know that gravity is really related to the shape of the Earth in anything but an indirect fashion. If I were a flat earther, I would. But it's a bit early at this stage of the game to start declaring that this is a complete success. There are a lot of validation steps that would need to be taken before this can be accepted.
I agree. Well, I don't agree with that. I agree that there is definitely a lot more to be done to be able to solidify and be in concrete that this is exactly where everything is and how it works. But I don't think that it totally, until you do that, I don't think you can dismiss the connection between what it explains and then what it shows you. I mean, it's not that it's not that I'm saying I'm correct perfectly in every way, shape, or form, but I can see just by looking at what that guy just said. I just reverse engineered what was already reverse engineered back to the plane, back to reality. I took my personal beliefs or what my assumptions of what it was out of it, and I just went to magnetics. So I do agree with you. There is more testing, or I look at it as more overlays. There has to be more explanation of the world around us with this exact shape and basis of movement of everything to be explained for sure. But I don't think that it makes it to where somebody can go, oh, that's definitely not the way it goes. It's either we're spinning or we're an AE map, but it's definitely not this because we haven't figured out everything, or we haven't figured out the things that you're talking about per se.
Okay. So you understood what I said earlier about it being mathematically impossible to construct a distance-preserving map from a globe onto a plane. Right, you understood what I said.
From a globe, yes. From a globe, okay. But not to make a plane, not to be able to mathematically make a.
So in order for the Earth to be planar, it must be the case that the spherical distance formula is demonstrably incorrect by a significant margin in some areas.
No, well, yes. In those exact anomalous areas that I talked about, east of very, very far east, like if you look at the cross between the two poles and then you have the celestial equator, at the very east and the very west, in those places, yes, you're going to have.
Okay, so for instance, a flight from San Francisco to, say, southern India would cross that, right? Yes, it would, surely.
Not in my map, it wouldn't. Not from nowhere in North America to southern India would it cross the celestial equator, ever.
But, well, why not?
Because if you are in North America and you fly either east or west to India, you are still within the northern hemisphere or the northern quadrant. You never cross over.
All right. So what if I go to the Maldives?
Give me is that southern? Exactly. What's the GP of it? I don't know the Maldives. Give me a different place as far as the name. That's near it. Is it an island in the southern hemisphere?
What map are you guys talking about?
We're talking about a map that E1 has dedicated. Has determined, but sort of to my knowledge, it has never been the case that the spherical distance formula has been demonstrated to be wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying that
significantly in error.
It's just like
the formula is the exact same. The formula is the exact same on my map as it is on the ball map.
Yeah, like because like if
How
this
can
works
that possibly be?
like, within the Null School website? Are you aware of that, Tony? It's like a while back, but it was basically all that was global data that was done where you could use an AE projection, and you could see like all of these systems working over top of it. I think I saw a similar map with stars and stuff like that, like in animation, actually working within that website. It's down now, but yeah, it's like
Yeah, you think you saw something doesn't really carry the evidentiary weight that I'm looking for.
It was like a weather service. I don't. It was a cartography and mapping thing. It wasn't a flat earthers website. Okay. But Tony, effectively, like I think that. Let me please continue talking. I think that E1's map might be flattening the sky out, but for distorting the Earth. You know what I mean? And I think hold on. I think that it would be possible to create a software implementation utilizing the mathematics that is in E1's model and then overlaying a corrected non-distorted map where so if that were possible, right, we would have all of the mathematically predicted things that a globe would give you and the appearance of a globe. Would you be able to tell if we created a map, if we created a globe like Google Earth, and then had a secondary one, a brand X version of it, right? And you're taste testing. Like, what do you have to do? You're just checking for the consistency of the positionality, and I mean the other rigors that you're trying to run into here with sea cabling and other things, flight paths. But effectively, if we could replicate it, is that not like, in a way?
Again,
is it not
you
proving?
You seem not to be listening to what I am saying. It is not mathematically possible to construct a distance-preserving map from the surface of a sphere onto a plane. So if the spherical distance formula is always correct, then you would have to have and you were trying to claim that the Earth is in fact flat. That would be impossible. So the spherical distance formula has to be wrong, and it has to be shown to be wrong. Now, there are multiple data sets where things propagate physically across the boundary that E1 is talking about. For instance, tsunamis propagate from east to west across the equator from Chile. From Chile up to Japan, for instance. Earthquake signals travel from east to west across and from west to east and from north to south, and they show no signs of discontinuity. They show no signs of distance alteration. They propagate in exactly the manner that is predicted in a spherical by a spherical formulation. Similarly, pressure waves within the atmosphere and meteorological conditions also propagate across this boundary. So this boundary is physically demonstrable to not be a discontinuity in distance, as is required in E1's map.
Do you want to respond to that, E1?
The one thing I'd have to say is, if you're talking about pressure waves of either atmospherical or in the water, tectonic plate movements, you're talking about something like this coming from Antarctica or from South America, and then it propagates, and you're saying that it crosses over this boundary and then comes over here. But it doesn't, and the mathematical measurements, however you want to do it, is either in arc minutes, in miles, however you want to do it, on the ball and on my map are the exact same distance. It's right here, because this zero
cannot be. It is a mathematical impossibility to have a flat surface in which the distance is the same. I don't know how many times to say this.
I know.
Maybe you should try a different way.
Let me just show you. Let me just show you.
if you're measuring from South America to Australia, right? And you go this way, west, and you think that that pressure wave is going to propagate not only south to Australia, but north to Australia. It goes around the same distance, the same exact longitudinal lines, the same exact arc minutes all the way around this way as it would on the ball. The same distance goes around the north, the same pressure wave. As it goes around, it goes the same distance, the same longitudinal lines to Australia from South America as it does on the ball, as it does on the AE map, as it does.
Measure the distances between those lines. Get out a ruler and measure the distances between those longitudinal lines. They are not constant as they need to be. You are measuring distance in longitude, but the distance in centimeters between those longitudinal lines is not the same, is it?
No, and that changes. The same thing that changes from here. It's 69 degrees per arc, or 69 miles per arc degree down here. Sorry. Let me put it back on. But when you get up to the northern latitudes or the southern latitudes past a certain degree, it's like the 60th latitude, it gets crushed together to where now an arc degree doesn't equal 69 miles. Now it's like you can fly for hours along right here. Even in your ball Earth, you can fly for hours along the equator, and your time doesn't change. Your as far as your time zone doesn't change. Up here at the northern latitudes, you can go for a minute. Or I shouldn't say a minute, but 10 minutes, and you're in the next time zone. And that's
look
the
at
same
the other
distance.
side, sir. Look at the other
That's the
side.
same
Look
thing
at
that
the
happens
distance
here.
between. Look at the distance between neighbouring longitudes on the other side of the pole. They are clearly vastly different from the distance between meridians on this side of the pole. There is not a consistent distance between meridians.
I know.
Yes,
I know.
and so your map is not distance preserving.
Dude, do you know where? Okay, hold on. This is not me coming up with this. This is a mathematical equation of a conical graph. Do you see what this is? You see what this is right here, right? This is a conical graph that's set up for an exact latitude, 45 degrees north. Or 45 degrees positive, because this is a magnetic.
Is that how distances are measured in the real world, sir? Do we use that? Do we use those objects in the real world?
Listen to what I'm saying. 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 This is latitude and longitude. Now you transpose that to distance, and distance isn't the same at the north as for arc degrees in your ball, and not in my map, in your ball, the same as in my map when you get to the north. When you put this up here, the distances are different.
Nonsense, sir. Your projection cannot be distance preserving. That is just a mathematical impossibility.
Please listen to what I'm saying. No map is distance preserving. If you go to the ball map and you're in the north and you're going to move 1 arc degree and you're not going to move 69 miles. If you go down to the equator and you move 1 arc degree, you're going to move 69 miles. The same thing doesn't work out here as it does here, and on any map. On your map, on a ball map, on an AE map, on my map. What you're saying is not correct. I understand what you're saying.
No, that's false, sir.
So you think? Hold on.
Look at your map. No. Be quiet. Look at the length of the arc. Okay, imagine. So look along the equator. Okay, look at the distance between the equator and that first parallel of latitude.
15 degrees.
Right there. What's the distance? So you're saying it's 69 miles. Now go out to the edge of your map and look at the distance from the equator to that first parallel. Is that 60? Is that still the same distance? No, it's not, sir. Not on your map.
But wait a minute. It's not on yours either.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. No, 69, moving directly north or south.
Is this a singing contest or what? What is this, man?
Normally, moving
Tony,
directly north or south by 69 miles changes your latitude by approximately 1 degree, no matter where you are on Earth.
Yeah, Tony.
No, you are wrong. Sorry.
No, I'm not, sir.
I think you will. I think you should. I think it's
If
good
you're
for you.
here, if you're here and you measure out that arc degree this way, it's 69 miles.
I'm not
If I go
talking about east-west. I'm talking about north-south.
Okay.
So you're saying at the center of your map, the
It
north-south
is.
distance is 69 miles per degree,
it's
right?
69, it's 69 miles here too.
No, but it can't be. Look at your map.
Aw.
The distances are larger on your map at the edge than they are here.
To you. I already
The scale is not consistent through the map.
No,
Can you just
dude, hold on.
It's the kind of childish
Tony?
tones you expect from a PhD, right? Okay.
Yeah, just take turns and let him explain. Like, give him a minute, all right?
So I already gave you this
And
part
no
right
amount
here.
of
The
explaining
scale is
going
not
to-
consistent.
Is he gonna whine like a
Tony,
child
give it a
there
rest.
in the background?
Can I ask my question, Ewan?
Yeah, go ahead.
In that first parallel, like above from the equator, what's the degrees on that?
15. Oh, wait, no, hold on. This one is set up as, is it 30, 90, 60? I think it's 15. Yeah, it's 15. 15 degrees. This
No,
first
I'm
one.
not talking about that. I'm talking about
Oh,
the longitude, the latitude, that first parallel. That's
This
right
one.
beside the
Oh, the
equator.
first, this one right here.
Yeah, the one that's going up at the edges.
Okay, so that's one of the problems. This is going to be 1 because that's the only way I can depict it. I can't depict 0. So 0 is going to be out here, right out here, but this is a 1 north, 1 south. So you're going to have discrepancies here. Like I said, these are the anomalous areas right here. But it's not that right here is 0. 0 is going to be out here. So this is the how I'm depicting it, so you can separate it out. So that however you want to look at it, this line right here is 1 degree north. This one is 1 degree south. But in actuality, it's probably further out here. Because
how that's broken, right?
Yeah, that's where it separates. This is where it separates. So I don't know where exactly it is. I know it's going to be a little bit past this area, so I know that's why I drew this as the 1
All right,
degree.
so you have the celestial equator, that's 0 degrees, that's going through the center, right?
Yeah.
And that's 1/2 of the equator, right?
No, that is the equator. What do you mean? Oh,
how
this
come
one.
1 degrees has top and bottom, and 0 degrees doesn't?
Yeah, you would have to. There's a difference between what I'm calling the celestial equator and what everybody is depicting as the equator, where the sun goes at the solstice, or I'm sorry, at the equinox, and that would be 0 latitude or just above 0 latitude around the south, and so this would be considered the southern equator, and this would be considered the northern equator, very outer edge. This is the.
So you understand that's a problem, right? Because the sun
No, I
doesn't
don't.
split on the equinox, and we don't have 2 suns, one going north, one going south.
But I don't think it splits. I think
Well,
that
how do
it's
you have one going on the northern equator and one going on the southern equator?
Because it doesn't. It never is on the equator, and we can see that by. Yeah, it's never actually riding on the equator. It never rides on
It
this
is on the
equator.
equinox. That's why it's called the equator,
No.
the celestial equator.
No, it crosses an equator.
That's just a lie, sir. The sun is overhead at the equator. Its ground position goes along the equator.
Listen to what I'm saying. The sun is constantly.
And this is observational,
me-
observably demonstrable, sir. In real,
Tony, let me drive my point home.
Let him respond.
If you don't mind, I'd like to drive my point home. My point is that with your model, you would have to have, just like you have all of the latitude degrees, north and south, you would have to have the equator also north and south. Because
It is.
there's 1/2. No, it's not. It's just at the center. The celestial equator.
It's not the equator. That's the celestial equator.
The celestial
Not the
equator is the equator. In terms
No,
of,
it's
that's
not.
how we defined the
No, we don't.
One second, Mo. That's how we defined
You're wrong.
Earth's terrestrial
You're wrong
equator
percentage.
is based off the
Percentage,
celestial
you're
equator at the equinox.
No, you're wrong percentage.
Go ahead, correct me.
Celestial equator is different than the equator.
Definition of celestial equator and equator. There is a difference.
Yeah,
That is
but how
why-
did we map out the actual terrestrial equator, the Earth's equator? How do we do that?
What do you mean? How did we map it out?
Based off the
It's
GP of the
we-
sun on the equinox, right?
Right.
Exactly. So they're not going to be divergent. They're going to be the same.
No, because if you're watching the sun go through the cycle, and I know you don't believe that this is how it is. Let's say you put it on the ball and it's going around the northern hemisphere and then it goes around the southern hemisphere. It doesn't sit and ride the equator for 24 hours. It never does. The sun never stops going from 23.4 north to 23.4 south, back and forth through its cycle throughout the year. I believe it goes around 180 something times, 182 and a half times around the north, and then it crosses at exactly 6 o'clock UTC time. It crosses about here across the celestial equator, not the equator. I don't believe there is an actual equator. I know you do. I believe there's a celestial equator that it crosses over at 6 o'clock that we can see on the nautical almanacs that shows that this is the position that the sun crosses over. It's right about over the Atlantic, right around where South America crosses. And then when it comes back over into September, after it goes around 182 degrees or 182 times around, it crosses over into the northern ecliptic or the northern quadrants at 11 o'clock. It's exactly this spot every year. There is no changing these GP locations of when the sun crosses over, how long it stays inside of its latitude, crossing or spinning around, or if you think spinning around the ball. But it always crosses at this point going to the south and at this point going to the north. That's why I say it doesn't ride the equator.
Do you just not know that you're saying false things?
What do you mean? All you have to do is look at the almanac.
The point in time at which the sun crosses the equator is not fixed in the year.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Look up the. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not going to argue with.
They're not even
right
at the same times. Really, like at the equator, like they happen at different times in the year. Like where like it would be like Louisiana is different than where it would be on the other side of the world.
Yeah,
equatorially. So like that does for me that that made more sense. And I don't pretend to understand 100% or support 100% whatever this whole model is, but that did make sense to me, man. Like, wow.
Yeah,
no,
this is information you can look up in the nautical almanac.
When it goes on this figure 8 loop, it's going to be traveling all the way south on this flat Earth. Right?
Yeah, it does. Well, hold on.
It's the same difference as going across the blue side of the ball percentage.
The concept that it's like basically the equator that we think of is an apparent equator. That is a very bold idea for me. I don't know. I think,
sure, no, that's fine, and it's fine. That's this line and doing the same at the bottom. But the issue is when that happens, you would expect that basically the distance to the sun is going to double that first day. After it crosses half. Initially it's going to be near the equator, and then it's going to go all the way around this circle to the other side of the flat Earth, which doesn't happen. We don't see the sun just going all the way far in one day.
It would also mean that the 24 hours...
E1, wait, Tony, real quick. E1, for context, Percentage is not a ball earther. He's a flat earther who's embraced the idea of a Pac-Manning sun or something. But then he hates this idea because he thinks it's a lot longer. And I'm trying to tell him it's the same distance. It's just you're not going around the blue side of the ball. You're just going around the poles, and it'd be the exact same percentage, by the way.
Well, no, just to clarify, I think this is possible, but only with PACMAN, only with wraparound, because you have the equator.
And that's more ridiculous than the exact same distance around that would the blue side of the ball represent.
No, it's not more ridiculous at all. But my point is, with the equator being at the center, just like you have, the 1 degree, 2 degree, all these different latitudes that are both north and south. The equator is also the same. It's going to have a north and south. It requires it, because you're not going to just have one half of the equator showing in the front. I think if you were to actually map it out, and this is where we disagree, he thinks that the equator doesn't, like the sun doesn't actually stay overhead on the equinox, for the entire Earth. I disagree with that. But if you were to do that, you would have to have both the equator above and below, or to the very north and to the very south of this map.
So, getting back to the point that I was making, the equinoxes occur on either, the 20th or the 21st of May and September. They don't occur on one fixed day. They oscillate between them. They don't occur at a fixed time of day. And you can assert that this is wrong. You're just stating a falsehood. Now, either you're ignorant of the fact that the equinoxes vary, the date of the equinoxes, the date and time of the equinoxes varies from year to year.
Like within the year, though, and it's not consistent on either. It's not on both sides.
Tony, I'd like to Tony real quick. Look up the nautical information, Tony. Just look up the nautical information, right, and then come back with that. But I want to hear percentage and E1 work out what they were trying to work on before you butted in.
Well, actually, I was talking about this before you interrupted in order to get in order to explain what percentage was all about. So I raised this point, and then other people interrupted to make their point.
Yeah, you're just saying he's incorrect or he's lying, though, right? So that's not really useful to just declare that he's just declaring that he's saying falsehoods doesn't help.
But instead,
real information.
Continuing to interrupt me and therefore holding up the conversation. Carry on. Percentage in E1.
Tony, you held up the conversation by just trying to mathematically disqualify it because of the amount of points that
it is mathematically impossible. That is true. So you can go down to a university, ask to talk to the mathematics department. This is the mathematics department. They're
You're
not
going to appeal to authority now on top of it?
It's just an appeal to facts. It's just an appeal to facts. Talk to somebody who understands mathematics and ask them if there's a distance preserving map from the surface of a sphere onto a flat Earth. There isn't. And the claim that this is such a projection is simply mathematically impossible.
And what E1 retorted was that the ball is not distance preserving either.
Then he
said, go look up the nautical information. Look in the nautical almanac, Tony. You could take his advice or he could take yours, but I'd like to get back to percentage and just hold off for a minute, please.
Sure.
Much love, Tony.
My issue with your thing, E1, is that we know that latitude lines go all around the Earth, right? And your thing is on one half of, in the center of the map, the latitude lines are close to the equator. You have, north and south, 1 degree above above the equator is close to 1 degree south, and it scales like as you'd expect. But on the extremes of the map, the very north and the very south, you have 1 degree north on the other side of the entire world as 1 degree south. How do you make that how does that make sense?
Okay, I'm just going to show you what I see in the graphs. This is the Nautical Almanac from 2025, March 25th, or March 20th through 22nd. You go down, you get to where it says, with time for Greenwich hour angle, the declination of what the star was. This isn't the star, this is the sun. It's literally saying the sun at what latitude it is at. And at exactly 9 o'clock on Thursday, the sun crosses from the southern to the northern. You can see it. You can see it right here. That's the GP at this Greenwich hour angle, 313 degrees and 9 minutes. That's when it crosses over that ecliptic, that celestial equator, not the equator, the celestial equator at the prime meridian, at Greenwich hour angle. That's what I'm talking about. So the sun doesn't, not even for an entire hour does it go through. You can see that it's 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, even 1 hour before off of the celestial equator. But as it crosses over that exact moment, 9 o'clock, I was off. I'm sorry.
I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that. But my issue is that when the day progresses, you're saying that the sun is literally going to the other side of the world, other side of the flat world. You know,
it does. For the winter,
let's say it's following 1 degree or 2 degrees or whatever it is.
North.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but that's not what we observe. North for the summer and south for the winter. That's why we have winter.
Well, that's not what we observe. We observe someone. Let's say someone lives near the equator, right? They don't have to travel to the other side of the world to, for the sun to be near them, basically.
Yeah, it's set south of west during the winter. You can observe that yourself. It goes north of west during the summer. You can see that yourself. Anyone can.
Yeah, I don't know how to. I'm going by the data, and I'm going by what I see, and I visually have represented with my position or any observer's position along the latitude and longitude lines. And as it crosses over on that exact day, you can watch you can measure it with either a sextant, a compass. You can use the shadows as far as to show you the delineation of what the difference in the months of how it does it, to where you know that if you are on the equator or if you're on the northern or the southern, you can see that it literally leaves the circuit of the northern quadrants, goes to the southern, and then during the summer it crosses back over. I'm not.
How far? But you seem to be ignoring central points. If this and
no, I'm not. I understand what you're saying, dude.
No, don't interrupt me before I've even made the point. If the sun is following that 1 degree thing south, it comes right next to Antarctica, which means that Antarctica must be. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it's the same distance. It's the same distance from Antarctica as it is from the South Africa, Central Africa. Yes, it is. I'm telling, dude. Listen to what I'm saying. If you look at that map,
show the map and look at the map. Now that you've taken the map down, you can say whatever the hell you want. But if you bring the map back up and follow that arc around, the sun goes to the far side of Antarctica from South Africa. And it must be fully day in Antarctica, right? Antarctica is the closest landmass to the sun at that point when it goes round.
Well, that I'll agree with. Yes, it's definitely the closest one. But it's
so it must be experiencing daylight. How can the sun be closest to Antarctica, but Antarctica not experiencing daylight?
I didn't say it wasn't experiencing daylight. What are you talking about? Hold on a second here. Did I share my screen? Did I share my screen?
Observably at equinox, the sun does not get above the horizon at the South Pole.
Can I just mention one thing? Hold on, E1, before you go. You know what's interesting is, you know how at the North Pole and the South Pole, you get that one sunrise and one sunset per year? Because if you're in the South Pole, let's say you're at the 90-degree south point and you're just there and it's complete darkness, meaning it's the wintertime there, it's totally dark. As you wait day after day after day, as the sun crosses the equinox, it's going to start, well, around that region, depending on your conditions and so on, it's going to start rising, and it's going to be making essentially that, if you're at the 90 south, it's going to be making that 24-hour circle, but it's just, beyond the horizon, as it were. And then you're going to see just a peak of the sun, and it's making this huge rotation. So the sun slowly makes these huge rotations around you and rises very slowly. And then obviously it goes up and up in elevation all the way to 23.4 at December 21st. So what I'm saying is that the point you guys are talking about, when the sun is at the equinox, it's transitioning from the north to the south. And it's not just broad daylight at the North Pole, and then all of a sudden the day after the equinox, it's pitch black or anything like that. It's transitioning, and it's setting for the north and rising for the south. And when that's occurring, you can't see the entire sun from either at that moment. It's transitioning. So it wouldn't necessarily be as dramatic as all of a sudden it pops to the other side if this was the case or something like this. It's that it slowly rises above the horizon as it transitions between the two.
Right, and you would think about it like this. I know it's hard to really visualize or to even want to try and accept as far as a possibility. But if you think about the umbra, if my finger's the sun and it's traveling up across here, the umbra of the sun, as far as the light that it passes out, it's not anywhere near or past what this distance is here from pole to pole. Right? That's the umbra of the sun. So you can take that circle and push it down and around so that if the sun is on the equinox, like you guys are talking about, March 21st or September 21st, as it's going around here, that sunlight is going for however many hours, 12 hours of light for, shit, it keeps turning my camera off. 12 hours of light as it passes through, right? But when it crosses over to here and down and around here, it's not like there isn't any sun here. I'm not saying that there's no sun here. There's definitely no sun at the Arctic. The sun goes and the light patterns fly out and around and go around. But there is still going to be darkness up in here when it comes around along here and goes around as far as, let me put my finger. If it's going around the thing around like this, you're going to get sun.
Go back to the bottom piece of the map. The bottom piece of the map where the sun is closest to Antarctica. Yes. So down here, when the sun is closest to Antarctica and further away from everywhere else, does Antarctica see sunlight or not?
Only here.
But it doesn't. That is not the observation. The observation
yes, it is.
No, it isn't. And
yeah,
again,
because you're talking
can I try once more?
Hold on. You're talking about March 21st.
Basic geographical facts.
No, because the light has to be going around in a 24-hour thing, whether you're on a ball or not. If it's crossed over, we can even just forget about this part for right now. I know that you're going to go now. After I explain this, you're going to go to the north, but let's just forget about that for right now. If the sun is here, it's exactly lighting up, not all of Antarctica, but this side of Antarctica on the thing, because that's where the umbra is. As it goes around, it's lighting up this side of Antarctica, but it's not lighting up that on March 21st. As it goes, I'm sorry.
That isn't the observation, sir. That is not what is observed.
But wait, when you go through the year and you start going to the solstice of the winter or the southern solstice to where Antarctica is getting as much sun, the sun moves up into the latitudes to where now the sun's umbra does cover It does cover all of Antarctica as it goes around, and it has 24-hour sun. And it's the rest of the world, like Australia, South Africa, the Philippines, and South America, that get longer times of light, but we get, up in the north, get shorter, exactly the exact distance that it should. But it's not that this gets 24-hour sun all the time whenever it crosses over. It has to go up the latitudes. It has to go through the days to get it to where it goes around at 1 degree, around at 2 degrees, until it gets to 23 degrees. And when it's at 23 degrees, the umbra of the sun is now shifted, not from right in between like this. The umbra of the sun is now like this because the sun has moved to the circle of the 23.45. So now the sun's
take your finger back down to the bottom of the map where I had the sun was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please point to that point down below Antarctica. Yep. What is the distance of that longitude line from the equator?
Exactly the same distance that it is to the celestial equator to the southern pole.
Not according to your map, right? According to your map, the distance. According to your map, if you so take out a ruler, measure the distance from that ground point to the nearest point on the equator, and tell me what the ruler says.
On that is the equator. The celestial equator, is that what you want me to measure?
No, it can't be the equator, sir.
No, I'm not calling this the equator. This is called the celestial equator, where Orion's belt is. That is not where this is. I know that's what you're saying. Dude, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
Well, let me ask you a question, E1. So put your finger at like what you said was basically 1 degree, right? At the south. Yeah, like right there. Okay. Now let's say let's say this is the middle of the Pacific, okay, near the international date line or what have you. I'm at 1 degree south, okay.
Right.
Now I travel 2 degrees north. Where am I?
You travel north?
North, 2 degrees.
North is this way.
I'm traveling 2 degrees north to go to 1 degree north.
Hold on. Let me show you. So you're looking at latitude lines, right?
Yeah, I'm at 1 degree south. I'm going 1 degree north.
I know, but you don't. Do you see how the longitude lines are? You have to follow the longitude lines to go north and south.
Yes, I'm at a latitude. I'm at 1 degree south, and I want to go to 1 degree north, following the longitude line. Where do I go?
Look, I'm showing you. Look, so if this is 1 degree, or 1 degree south latitude at 180 degrees west or east, it doesn't matter. That's the same spot, right? Remove the latitude lines so they're not confusing you. So you see what I'm talking about. North. This is south. To go north, you have to go along these latitude lines.
Mm-hmm.
So you go.
So you're saying. So you're saying. One second, Tony. So I'm in ship, in the middle of the Pacific. I'm going from 1 degree south, a short distance to 1 degree north. You're saying I'm going all the way across the flat Earth?
No,
you see how it's broken?
You're not going 1 degree. You can't. So from
someone
here
in Pacific can't go from 1 degree south to 1 degree north? That's a short distance, bro. It's 2 degrees.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You can do that from here to here. So it's about 90 degrees east, 90 degrees west. When you pass 90 degrees east or west, you cannot, at least this is what I'm saying.
About? Yes, of course you can. Near the international date line in the Pacific Ocean, you can travel a short distance.
Yes, across it, and you can go across the international date line there and up to, along there.
No, I didn't say traveling along the latitude. I'm saying traveling to a new latitude that's 2 degrees away.
Right, so you can do it here.
Like almost 130 nautical miles.
Right, but look. But you're not, if you're on the 1 degree latitude south, you're only picking this spot, right? Well, that's fine, but you can't go, at least this is how I'm saying on my map. You can say that it doesn't work this way. You can go all through crossing over the north to the south along the 90th latitude. When you get past these 90th latitudes, I'm not saying that you can't go along the latitude, but you can't go from this position of 180 south to come up to 180 north by crossing over the celestial equator. It is not possible.
That's not a celestial equator. You mean the international date line, I think. And the thing is, in reality,
I mean the equator. You can't go from these positions, 180 degrees west or 180 degrees east, and cross over from 0 south to 1 south to 1 north. It does.
You can in reality. In reality, if I'm on ship in the Pacific Ocean, I can.
I know that's what you're saying. Do you know where that would be?
Yeah, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean near the international date line.
It's called. There's a name for that point.
It's going to be like antipodal to some place in Africa. It's the middle of the Pacific Ocean near the international date line.
Hey, he's saying that's how they tricked us. It's the middle of the ocean, and they stitched the top and the bottom together, and that's Point Nemo. They call it the point of what was you saying? What was Gio? The point of
pole. The point.
Yeah.
The pole that you can't get to.
The point of inaccessibility, right? You can't. You could claim that happens in reality, but you have to prove that happens in reality. And there's people not actually. You can even see that they depict things going across that line, but the trick is that things don't actually do that in reality. Is the claim?
Yes, they do.
Insane. You have freighters going trans-Pacific. They're going plus or minus the equator. All along the Pacific. So to say that just doesn't happen is crazy.
Well, no, it's not.
This is why
it's
the
not
map
every route.
requires.
It's not every
This is
route.
why the map
A lot of times
requires
they'd just be in the
wraparound.
ocean. A
E1.
lot of times they'd just be going coordinate point to point, and they'd be in the ocean, and it would be just the same. But when you're talking about crossing from the northmost point to the southmost point, that's where the debunk could come in. But good luck finding someone that actually goes over Point Nemo and proves that that actually happens. Because they would have done.
I'm not saying. Hold up.
Circumpolar navigation would
New
have been.
perspective. I'm saying
Date line,
going
the
from
international
one.
date line goes all the way. They would have done the true circumpolar navigation would have been from the North Pole to the South Pole along that international date line up the back side of the blue side of the ball. They've never done that. They would have if they could, but I don't think they can, and that's the reason that.
I think new perspective. I think you're mixing models.
This is how it has to work.
You're confusing different models. New perspective. I'm not talking about on the globe going from north, south, trans navigation or whatever. I'm not talking about that at all.
It seems like you are.
Hold up. No, on his model, where basically he took this ball and split it in half, right? That's how it seems. It's going from one side of the Earth, of the flat Earth, to the other. But on a ball, and in reality, I'm not saying it's a ball in reality, but in reality, you have freightliners that are traveling from 1 degree north, and going diagonally across the equator to 1 degree south. It's not a big deal for them travel to 2 latitude degrees. You understand? It happens all the time. In his map, they would have to go literally to the other side of the world, and it would only work with wraparound.
You also have weather systems, earthquakes, tsunamis, and atmospheric pressure waves. But again,
hold on, wait, Tony, let E1 respond.
Hey, Tony, let
E1 respond to what percentage said first.
I mean, he's backing up my point. He's saying it's not just freightliners, not just ships. It's also.
I'm going to make a point here, regardless.
You're going to add on anyway.
Seem not to know when you're lying. Point Nemo.
Don't start calling people liars.
0 degrees north. And it's not on the equator. Point Nemo is 48 degrees 52 minutes south of the equator, and it is 123 degrees west. It has nothing to do with the international dateline. It has nothing to do with the equator. It is miles away from where people suggested. So if you're going to assert something as a fact, at least check whether or not it is the fact that you claim.
All right, but don't call people liars because nobody's trying to lie here. This is what E1 thinks it is, right? Let him respond to percentage or I'm going to mute you, okay? Go ahead.
I might be off on exactly where Point Nemo is, but I gave you exactly what islands and exactly the point and GP location of where I'm saying it is. 0 degrees, 0 degrees latitude, and 180 degrees east or west is where I'm talking about. Next to Kiribati, or you don't like that name, or Jarvis, these islands, where the celestial equator and the international dateline meet. And on my map, I know you guys don't believe that it's doing this. I'm just saying this is how I depict it. And if you're asking me to describe how it works, this is how it works on my map. Or on this type of a map, on a dual pole map. I'm not saying that you have to believe this or that you have to, but there is problems with what you're saying as far as they can cross over the ships cross over the equator all over the longitudes. No, they don't. You need to start watching some of these tracking. They have whatever you want to call it, sites, websites that you can go and track ships yourself. Go look at them and go see what's out there and how they move and what they are. And then do the aeronautical, like you're saying. That point that I'm talking about at 0 latitude and where Kiribati or Kiribati or whatever you were saying that name of that place is, where the map would come together, all 4 corners of my map would come together to make the ball. At those areas, you can see there's anomalous readings of what they're showing you of tracking of ships, tracking of airplanes. But I understand why you're many people, whether you believe it's the ball or whether you believe it's a flat earth, why it's very hard to even conceptualize what I'm talking about or to make it match up to what you think reality is. I understand this. I really do. I just think you should look at it for a second and not say that
the mathematics don't work out because I did this off of mathematics. It's not that I'm making up stuff or fudging things to make it work for me. I guess that's about all I can say on that.
Okay, historically, the SS Warramoo is an example of a ship that traveled directly from Vancouver to Sydney that historically targeted the exact location that you're talking about.
Sweet.
In modern traffic, regular trans-Pacific routes traverse this area when going between Oceania points and the western coast of North America. Your claim that 0 degrees north, 180 degrees east-west is not traversed by ocean traffic is simply false. And your assertion that Point Nemo is there is again demonstrably false.
I already said, dude. Wait a minute. Stop. You're not gonna put stuff like I said.
I'm still talking. I don't care.
Sir. I don't care. You're not gonna sit here
and I'm not going to stop talking just because
Tony.
you're going to interrupt.
Let him finish.
And he's not going. And
hold up. Like E1 was talking for a while. Let Tony finish.
Yeah, go ahead. I muted you, Tony, because you can't just keep bloviating on, calling people liars, saying it's false, not letting them respond, when what you could be saying right now is completely false, too. You believe your story, right? And you're just going to call people liars. You can't do that. And you can't straw man someone and then just keep bloviating over him. We're not going to let that happen. Go ahead, E1.
I think E1, you're absolutely wrong about what you said, that these ships aren't crossing the equator in the Pacific Ocean. They absolutely are. I'll get like a marine traffic like website, and you could see all of the different routes that they take.
I know, dude. I'm saying if you look at it doesn't matter. I'm not going to argue about this. It's really hard for me to try and argue against something that you guys aren't seeing. You're not seeing what I'm talking about. I know they're crossing the equator in the Pacific Ocean and on both sides. I understand that. But there is a point at where it separates on what I'm depicting on my map where they don't cross. And that's where the four corners have been put together. And you can see it. You can see where the fisheries, where the armadas, where the navigation buoys are actually put that delineate the north from the south as far as what their buoys, what their navigation aids are putting. I understand that you guys have a problem with this, but I don't see how you keep saying that I'm saying that this. I totally got, I guess, exactly where Point Nemo is wrong, but it's right out in that area. It's south of Kiribati or whatever it is, in that area, Point Nemo. That's where I was talking about, the furthest away from any landmass that you can get. It's in that area. I told you the maps, all that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to keep arguing about that. But as far as the whole thing with the crossing the equator, ships, planes, and all that kind of stuff, of course they have to cross the celestial equator. It's at that extremes. If you don't see what I'm saying, that you can go out to 180 degrees and cross over, but you're not going to cross going from, like saying you're coming from Australia and flying north line. You're not going to cross over and then end up going to Beijing. You're going to have to come all the way back and around. If you're trying to go to, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. If you're flying from Australia to America, you aren't just going to fly north across the left side, or I'm sorry, the right side of the map. You have to go all the way down around, or you have to go all the way up and around on this side of that 180 degrees. I understand that you guys are having a problem with this, and it's you're saying. You're interpreting what I'm saying by they aren't crossing the celestial equator, they're not crossing the equator. Of course they are. But if you look at my map, I don't call the equator the entire out edge rim, only where it's in the center of what I'm depicting the geographic location. I don't understand.
That's fine. That's an issue on your part, but
no, that's
regardless of whether you call it the equator or we just skip that and say 1 degree, because you were saying that like that the one that deviates first from the equator is 1 degree, for instance. right?
Well,
So
it's
if
zero,
we just
but
say
yes.
1 degree, this you have a ship that's going from, let's say the Philippines to, the northern part of South America, and it's traveling only a few degrees north, right? You're saying that like it's somehow going all the way around the flat Earth to get to where it needs to go. It's following the like the latitude all the way around the Earth. But I'm saying no, it's barely traveling. It's only like a few hundred nautical miles. So
Hey,
and we have
real quick, this might help. E1, remember when we were looking at the naval? You were showing me the naval tracker of the ships, the armadas of ships that are sitting out there would be on your map, like far west of where the prime meridian is. That you were saying that there's ships here, and you were showing me here's some ships that look like they're sitting right next to these ships, but in reality they're a thousand miles apart. Right. And I was like, oh, that's crazy because they actually coordinate wise would be that far apart if your map is correct. But then if you were like somebody that was like percentage or somebody that was saying, look, they're showing that these naval ships are right next to each other and they're on the other side. They're on the crossover of where you're saying the map is stitched together in the back, And so like some of these depictions may not even be correct in the way that they're visualizing it for you, even though the coordinates that they're actually at are on the other side of the Earth.
Well,
Isn't that basically what you're saying?
That's what I'm having a problem understanding how to describe this, I think, is because I've heard everybody talk about how they understand that this is a transform of the graticule, as far as they understand this is the same GPS locations, latitude and longitude, and it's just been flattened out, and pretty much what somebody else said was you took the ball, you split it in half, and you put it on a flat plane. Well, if you can't see that's exactly what I'm doing, you would understand that what you're saying is not right of what I'm describing, because if you took the map that you guys are looking, a ball map or the linear map, and you're saying that you can just look on a map, you just have to go from this latitude and longitude. If you took that map, that representation, and then transformed it into what I'm showing you, how would you not explain, or how would you not be able to be understanding or be explained what's happening with the map? The same way that if you take the Gleason map and you wrap it around the ball, you have all the distortion of the Arctic being crushed in and around where Alaska and Russia meet. The same way you would have with the four corners of the Earth, my four corners, my points, the square. If you look at the entire map and put a square around it and you brought those four corners together, that's where this point would be. And you would have to have that distortion of what I guess I'm not representing very well, but Dave just did, or New Perspective just did, with the showing that.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of visuals, especially with the flight tracking, where it makes it look like you can go straight from Hawaii and it's just a little short trip down to New Zealand, and really you're going across that whole side of the blue side of the ball. So whatever these things, a lot of these things are reifying the globe, which I know you don't believe in percentage. But if you don't think it's a globe, how do you think it works on a flat Earth? Well, then you have to jump to, you think it's actually some kind of wraparound. I don't know if you call it a wraparound, but it's PACMANing, right? It actually disappears from reality and reappears in another place in reality. Well, that's a stretch of the imagination for people, a lot more than maybe what E1's saying. But I think it's more believable that a lot of these depictions, are not accurate for that blue side of the ball, but they may show it like it's all stitched together and show ships going across those points as if it's a real point to cross, when it's a coordinate system that works on the outer edges, and there are points where those distances are not what they're showing you at all. Rather than having it be like reality all of a sudden allows people to reappear, disappear from one side to the other magically. That's a lot harder for me to think is possible than that they've stitched it together and there's a lot of reifying programs that make it seem like it's a ball, which you already know is true. So it's not like that actually happens on a ball either.
I can see why he does go with the PACMAN, though. I understand it. I really do. It gets rid of a lot of the other magical, not hula hoops, but hurdles you have to jump in order to get the
It
representation.
fixes your broken map.
No, it doesn't fix my map. For whoever is interpreting whatever reality is to them, whether they think it's a ball or anything like that, in order to get it to work with the stars, in order to get it work with the geographic positioning that we use for not navigating, but plotting the heavens in the sky, I can see why it makes more sense to be a PACMAN or a conveyor belt like thing that comes around and disappears, comes around. I understand it. I really do. But I don't see it working that way. I see it working as an electromagnetic field riding on a...
Hey, I don't know if you have it at hand, Eve, but you were saying there's anomalies that you can see, right? I don't know if you could like show it right now, like what some of these anomalies that don't seem to add up with claims of going across those areas. But that would help for next time or whenever to put some of those things together where you can show the anomalies that they're not seeing.
What are you talking? What anomalies are you talking about? I don't understand.
Well, you're saying that you could just go look on ship tracking, and there's
the ships. Yeah, you can see that yourself. Go to ship tracker. Go to 0 degrees, 100. I think it's since it's off of 180, it would be 157 to 160, whatever it is. It's 33 degrees off of 180, exactly where the point splits. But you can see that they have an armada out there, and it's about, it can be anywhere from positive 4 degrees north to negative 6 degrees south, depending on what circuit the sun is in. If it's, the winter or the summer, they follow the armada follows it, or the buoy system that they're using follows it. And these fucking systems that they have sitting out there, armadas, are anywhere from tugs to cargo ships. They've got pleasure craft. They got cruise ships. They've got tankers. I mean, not 1 or 2 tankers. We're talking 10, 12 tankers that are constantly coming out to this place. And there's about, I don't want to exaggerate, but there's about 200 fucking ships. And they're not all just regular merchant maritime ships. They have army, they have I shouldn't say army, they have naval, they have aircraft carriers, they've got all kinds of things out there. And then throughout these ships that are along that line that they move up and down along the celestial equator above or below, they have 24 20 to 27, it changes depending on the time of the year that I've looked at it, navigation aids that are directly I believe it's 1 arc degree or 10 arc degrees. I can't remember exactly what it is, but these navigation aids are inside the armada, and they're lines of ships, hundreds of these ships. And then the navigation aids are dispersed specifically in grids throughout that armada.
And they would be sitting on either side for your map, right? So if it was really in the middle of the blue side of the ball where all these ships are sitting right next to each other rather than on the east or the west of your map, if all those ships are just sitting there year round, that's not really a place where freight ships are shipping goods across the international date line, the way that percentage was talking about, right? They're not just traveling right through where those armadas of ships are, right?
No, because there is, we can get into weird things and all that kind of stuff, but there are definitely governments working in together to do things that are either nefarious that are good for them or nefarious that are good for the world that they want to not keep secret from us. We know that there's islands out there, whether anybody believes it or not, that the governments, not just one, but many governments are using. So they could have something out there like that they would have to be able to send fuel, food, personnel, all that kind of stuff to. But there is nothing on the map out there. There is so much ocean between it and any other landmass that these places, like you said, they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't have a reason to send this much fuel, this many pleasure crafts, this many tugboats, this many armadas of military aircraft, or I'm sorry, military ships with the ability to have the aircraft getting there. It just wouldn't, in my mind, there wouldn't be that there unless it was for a reason. And
yeah, and we talked about even like if on your map it would be that the half of those armada ships are sitting west of west and the other half are east of east, like they're guarding the perimeter, even though there might be some depictions that you could look up on Google and it
Kind
makes
of.
it look like those ships are right next to each other, even though
Yeah.
they're not. So this is what's going on with some of the secrecy. But we talked
And this
about
really-
percentage that maybe there's some outer ponder trading going on, and that's why, or maybe guarding, the waterways that lead on from there, because the waterways could go up a lot further.
Well, and this, a lot of this, as far as me checking into the whole, I mean, I didn't even care about the ships and all that kind of stuff. I did care about the flight patterns and the ship patterns, but I wasn't caring about those things I was seeing out there until, I'm not sure if it was Jibby or if it was Snack, or I can't remember who it was, but somebody brought up a old map that looked like a flat Earth map that was in Greek. And I deciphered it. I went through and
It was me.
It was you?
No, well, it was.
Yeah, I'm the
Jimmy,
one that showed it to you, but it was from well, it could have been a conversation Jibby was in,
it was
from Jazla 111. Jazla 111 was the website.
No,
at least that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, no, Jibby was familiar with that from seeing it in forums from above Top Secret, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's another one that's different. You're right, from Jazla. He shows a depiction of a similar thing. But yeah, that's where you started looking at the. You translated the whole thing from Greek.
So I translated it, and it showed exactly. I mean, it didn't show the star patterns and all that. It shows the movement of planets and showed the movement of whatever they were depicting was these entities that were controlling the Dracoons, and it talked about Draconians and the something Greek. I'm trying to pull it up right now. I'm getting the thing out right now.
It had a really interesting description of the
Greek
firmament.
replacements. It talks about the group of Greek replacements, and all of this, everything that I started finding, had to do with NASA, had to do with space agencies all over the world. And there's names in this thing. There's names of the people. The rector of the group replacements was a doctor something. I don't have that sitting right here in front of me, but it started talking about it started talking about at these places that I was depicting of the celestial equator. At these points were the entrances or the exits. From on the east side, it was where things were coming in, and on the west side is where things were going out, and it showed a portal and it called it the exits. And it just talked about things like this. It said, what's surrounding the world that you see, and this is from the group of Greek replacements. It said, it's a wonderful land, a spherical cloak, stereoscopic, composed of a residual, invisible, transparent solid surrounding the sun, enclosing our solar system, or our system. Dimensional system is what it talks about. So it really was describing what I was depicting, or what a lot of people were trying to depict of as being, whether it be a flat Earth with a dome, whether it be a concave Earth, because some people were saying it was concave. But when it really started talking about what was going on, it talked about that these entities were coming into the magnetic field or into the dome, doing whatever they were trying to control, talk to the leaders of the world that we have, and then they were bringing hazardous material into our area of the magnetic field or our solar system. And then there was a group that came in and cleaned everything out, whether it be wars, whether it be us thinking that we're going into space. But the whole thing of this was it started talking about NASA, the Colombian spaceship exploding, that they was taken out with Caesar weapons and all this kind of stuff. And when I got away from the whole idea of it being an actual story and that this is flat Earth, or that this is a concave Earth, or this map is even showing me anything, and just went with the basic story of what it's talking about. Two factions fighting over the skies, of the control of the skies, controlling the narrative of us, of the beings. Not so, it doesn't talk about people. It just talks about these beings, these the leaders, the group replacements, and the Draconians. It shows that at the exact places where I was talking, that there would be the meeting of the celestial equator and where it would split, there were exits. And when I started looking into it, our governments are there. And that's when I went, wow, that maybe this really does purport up to, as far as the ships being in that area with the navigational aids at those exact locations, guarding those areas, like New Perspectives was saying, maybe an out, maybe an in, maybe they're doing trading, maybe whatever. But it explained a lot of the problem I had with what I was seeing on the ship tracking, what I was seeing on the star charts, as far as at the anomalous areas where our government seems to be. That's all it is.
Outer powder trading posts for maybe that explains all the human trafficking. Who knows?
It could also explain a lot to do with NASA. So everybody believes that NASA isn't going anywhere. Everybody believes there's no, or I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people that believe in flat Earth don't believe there's satellites. They don't believe NASA's sending anybody anywhere or anything anywhere. Well, if you watch every one of their launches from 1960s to now, they launch at the celestial equator, at Orion's belt, or that area of the sky. No matter where they launch on the plane of existence, they always launch everything at that east and west direction, at that area, the celestial equator, 0 latitude. And if it's true, and the way that they're doing it, maybe that's where they're sending shit. To these portals or these areas of whether it be in the sky, whether it be along the ocean, whatever it is.
The real spaceports, not these NASA spaceports, but the real deal.
It could be something like, I don't know. I just know it has to do with
outer ponder areas, right? Like trying to get to the outer ponds.
Yeah, like a economic free trade zone, sort of outer ponder, sort of. Yeah,
I think it's more entities than it would be free trade, but yeah,
I think the outer ponders would be in a republic of some sort, a federated republic, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I would think that if anything that we are dealing with an outer ponder or an alien race or anything like that, it's not that they are going to be, their structure of their civilization or their laws or the way that everything is done.
Yeah,
we mirror them, not that. I believe that we would have had learned from them from the beginning. So we would definitely do the same thing.
Yeah, I think we early back, because this is like a decade ago or something like that. Yeah, we're like, I'm more for an idea of our Earth that can be like iterated many times, like, or as it were, tiled over top of a topography. So like polar patterns, maybe it's just like, a tiling that occurs due to spatial constraints. It just occurs, like a pole happens. So have you thought about that? Or like trying to stack out your model basically where the like if you create an like a tiling of your Earth.
I've done it not up and down, not stacked on top.
Oh no, I just mean like on a planar propagation, like if you tiled before with that model.
So if you look at what they call the seed of life or the egg of life, I mean, there's many different Eastern cultures that call it different things, but the circles that are inside of the Metatron's cube. So that's what I did. I just replicated out what I'm depicting, the Physica Pisces or Psyga Pisces, the circle with the two circles that meet up that make a triangle. In the
Physica Pisces.
Yeah.
Physica Pisces, that's it. So you just take that and you multiply that out six times or 5 other times to make the snowflake or the seed of life. That's what I've done to make it to where it matches up into the whole, the one leg of the whole of the sacred geometry.
Okay.
I haven't done it like
also like I guess the magnetic, I guess north to south. I guess your model would be very consistent if you just had like a necklace version, like a linear infinite plane or something like that. But when we start to like do neighboring like left to right versions of this, like it would have to be, I guess, offset like a zipper or something like that, or in effect there must be like a larger, more macro idea of how the poles would interact on a if you were to expand this to infinite Earth, yes. I guess. Concept.
That's the problem I have, exactly, because it would be snow. I know it.
You would need like a null, like third pole type to like a bridge between, like, it's like trying to tile a soccer ball. You kind of can't do it with all hexagons. You know what I mean? Whatever. It's, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it becomes a false pole. So it's so like everybody asks me, or I shouldn't say everybody, the people that I've talked to in like the, well,
or you'd have to have like just big like dead zones. Maybe you could say like that. Like,
okay, yeah, I guess you could say it's that whenever you're looking as far as the way I'm tiling it, instead of just putting it together side by side or top to bottom, it's in a geometric shape in a snowflake. So you have a 6-sided geometric shape that's all made of the circles, the 2 circles that are top and bottom, north and south, and they alternate, connect, touching in the center. And then when you put them all together, they create a cube. So I know what you're saying, but I haven't done it like what you're talking about as far as stacking them up on top of each other. I'm not sure how that would work as far as
I didn't really mean like stacking them up on in a z-axis, but I just mean like like how it might work as like a nested object in a larger like fractal tiling or something.
But think how scary that would be.
Because like also your figure eight sort of fractalizes the concept of the analemma that we somewhat do perceive anyway. So I think that's an interesting, like that if where things are, sun or moon, right? We're getting these like analemmas out of there. So it'd be interesting if like the entire orbital pattern actually was sort of like a figure eight analemma, in the same situation.
Well,
and
it's funny you say that.
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like a whole different concept of how we think of orbit, It's and then I was also looking at like cardioid figure eight patterns, like for microphones and stuff like that.
Well, I thought it was funny that you said that about the whole being that cycle, that figure eight cycle, because if you look at the data, or if you go out and look at the stars and the planets yourself, you can see that there is an analemmic cycle to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. I'm not sure about Pluto, and I'm really not sure about Uranus, but I just assume those ones do. But Mercury and Venus do not. You do not get an analemma out of those, but the sun, the moon, and all the rest of the plane of existence that you do. And the reason I believe it is because Mercury and Venus are actually orbiting the sun. They're not held within their circuit just like all the other objects. So as far as you talking about the whole itself being on this circle, this whole thing, most of it is, but the objects that we see within it, to me, you can see the difference between what it is and what it's associated with, as opposed to if it's going to have that analemmic cycle or not. Because I was looking for that with Venus, and I don't see Mercury, but I was trying to catch the Venus analemma, and there isn't one.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't want to take it too far afield. Yeah, interesting.
What? Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, I'm not sure what the heck planets are. So like I'm not sure like how to. But I do think that they will say like they comport with like a warm and cool colors only, and that this is some kind of material giveaway in this for me. I'm not sure like what it is that we're seeing, like when we're able to sight a planet, like what is it we're actually looking at. I
can't be sure,
I'm not
but
sure.
I believe they are the actual wandering stars, the movable lights that you can see. I believe they're objects. I mean,
like I guess if the sun was a proximal body, right? It's like much closer. I don't know whatever distances we're trying to set, but it's much closer than 93 million miles. I guess in this model.
Yeah, way closer to 93
Like
million.
way closer. So if it's such a bright light source, like could it not like kick a reflection off of a corner of a dome or something like that, or I don't know what, like in essence, like some of these things that we think are, well, maybe like Mercury and Venus are like reflective points, like it's somebody else's sunset you're seeing, maybe as it moves. I don't know.
Well,
Like,
as far as the
reflection
reflection,
sorry.
as far as the reflection, I believe there is a reflection, and we all see it. So, if you think of it as being a dome, you can think of it as a crystalline structure, or water, or let's say it's even a magnetic field that's given us the reflective back of the light. So, when you see a rainbow, you see it exactly the same distance. It's 1/3 the distance to the second rainbow from the first rainbow as it is from the observer viewpoint to the first rainbow. So if you go out and look at a rainbow, it's a certain distance from the ground. You know that, and its spectrum color split is in a certain way, purple, blue, whatever, all the way down to orange and yellow. Well, if you look at the second rainbow, it's 1/3 the distance from that first rainbow to the second as it is from the bottom of the ground to the first rainbow, and it's split exactly. The spectrum of it is backwards, and it's 1/2 the strength, as far as 50% strength. And I agree. I am under the impression that it's this. The light, the ambient light, the incandescent light that's coming off the sun is bouncing off of the dome, the whatever you want to call it, the magnetic field, the ocean, the water, the crystalline structure, off the initial part of the dome that you see. And whatever we're talking about is not just reflective, not just a piece of glass, but it's the light can go into it, so it refracts.
But
so
it's
as
I'm sorry. Complete.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Snack.
What? No, I just mean like it's a polar pattern. Like the rainbow itself is a polar pattern. It's polarized, and yeah, you can take it away with a polarizer.
Right, but you're getting. I guess that's true. No, I was saying you're getting both the spectrum split and a refraction. You're getting both of them at the same time. So you got to have two refractors. You can't just have a piece of glass or a mirror. There has to be a mirror with a piece of glass on top of it in order to have correction and refraction and reflection.
Well, like the light that the blue light of the sky is effectively mostly polarized light.
Okay.
So I don't know what that really means, honestly, but it's it means for certain things, like if you have a polarizer, you can dim the sky down. The circular polarizer, you just you're basically just changing the beam angle of what that that is, and then that can take it down. And so you can take away rainbows and other things. So it's an interesting revealer of what is other things that are polarized.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, of course. Wow, I didn't think about it like that. But I mean, if you're changing the light spectrum, you're gonna get rid of the split that you just did anyway. So yeah, I can see that.
It's just a weird thing that I didn't really know. That I thought that it was just like a uniform light source, but no, it's like particularly that because of the blueness, it like polarizes that light. So, I don't know. It's kind of
another problem with that we have. At least I have anyway, when I start looking at everything as far as light and spectrums and the splits of everything, is that we have a direct light, an actual, I'm not sure the word exactly what it is, but then you have an ambient light. So you have a UV or infrared type, and it's UV is what you're getting. And then you're getting incandescent, and I know that's not the probably correct terminology, but direct sunlight from the heat. You feel the heat of it. You feel the ions hitting you. You can see the orangeness of light. but we also get that UV light that's coming off of the atmosphere or the excitement of everything, all the gases. And that's where I have a problem, because I'm not sure if that goes along with polarization or not. I haven't looked into that. So that might be where that polarization comes from, because you're saying the blue light, right? The ambient light in the sky that changes all the color spectrums that are the polarization.
Yeah, I mean, it's like tough to know if like it's like this. Well, the sun's not polar. I should be able to take the whole sun away with a cross polarizer, but I can't. Or it's there's not one that's made strong enough to override it. But I'm wondering which is a chicken or the egg. Which is it? The blue that's polarizing the light, like the internal reflection. I don't know, whatever waveguide that's creating, that's making that happen, or maybe it's just like all. I don't know what it could be, man. But yeah.
I think it's the frequency, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just think the polarization just removes that frequency or stops that frequency from coming through the filter. So,
yeah.
Or that whatever you want to call it, frequency, spectrum, but it's all light frequency is how I look at it. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. I think they split up light and frequency. That's all extra. Yeah, it's all frequency. Yeah, just like the radio waves and everything. You got gamma, X-ray, alpha, all that kind of stuff. It's all
like
frequency.
there's like a polarizer film like in front of the LCD that allows it to so you can see it. And if you were to take like a polarized another piece of LCD film, which is just polarizing film, and if you turn it at a 45-degree angle, it'll like effectively neutralize the TV. You won't be able to see it. Just look black to you.
Black out. Yeah, there's guys that do that on their I've seen guys do that on their bid to be the best video game player at the thing or whatever. They cover their entire screens with it so they can only see at this exact angle.
Right. And that for sure like makes me think of like the ecliptic like action like of when the sun's eclipsed by the moon, you know. Like it wipes it out. Like it's like completely obscures it. Whereas you would think that like light has a tendency to, like, and that much light, that must be like way more joules per. I mean, they're getting blasted. They have no atmosphere to change, to alter anything. It would have to wrap around the whole moon. Like I don't even think that there would be like you would see the whole moon like show up or something like that. It would seem like that would be thing, especially something so reflective. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess that's possible for it. I have a hard time seeing the light wrapping around the moon to show the moon, but I see what you're saying, because there would be so much light, it would almost glow. The ambient light would glow the front side of the moon, so you would see it. Is that what you're saying?
Like a little bit more than like not at all. Like
yeah,
all people like might see some side boob of a crater or something like that, or maybe they see a pixel stuck or whatever. I don't know what is happening. You know, so sometimes people will claim that, but it's few and far between, and there's no gross effect that has occurred from it. And yeah, I would just think with something such a high reflectivity index, it should at least not be totally black.
Yeah, it's the same as saying, so if somebody was sitting behind somebody with a big powerful light, you should be able, and you don't see their face, but and you wouldn't expect to see their face, but if you had the sun behind them, you would expect to see their face a little bit, even though there would be a shadow.
It's completely, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's
I
a
understand
dynamic
what you're
range
saying.
like that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm stupid. I mean, it will blast that out to where you're like, oh, I can't see anything. But, like as far as like even the most sensitive cameras people have been pulling out, like the whatever P900s and stuff, like they're not showing the they're not able to. Yeah, not enough. Man. It just seems more like it's a polarization effect than anything to me. So take that for what it is.
No, I could see that. I could see why you would say that. I don't know how to describe that. As far as I haven't really looked into why light doesn't work exactly like what we would think from the sun, as opposed to all the other direct sources that we can use here on the Earth. So I would just be spitballing pretty much.
Hey, E1, what's your take on eclipses, my friend? I don't know if you've covered this. Do you have any take on what the lunar and solar eclipses are?
As far as what do you mean? I don't understand what they are. I mean, they happen the same way as far as the analemic cycle is involved in it, so that where the sun goes through its full cycle for north and south in 1 year, the moon does it 12 times in a year, and when they cross, you can see that they're running through the toroidal field. As far as this is the way I depict it, they both run through the same toroidal field in the same area, but they're not in the same how can I put it? They aren't the same weight, or they're not the same charge. They are the same size, I believe, but as they go through, only these certain times when the sun is at the top of the toroidal field and the moon is at the bottom of that toroidal field and they cross. It doesn't mean that they have to be in the donut or anything like that, but if like the sun's coming over and crossing over to, let's say, north to south, and the moon is coming up and crossing from north to south, but it's on a different cycle as far as it's lower or higher, however you want to look at it, that's where I think that's where I think that you have the eclipses is mathematically I shouldn't say mathematically anymore because apparently people don't like that. Cyclically, you're going to have those anomalies or those modulations when the sun and the moon cross. If one does it in a year, or one does it once a year, one does it 12 times a year, you're going to have that when they cross, and they won't cross exactly at the same time, but when they do, that's when you have total eclipses, lunar eclipses or solar eclipses, whichever way.
So that makes sense to me for the solar eclipse. What do you think is causing the shadow on the lunar eclipse? Do you have a take on that?
As far as what do you mean the shadow on the lunar eclipse?
Well, on the lunar eclipse, the globe argument is that it's the Earth's shadow. So what, in your mind, what it wouldn't be the Earth's shadow, would it? So what would it be, sort of, in your mind?
So the solar eclipse would happen only, in my mind, I know this isn't going to be for everybody, but only in my mind, when the sun is at the exact 180 degree in the magnetic field of the moon. So if the sun travels, let's say that the moon's right over Africa, and we're going to get a lunar eclipse. Would it be a lunar eclipse? We get a lunar eclipse in Africa right over the center, right? The sun, for me, would have to be on the very back side, or where everybody was saying where my finger was, on south of south at that point. And it's not an object that's doing it. It's the magnetic field lines showing that shadow. I don't know how to put. It's not a shadow. The unexcitement or the enlightenment of the moon, I guess is how I guess it would be what you would consider the center of the toroidal field is what's blocking the light as the sun goes around the center of that toroidal field. The moon would be on the other side of that toroidal field, and that's what's blocking it, is the center of that toroidal field, because there's no magnetic field going through the center. It has to go around it, and that's what I think's causing that. I hope I explained that okay. I'm not sure if I did.
Yeah, that was super interesting, dude. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Okay.
Obviously,
cool.
I know you can only speculate, but yeah, that was interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not, and like I say, I'm not a genius. I don't purport to be, and I don't purport to know everything. These are just what I've surmised from coming up with this.
Quasi-luminous.
Somebody said something. I didn't hear what they said. What'd you say?
I said quasi-luminous. Remember him?
No, I don't. No, I think the biggest connection for me anymore has nothing to do with flat Earth or has anything to do with the movement it does have to do with the movement of the sun and the stars and planets and all that. But I think the major thing that I'm getting from all of this, and I'm going to, is the connection between, whether you want to call it the spiritual, the esoteric, or the energy, the Gaia of this world, and how you can mix, or I shouldn't say how you can. When I feel like I will be able to mix the teachings of the Western culture, of not so much religion, but all of the mechanics of the world and how things work with science, and then mix it with the Eastern culture as far as the esoteric, the spiritual part. I think that's what this is going to do. I know it might sound way fairy tale or far-fetched that could even be done, but that's what I think. Connecting the electromagnetic field on top of a magnetic field, describing how everything works, I think that's going to explain to me, maybe to you, why we're here, and what we are, and as far as what our purpose is. But that might be thinking too far ahead. I don't know.
What do you think of? Is it Tycho Brahe? His geocentric model, where he kind of sets up something similar to the flower of life. Do you have any comments on his model?
I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay. Might be worth checking out. Yeah, he had the celestial bodies, the planets, following a pattern very similar to the flower of life. So it makes like a beautiful, from a top-down view, it makes like a beautiful geometric sort of flower pattern, all the planets.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought it was beautiful, and yeah, apparently there's an equivalence in the sky, and it can still work. But yeah.
Can you give me the name again?
I think it's called the Tycho Brahe. Yeah, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Oh, somebody's posted it in the side chat. Tycho Brahe.
Tycho Brahe, I got it.
Yeah, he had a geocentric model, and his depiction of the planets was very similar to the flower of life from a top-down perspective.
I'm trying to find the model. I'm not finding the model, though. That's weird. Oh, you said somebody posted it, though, right? Or did they just post the name?
No, they just posted the name. Let me see if I can find it for you.
And is it an Earth model or a sky model, or what is it? What is it they saying it is?
Sky model of the geocentric planets.
Yeah, I think his work was pretty much like, he's still dealing with like epicycle and what's the other part? Different.
It's known as the Tychonic system or something.
Tycho Brahe solar system is what I'm finding. Does that sound right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it. Yeah, for sure. And you know what's funny is I've never heard of this or anything, but I can show you a page in one of my books from 2012 that show and depict the stars just like this, except they're split between the north and the south orbit.
Roots Tycho was a geocentrist, just to be clear. He was a geocentrist, and he didn't believe in it's been discussed a flat plane or anything as such. His idea was basically we are the center. Everything goes around us. There's nothing to do with the flat plane.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Just saying. Yeah.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
But I find it fascinating how there seems to be some sort of fingerprint pattern going on at all levels. I'm not sure what your discussion was with Snax previously on the Fibonacci sequence, but I just get this feeling that the sky is making these similar patterns.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. No, I think when me and Snack were talking before, I wasn't anywhere along even figuring out the stars at that point. This was years ago, 10 years ago, somewhere around 8 years ago at least. And so when we got into this, it was just a matter of he brought up the Fibonacci sequence, and I was talking about just starting to get into the whole geometric or sacred geometry and how that would associate it. And I kept asking him, where do you see it? Where do you see this Fibonacci secret?
Well,
and
you
he
don't.
told.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
there.
Go ahead.
It's like the thing I was pulling from was a paper somebody else had written. So it wasn't really my observations on it. Although I do Fibonacci, in my own. But this was to do with the fact that like the phi ratio as multiplied basically gives you like the orbits, not the orbits, the year of in days. Like what if the orbit of Mercury 88 days or 264 or something like that for Venus, and what our 365 would be, and then it would post what Mars would be, and then I think the asteroid belt gets its own, but these all apparently follow the periodicity in phi. So I was just, and then it became I was just trying to get to be like, oh, that's easy to understand, but like, oh, it's maybe that's got to do with like the energy of what this phi stuff is that's going on. I guess that's where I was trying to get to.
I was hard-headed at the time.
Yeah,
and that's what the problem.
Had a miscommunication there.
Oh, it was more miscommunication. At that point, I know I was hot-headed. So I mean, I understand because I think I got a little bit angry, didn't I? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic. I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird. That's what I'm saying. It was, and all I needed to do was understand that you were talking about of the whole and not exactly the situation we were talking about, and I should have got it. I should have. And I'm sorry, Snack. I apologize.
Oh yeah, no, I think at some point in the pre-lockdown phase, I think our crew went through like a shock syndrome of some sort, and it's just I think. There was just some strays. Maybe maybe you caught some strays from me, or vice versa, or other people, and just I know. I don't know, man. There's no textbook of like how to manage this internet shit.
No, and especially when the powers that be are actually pushing this technology for us to fight each other. Or I shouldn't say fight each other, but be at ends with each other. No matter what. I mean, you can see it. So yeah, it's going to be hard to navigate all this shit, technology, and then the propaganda that's pushed at us from whatever AI system or whatever algorithm wants us to know what.
The maps that the YouTube doesn't want you to know about.
I don't even think they even fucking care about that shit anymore. They're on to bigger and better things now. I mean, I know that they're not going to come out and tell us that the Earth is flat and that this is the way it works and this is where we're sending NASA and this is how we're doing this. I know they're not going to do that, but I think that the system, as far as the whether you want to call it the economic, the monetary, the rulers that be that hegemony is at its point of change, and when that happens, that's when, as far as when civilizations fall, when Rome fell, when Egypt fell, all those times, that's when people were able to gather the true information because the lies couldn't be told. They couldn't be paid to be for the truth to be suppressed. So I think right now is when we're going to be able to start figuring things out, because I think that the system is crashing now. I think that America is not going to be the hegemony. We aren't going to be the standard drawing rights reserve anymore. We are going to go to war, no matter which war we have to go to. We're going to start a war to be able to.
About 12 hours.
Well, I just mean so we can blanket the money that we've swindled away. We can blanket, secret the nefarious things that our government has done and governments have done around the world for decades. I mean, it's not $37 trillion that the United States owes. It's hundreds of trillions of dollars, and there is no paying this back. There is none of that, and that's what I think these cycles match up exactly with the cycles that we see in the sky. Match up I shouldn't say match up, but they happen. You're going to have a cycle of growing, prosperous, and then the fall of every civilization, of every hegemony, of every ruler, of every ideal system, because of corruption. Nobody can be honest. Nobody can ever be fair. And every system that we've ever built is bound by the system itself to be corrupt. Sorry, I went on a little tirade there. Anybody else feel like cheeseburger at McDonald's is going to be $15 tomorrow?
Hey, outside of the grid lines of the map that you have, like how far away could stuff be and still be like habitable? From
8,600 miles.
Like, I mean, for this, but like nice though, like not like
4,935 miles approximately, because that's how far it is. However, whatever the distance is from the equator to the North Pole is approximately how you're going to have your habitable area. So I think that's that's 6,000. What is it? I'm fucking have to.
Because Hawaii's still pretty nice, right? So
yeah, for sure. And then who knows? Who knows is like what you're talking about outside of that area. Is there another magnetic field with the sun going around its figure eight? Opposing. When we're in the north, it's in the south.
Like some kind of.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I really think there must be, for it to all be synergy, or all be held within the geometric shapes that we see everything works within, whether it be an atom or anything.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just like I think of a dome. I think of bubble wrap, and I don't necessarily think that we have like a dome or whatever. But like when like tilings of bubble wrap, or just like nodes on a surface, just like that. Because there's capacitance, like, and magnetism, that it just would be that. Well, I don't know. Possibly a node can just arise out of having that. Like it developed that. I don't know.
I see what you're saying, though. That's kind of how I think I pictured it at first too, with the domes or with the bubble wrap, like what you're saying. Wherever the figure eights or the circles, like what you're thinking, wherever the plane of existence is, with inside the grid is a bubble over the top of it. I'm not sure I think of it like that anymore, but I mean it's the same principle. Now I think of it as a part of the snowflake, a part of the snowflake bubble. So it's still a dome, but it's not just a dome. I understand what you're saying, though. Yeah,
I just feel like if it works out pretty nice, like we got life, you know what I mean? All that stuff. Like if it works out one place, maybe it could work out another place. And then it's counter to the narrative that there is no other habitable area that we can go to. So I think it tickles my conspiracy fancy, I guess.
You know what the Vonyuk manuscript is?
I've done some watching about it. Yeah.
Okay, so I printed this thing out because it was so weird, and I didn't know what the connection was. They say it's pretty much a book about. Oh, I'm hearing myself talk. That was weird. But you're looking at a book that has plant life, star constellations, all different types of things on the women having birth or women's cycles as far as periods and having children and stuff. But the main point was this: they show a bunch of star constellations and depicted exactly how the Starfinder that I found does, a circle and all that kind of stuff with each one of the stars, but they're not the same stars that we have in our plane of existence or our world, however you want to say it. The same with the plants. There is an entire manuscript, an entire botanical fucking dictionary of the plants that this person, whoever it was, that was describing, and not one of them is in our world. So if that's true, what you're talking about, that's where I think the Vonyuk manuscript came from. That's where the stories from, things that we can't evidentially prove, or we can't show in this plane of existence, but we have things that describe things that are, you would almost have to come up with an entire world story to come up with the type of plants that are in here, the stars, all that kind of stuff, and then to write it out in 350 pages.
Right.
So
you're somebody who's like spent a not insignificant amount of time developing, like, your own work, right? It would take a person 30 or more years possibly to develop out like what the Voynich manuscript has in it.
Right, and then the big part of it is that it's in a language that nobody's ever deciphered.
I've seen some. There is. How recently have you looked into it?
I've looked into it all the time. I have it. I printed it out so I can try and decipher it.
Okay.
They have AI that says that they tried to, that they came close, but they don't. The problem is the doubling of the beginning characters that they have in all of the words. There's a doubling. It looks like an L and a T, and then it looks like a T and a T, and then nothing purports as far as even the AI can't use a deciphering code or a linguistics basis to transfer it into anything that we would understand as being either a language or they don't even call it a language. What do they call it? You couldn't translate it into any known language, as far as nobody would be able to understand what it was, even when the AI translated it. It's fucked. It's insane. Why did you hear somebody translate it?
No, I mean, I thought I heard some like better decodes of things going on with it, but maybe not.
I might have to look into it closer too. I'm looking at it right now, and it's amazing. It's got fold outs that are 6 times the size of the book, as far as the way that it's all crafted together and everything. Oh, it's fucking amazing, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people like are I don't know. There's certainly some sometimes they'll uncover like the works of someone, and it's like, wow, they were just a run of the mill guy doing a job for 40 years as a postman. Didn't realize like this guy had like 100,000 page book that he was making. So
and then you got the ones that are lying. There's all kinds of fakes out there, as far as that mean nothing. They were just trying to make something that looked important.
But like the consistency throughout all of it, like in terms of the way it's drawn, and what I mean, there is consistency there. It would suggest that there's like a lot more time that would be needed to like concoct all of the tales about it, or that it was all basically written or notated at the same time. It seems like that.
Well, embellished, yeah. It's illuminated and embellished with the seems to be in a story format, as far as you would think that if they were writing all this down and they had to just make up all this kind of stuff, it would still take for ages to make up all this stuff. But then they have all the pictures of the women in the green goo, the star patterns, the star constellations, the plants, the fucking literally laying out the plants, separating it like you would for science class, to where you would see the stems, the pacilla or whatever it is, it literally labels out all the parts of each one of the plants and stuff like that. Right. That's what's amazing.
Yeah, and I think they've tried to like narrow down like where some of the types of those buildings that are depicted, somewhere like, was it like Italy or Turkey, somewhere around there? Like trying to compare architectural details, and like I
didn't see any buildings, none, not one.
There are a couple like castle like facades that are there, and
somewhere the top pieces. Yeah, I don't know. I know what you're talking about, but that's not. I don't see buildings.
It's like, I don't know. It's some kind of like a cowled
Do you know age?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, sorry. I'm looking. I see the tops of the Geishins where the tubes and everything of the green goo to the ladies and everything, the tubes of all bringing the green goo and stuff, but they're just tops of these tubes. I don't see any buildings yet. Anyway, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they did anything like that.
I don't know. A lot of people are trying to, figure it out. It's puzzle.
I tried for a while, and I thought I did really good with that fucking Greek map to be able to translate all that shit, and I thought, oh, it's going to be so easy to mess with the Von Nuke manuscript now that I know how to do that. And it wasn't. It didn't help me at all.
Well, there's nobody that knows how to translate it, right? I mean, nobody's figured out the language yet.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, you would have to take each common letter and then figure out, why they're next to the whatever letter, if there's a vowel or a consonant, and all those kind of things. I mean, you'd have to, Rosetta Stone it somehow.
What if it's like mirrored? Have they tried a mirror reflection of it?
I tried that. I certainly did try that. And then I thought...
So, who are the outer ponders we need to find to figure out the language is the question, probably.
I think they're the ones that we call the men of renown, or the men of the people from the sky, or the people from the sea. Every time that you see a mythological being or a god or a leader that was 13 feet tall, those are our outer ponders. That's what I believe.
Like there should be other evidences from a similar. Like, it's just strange. Well, I mean, we only have one Antikythera mechanism, so like I'm not going to split hairs here, but it would be. There should be other connected materials to, like, if there were people going in and out, and if there was some other kind of whole area with like green goo women and crazy vegetations,
Yeah, you're right. There should be a lot of fucking evidence. Especially if there's green gooed women with fucking tubes and different plants. Jesus.
I'm saying, like, yeah. Or is that like, or is it possible like this person is on like a lot of drugs possibly, and then they're like imagining the inside of the plant or something, like that these women are the spirit of the plant, like moving the moisture or something like that, like to these pool. Like I have no idea, like, because it's all just in the gibberish cat scratch. Right.
Well, no, it looks, if you follow the pictures of it, and this is just my interpretation, but if you follow the pictures of it, the way it's laid out, it looks like it's a medicinal, like almost like a medicinal book that helps women that are having pregnancy or are going to get pregnant, and they look at the stars. All the depictions of the stars are all not men or constellations; they're women. It's one of 12 women sitting there, and they show the birth, of the babies, and they show, I shouldn't say they show the birth, but they show the baby coming down through the tube, this green goo that they've made from the plants. I think I'm just going by what I see. But it looks to be like it's a manual for women or for whatever these fat, globulous things that look like humans are in this green goo. It looks like it's for birthing their young and what plants to get. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like to me.
Maybe it's like helping people that are on acid and having babies at the same time. I don't know.
Or DMT or whatever. It could be somebody just taking some fucking ayahuasca and decided he had a trip and this is what it was.
Or it's like he's a brilliant, mad genius that is on the drugs as well, and he's made up this whole world in his head with the whole language and everything. Nice.
Yeah, social engineering isn't happening here.
This is like the perfect guy. You would be right. You would make a fake Voynich manuscript, right, Zynex?
Me?
Like,
Oh,
yeah,
Zynex.
like you would be like, I concocted the entire thing. All the you that would interest you possibly, like as a you have determination in you. It takes a lot of determination to pen a book like this, a collection of these things. I think it's a unique work for sure, fiction or real.
Yeah.
There's that guy Electric Gnosis who just recently did a whole video on Vanya's manuscript. If anyone's interested, I'll put it in the chat.
I want to read the Zynex manuscript.
And you know what I think actually has happened throughout time, many times over. We've lost. If you just think about it, put just the Vanya manuscript or whatever. These things are very obscure. There's not very many of them. They didn't replicate them or anything like that. And how many of them that we don't have? Not to say the Vanya manuscript, but things that would describe what people were thinking was happening, what people were seeing, what they were recording down from eons past. Because I'm starting to understand that the history that we've been told is not even close to true. And that there was a point where in our history, they just went through everywhere they could. The libraries of Alexandria, they went through, whether you believe in Tartaria or whatever, they destroyed everything they possibly could of the losers of every war. So I think we've lost so much information that we would all be awestruck or not being able to understand what their concept even is of what they're writing down.
Yeah, so there could have been many different books like the Voynich manuscript with the same language and that's the one that didn't get destroyed or something like that, maybe.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm getting at. A very much easier way to say it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good at just plain speak. Sometimes. But I gotta go. I gotta go to bed again. But I'm gonna be listening, I guess, on YouTube. Talk to you guys.
Yeah,
Talk
man.
to you soon. Oh, I have to unmute somebody. I think was it Tony? Is he still here? I
You still
can't mute
muted
without
somebody, dude? That's messed up. You shouldn't keep muting somebody. I can understand at a time.
I forgot that he was muted. Now that I was just about to leave, and I'm like, oh shit, did I have him muted still? Sorry, Tony. He's muted a lot though for bloviating incessantly and not letting conversations happen.
It's mathematically impossible.
It just ruins everything. So he understands that. He's been told that. So anyway, I'll talk to you guys.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. I think you're very accommodating to questions about it. You know what I mean? And it's kind of aggressive if somebody necessarily like comes at you, I think.
Yeah, but I get aggressive too, so I understand.
I know.
And why wouldn't they be aggressive if it's their not just what they believe, but their whole structure of the way reality is? And I'm questioning it, and they're going, no, there's no way. I can understand why people are aggressive, and it's really off-putting to hear some of this stuff. But for me, all I had to do is just take the time to put it against everything, and I went, oh, well, I guess this is how it is.
No, it's cool. Like, I don't think my ideas really translate very well to explanation, so I really haven't been able to break my ideas down for anybody. But that's fine. They're, for me, I don't really need to. I don't feel like I need to tell anybody, like,
yeah,
or that somebody needs to necessarily agree with me, let alone understand. But this model for me is like, I guess, my own sort of mirror reflection of it, because it's like a model I guess I don't intuit. I don't necessarily, you know what I mean? Like, it's different than what mine is. And, you know, like without being like, oh, that's wrong. Like I'm trying to get to the point where it's just like, oh, it's all it's all just food for the brain, you know, like to see what these ideas look like if they're pursued out and the work is put in, you know, to pan them out. Like in effect, we're just trying to map areas of reality where, you know, we can create a model that works in any way, like a map of how to get to the store. You could take a lot of ways to get there, you know.
Yeah, you can.
Whether or not, like, yeah, it's interesting to consider whether or not, like, there are factoids that somebody else could, like, lob at your model and break the model, like, as far as, like, it comporting with a physical layout. But I'm not exactly sure what that is. Since
The only problem I'm going to have is that those parts that I was talking about, at those anomalies. That's the only problem I see. Is those areas are the only problem where somebody can throw stuff at or throw questions at, to where it's not only hard for me to explain, but even harder to prove.
Right, and then the globe's got its, like, dip angles and magnetic declinations and Bermuda triangles and such. It's got its own anomalous things that it has going on for itself.
Oh yeah, everything does. But that's what I say. I know I keep saying it, but if I get away from the flat Earth, who even cares about the exact shape of it? But if it describes how everything is working, the magnetic fields, the toroidal fields, the geometric shapes, how it all lines up with the megalithic structures on the Earth to give us these geometric shapes over a flat plane, and then get away from that and say, well, we all work on a magnetic field. We can change your feeling. We can look at the structure of your body in a CAT scan or I can't remember what the other one that's like a CAT scan. It doesn't matter. Or we can read the pulses inside of your brain with an EKG, or inside of your real
time, like fMRI stuff. There was a guy who's got, like, crazy ability to hear, like he can hear a whole orchestra in his head and then, like, spotlight any particular player in it and cue and write on that. He's a musical genius, and then just want to, like, look at his brain, see, like, what's pinging, what's lighting up inside of it. It's like it's pretty amazing that we're able to do these things, like, and things we can't explain, like that level of sometimes people have just, like, freak abilities, you know, where nobody told them that they couldn't do it, and they just can do it, you know.
Yes. Yep. That's true. Even with tolerances, some people, and I don't mean tolerances as pain, I mean their skin doesn't burn, or their skin doesn't react to the cold, and it's not because they're chemically different. Their body has reacted and their mind has reacted differently to what the situation of the medium they're in. I mean, you see people that can walk on coals. There's people that can dive into freezing cold water in the Arctic and be fine. And we wouldn't be able to do that. Not even close. I wouldn't anyway.
Yeah, it's like, it's willpower, right? Because, like, somehow you can, like, overcome. You can, like, I don't know, I guess shoot, like, the current out one side of your brain, juts in the other, and, you know, bam, now we can do something really, really at the edges of what we should be able to do. You have, like, I guess a balance, or like a tension that you hold to something, especially when it's, like, something real difficult, like you're doing brain surgery, I'm flying a rocket ship or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you're gritting your teeth, right? It's like we can hold the focus because, like, of the wiring, like you're prepared to do something. You can balance the performance with the tension. You need the tension to actually generate the amount of voltage that's necessary to put through your shit to actually perform. You know what I mean? Like high-end things. Like, we can't just be like, yeah, I guess I'll try to win the championship. You know what I mean? You have to really be driving. So there's something interesting that we can, like, increase our somewhat of, like, the current, you know. We can overcome
that's the whole point.
With willpower.
What if we're all just little current generators, not batteries, but actually current generators. And if they can get us all to be at the same time around the entire plane of existence, all to be amped up, all to be scared, all to be worried, what do you think? If that's possible, that might be one of the things that changes the connection between why the things that happen in this world that don't make sense are happening, as opposed to why you don't think. It's almost like you don't think that a human being would do the things that the leaders of this world are doing. And if it all comes back to generation of energy, it might bring a lot back to it. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. I think this world makes so little sense that it actually makes a lot of sense to me, because I think I see things that are totally chaotic, and they make more sense to me than things that are like on the surface related. Because my brain's inside out.
Say that again. I didn't exactly catch what you said. I heard the words, but I didn't catch that.
It's so chaotic. If you look at all these different things that are going on right now and in the past, and all the different conspiracy theories and the different subjects that people like trip on in this topic material, and I guess everything that like lines up to this one thing right now for me, that almost like substantiates like every conspiracy theory to some regard. It's always been about Russia. For like our entire lives, and before that, like a lifetime before that, and
whether
before
it be
that,
our carrier or whatever. Is that what you mean?
Something like that, yeah. Like it's always been this struggle between the East and West. Like it's
yeah.
Like
okay.
Go back to like the Alexandrian time. Like it's always, it's the it of all of it.
What do you think that separation is? Is it the culture? Is it the way? Or is it the knowledge? I mean, what do you think that they're fighting to get rid of? Is it the people? The lineage? I don't understand.
I don't know. These two forces are very different. But like, I guess it's that really. I'm just an American, so I got really no idea. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else knows or thinks? I'm not from some other place to have an opinion on that. But like.
I thought you had what they were doing. Okay.
We want to flip all these governments over to being like not whip cracking bad states. You know what I mean? Totalitarian dictators. I know those are big words. I'm just trying to.
You don't think they are though?
Like with the. I think that there's a group of people who want to try to make the world like a unified, like democratic entity, like where everybody kind of basically has the same shit going on,
right.
And it makes it fair for trade and stuff like that. When a country can like sort of borrow off, like create it is its own capital structure where it's like got its own companies, it's doing its own thing. That's like it's nationalizing all that stuff, and it's not broken down through the filter of like like commerce and companies and corporations and stuff like that. When it's not actually broken down that way, they can everything gets very tilted. The whole the scheme of it, like how economically it functions with other countries, may be very imbalanced. Because a country like China can like dump its entire like IP, fucking bank it to infinity, and then come up with like the DJI drones, where like another country couldn't muster that or wouldn't do it that way. Like we don't centralize like a shit ton of money to like come up with commercial items. Like
right. We just print it.
We'll do that. We'll do that for military items, but we don't do it for like. Come up with the next TV or something like that.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. See, I don't look at it as even from ancient times. All of the leaders knew what was good for them, and what was good for them was to be in cahoots with the other leaders to keep control of the masses. So whenever you have a winner or a loser of a war, I don't think you really do have a loser of a war. You have a blending of the knowledge and the leadership of the loser blends into the winner. So that just like I don't think the Nazis are gone. I think that pretty much they blended into Russia, the EU or the UK and America. Project Paperclip. They took the brightest of the bright, the leaders of not the war leaders, but the political leaders, the scientific leaders, the every discipline of science that you could think of, even psychology, to bring over to those three countries. And I think that's how it happens.
Yeah, well, it's like right now I think we're in the midst of World War III, but the history books have not caught up to it yet.
Yes.
And then also, I believe that there's something called like a World War Zero, where it's nothing that is written about, but it is all of the prerequisite tension that created the capacity and the animus for World War I to pop off, you know. So, but all this sets for like the globe set, like how globally, and then I just mean that in like a top-down fashion, like not spherical topic. I don't mean that shape-wise, but like as a to globally be able to manage a network of democratic nations with free trade and all that is the dream of like like all the fucking European countries, you know, be able to like even America. It really is the dream of what like people who lived before America had for the spirit of those European countries, like to work in partnership across like a common language with like common interests, interchangeable styles, and you know, import export exchange, all that stuff, you know. So like, you know, trying to take over places, I'm not really for that, you know, putting boots down and taking over places. That's pretty much at the opposite end of the trend line for a harmonious Earth. You know, if we figure like this place isn't really that big, you know, we should be able to fucking have everybody partner and for it to be fair and shit, and for people to be treated fairly. That would be, what a cool goal that would be. Like, why is it that human beings can't get, or it's so difficult to get there? And then you start to think about all these like wars and stuff, like they seem very detached, you know, like Korea, Vietnam, Guam, like whatever, all these things that seem decentralized, but there's a common thread to all of them. And I think it really is this east-west axis that's really been at play the entire time.
Sorry to dip out on you.
That's okay. I was just talking nonsense gibberish.
Oh, I'm
you
not
being idealistic again, Snax.
I'm glad nobody's listening. But then all this like space-tasia of it all, like it makes sense because it's a component of like a Cold War. You know what I mean? Like all these things start to like, you know. Like all this Middle East stuff. Oh, these are proxies. These are actually proxy things. You know.
Yeah, I would agree with that. For sure.
Hey, E1, before you go, quick question. The idea that you've stumbled upon and potentially building this new model, have you seen any sort of similarities to older civilizations, or any more, you know, like obscure older models that are saying something similar?
Sort of. I mean, it's not, I can't say that it's from the ancient civilizations, but it was the astrolabes. Anything before the astrolabes that you find that are on either stone or mostly metal and wood. But there are, I can't say that they're anything past like the 1500s or the 1300s, but they predate those types of things. So I know that they all use these same principles. They all use the star patterns in the way that I am in a circle. They used the angles of it to tell them what their latitude was. They didn't have many on those ones. They only had one or two stars that they could go off of. But that's what I go off of as far as the things that show it. in the ancient cultures as far as what I'm depicting this as. The other thing that it really shows in the ancient cultures, not so much a map like what you see, but in the symbols, the two-headed eagle shows you the two sides where the divergence and the convergence happens between the two hemispheres or the two quadrants, north and south. The spreading of the wings and the way around it is the actual movement of the stars in that one direction from east to west, and then circling around counterclockwise and clockwise depending on their perspective as far as north or south. Then you have the Egyptians. They literally separate the sky by the same thing, a big wing that's spread out across the top, and then you have the crowns of the Egyptian leaders, whether they be in the north or the south, depicts on which headdress that they have, whether the headdress has the sun or the horns looking like it, or the analemic, depends on whether it's north or south, things like that, showing the movement of the heavens in this fashion, in these two discs or these two centrifugal circles or circuits above them, one in the north, one in the south. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're looking for, but I never found a map that looked like mine. I never found anything that showed the actual latitude and longitude lines separated. But what I did find is the scarabs, the exact spider, the same depiction of the latitude and longitude lines of how of the stars patterns laid upon top of the graph, laid upon top of the dual pole system, but no actual maps that showed it. Everything's separated like this. Nope.
And did these cultures have Africa, or the prime meridian over Africa as the center?
Oh yes, yes. All from Babylon to even Sumer, Babylon, Egypt, even to Rome. All of the times that in any recorded history or even I'm talking tablets from cuneifer, anything like that, even images on the sides of like the pharaoh's temples and things like that, it's not going to show you how can I put this, it's not going to depict the map exactly like that. What was the question again, exactly what you just asked, the last one?
Oh, whether they had the Africa as the center.
Yes, so it was all depicted, all of those, I'm sorry, I lost the question there at first, but all of those civilizations, all of the history that I looked at for the megalithic structures, even if they weren't Egypt or right at there, they all depicted Egypt, or not Egypt itself. It was the pyramids, but it was that line, that center of the earth was the starting point of the prime meridian, because that's what it seems to me. And it seems to what they're showing is that over time, no matter whether it was 1,000 years ago, whether you think that the pyramids were built 12,000 years ago and the Mayans only built it 1,200 years ago, they were all collectively across time trying to do the same thing, and that was measure the sun, measure the ratio of the sun as far as at this summer solstice, at the equinoxes, and at the winter solstice. And when they were able to do that, they didn't do it for that. They did it, I believe, for the this is going to sound a little out there, but for the collection of the energy in the sky, the power system that everybody talks about, that Atlantis had, that Egypt had, that why the Egyptian pyramids don't have any hieroglyphs on them. They're only tunnels and sarcophaguses that never held a tomb, things like that. I think that all this was a network to create generations of power, and that they weren't built 1,200 years ago and 12,000 years ago. They were built thousands and thousands of years ago, and the simplistic was the center, And as you move out from the center, as far as from Egypt out east or west, every one of the megalithic structures that's devoted to the sun is engaged or embellished way more the further west or the further east you go. You get to Angkor Wat, that's things that we can't even replicate now, carved into stone, one stone that has thousands and millions of even moving parts and pillars that float. And it's all just embellished way more than anything. But in Egypt, there's no embellishment in the pyramids and what the actual megalithic structures. Now, I'm not talking about the temples and things like that, but the megalithic structures. They're so simple. So I believe that they were all, no matter how much time it took, no matter what you think, if what civilization built what, they were all under the same auspice of collecting the power in the sky, the ionic generation. Same way you would do with just going up in the sky, collecting the 80,000 volts of AC current, turning it over in a coil, grounding it to the ground, and once that spark jumps, you've got your 12 volt or whatever your coil is to reverse it back to direct current. You've got yourself power. I mean, it's what they were doing with those electric batteries. They were creating power with these megalithic structures, I believe, or something to that effect, and then collecting it in these batteries so that they could do electroplating, they could do light, they can do like plasma light, things like that, instead of just incandescent burning light that we use that doesn't make... I'm sorry, I'm going on and on.
Did you just
No, I love it.
What's that? What did you ask?
Did you just say groundatively?
No, I didn't say groundatively. Is that what you heard?
I heard that, yeah.
I guess they could have had other things too that we might not even interpret as being like part of like what that if they had like an electrical tool chain that was made from like ceramic, you know, like they could have had like, you know, effectively if they understood that there was like something of energy within the electrolytes to actually make some type of battery like that, they would probably also understand that like just carbon itself like could be used like for capacitors or something like that, or that it could contain energy. So that there could have been capacitive things with carbon, and then we would just be like, oh, it's just covered in soot, you know. But they
true, yeah. I believe though that they did, like, I'm talking the Baghdad batteries, they would charge those up. But what they would have there is just like what you guys would probably think of as, you know how they talk about in Tartaria, they didn't have gas lights. There wasn't 1,000 people running around to light these gas lights in Tartaria. It had to be electric, like Tesla would throw wireless power generation is what he was able to do. Put a light bulb in the ground next to his Tesla tower. You would be able to move up to a quarter mile or maybe even a mile away from it and would still light up that bulb as long as it was in the frequency. The bulb itself had the same frequency as what his Tesla tower was putting out. That's what I think the world had. When Atlantis fell, that's when everything went to shit, because it wasn't that Atlantis fell, it was that the technology and the knowledge fell, because that's when civilization broke down. That's when we had all of the huge 100-ton or 1,000-ton blocks that we have underneath all the temples in Rome, or all the places in Cambodia, even in there's places in America that they have this, where there's foundations of what it is, but thousands of years after these foundations were placed, some other civilizations or other group of people came and tried to do the same thing, but we couldn't with the same size. We had to be building smaller. So it went from 1,000-ton or 100-ton blocks to 50-ton. And then the next time there was a cataclysm, or when next time a civilization came over, they tried to fix everything, and now it's smaller ton. And you can see this in many different places around the world.
Yeah, none of that stuff in the rainforest makes sense either. Like they couldn't have moved the rocks to build the stuff. Even there, it's just like the rocks are so massive. Like you're moving it through jungle. There's just no way it's happening.
Look at Egypt. How were they moving, or even Rome? How are they moving that without even roads? They were moving 100-ton, fucking 1,000-ton blocks with trees as fucking wheels to slide it with oil? I don't think so. No,
maybe.
They weren't digging ditches and viaducts and conduits of water and placing those on barges and bringing those in from hundreds and hundreds of miles inshore from the ocean. Because some of those things were like, rose granite that are perfectly symmetrically put on a lathe. I mean, even today, we don't have the lathes that are big enough to do it, but let's say we did. Let's say we built all these things and did all this without roads, without any type of machinery to do this. We moved these 100-ton, or those aren't 100-ton. I think they're like 75-ton or something like that. But those pillars at that Colosseum, or not Colosseum, that temple in Rome, Aphrodite's or whatever it is, there's like 12 of these perfect rose quartz pillars that are the hardest fucking stone in the world to deal with, or I shouldn't say the hardest, but very hard to deal with, and we can't replicate it today. How did they do that? How did they move it on a place? They didn't do it there. They had to get that rock from hundreds, if not 600 miles away. But yes, I think it all comes down to me whenever I start talking about this stuff as far as the power generation or the ancient cultures and what they were doing and how they were doing it. I think it all comes down to the same exact thing that we are doing today in this society, in this world. Energy. Being able to not be in the dark. Being able to do the things that we want to with electroplating, with the computers. I don't think that they had computers back then, but they had something that was moving power through the air or through conduction of metals or whatever, to where they had light. And there's no doubt about that. You can see it.
Have you seen the old giant buildings and the massive fireplaces they have, and they seem to have like a conductive metal plate at the back? You think this is all part of powering, heat to house, to homes potentially?
I don't know about that. I've just started seeing that on the internet as far as the whole. There were no, they weren't powering this up with logs and all this kind of stuff. These huge Tartarian type mansions or whatever, palaces. And then I started seeing things about nuclear and all that kind of stuff. But it's the same thing that I use wood heat. The more metal I have on my stove, the warmer everything is. So yes, I could go along with what you're saying. I could really look at it as being they were almost using like a conductor or an element, a piece of metal in the back of what we would consider a fireplace, and they were just heating it up. The ethereal or the atmospheric energy that is everywhere around us. I mean, it's there. There's no question. I can shock the fucking shit out of you with static electricity, which is rubbing my fucking head with a balloon for a little while, or rubbing my feet on the carpet, and then me grounding to you because of that atmospheric static electricity, which I can get the same from the atmosphere if I go up above 122 feet, or the higher you go, it's better, but same thing.
Sure is a groundation.
That's right. Groundation. But if you think about the way Tesla did, I'm sure everybody here knows who Tesla is and what he was doing and how everything mostly got secreted away, the good stuff. But he was able to take a water source, or a groundwater source that was approximately 600 feet. I think he was at 300 feet or whatever to his aquifer, but he was pulling the grounding, or whatever you want to call it, the bottom pole, the negative pole, up from the ground, and then he had his aerial that looked like a bunch of metal or a big disc up in the top with a bunch of aluminum foil that's wrapped up around, and then a conduit coming down that would ground. That's how he created his energy. That's what I see all over the place with the megalithic structures. So that's why I put together that it's like you said, it's grounding. That's what I think everything is. We're grounding from time immemorial. Even before any recorded history, they were grounding the sky to the ground, and that jump, that when that charge, it's not static charge, it's electric charge, but when that ionic charge fills up whatever medium, whatever wire or copper conduit you got sitting up in there in the sky, fills up, and it has the ability, so it comes up to the amount of voltage or amperage that it can jump this gap, because that's what you're doing. You're jumping a gap so that you get that spark. You take all that energy and you ground it into the ground, and that one moment is when you create energy, or you harness it. The same way with a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt grounds to the ground, or you can get negative lightning as well, that where it comes up, but you're still grounding the atmosphere. And that's static electricity, but it's still electricity, atmospheric electricity. You're grounding the atmosphere to the actual ground. So everything that's all we've ever wanted to do was have energy, have the ability to not be in the dark. And I will go, I'm just going to put this out there too, just in case it's intriguing to anybody as far as why I believe this. But instead of gravity, I look at it as we have an inherent up and down, and it's buoyancy and density. So every object has its certain density, and it's the medium, whether it be the atmosphere, whether it be the ocean, whether it be space, that I don't believe it's space, but let's say ether, the above the magnetic field. Every medium that you go in dictates what you're going to do within that medium, the object itself, depending on its buoyancy. So that's how I get away from the whole idea of it. Gravity is pulling me down no matter where, if I'm in Australia or if I'm in North America, I'm just being pulled to the center. That's not how I look at it. I look at it just like the way that you would look at it if you were had a liquid, and you had like milk and oil and water and everything, and then you dropped an egg in it, and as it goes through, it has its own certain buoyancy within each medium. And that's how I look at what we are talking, 9.3 meters per second squared or whatever it is. It's just the medium. It's just the buoyancy and the density of each object falls at a certain spot or a certain rate within the medium. But that, I know nobody asked that. I just throwing that out there.
No, it's appreciate it, dude. While we've got you speculating, any thoughts on what the sun is, could be, constituents?
It's material.
Comments?
It's material.
Yeah, what it is.
It's a tungsten and iron alloy or thereabouts. It's got to have. I shouldn't say it has to. I shouldn't say that because I make it sound like I've been there and I tested it. It's like fucking this. But I believe it should have to consist of a tungsten alloy mix or an iron mix for the magnetic field that it throws off, the configuration of the field. It's not just a pole like what you would depict a planet, or that they depict the Earth having a magnetic field around. That's not what the sun is like. And you can look at it by looking at it with a magnetic spectrum, or a what do they call it, a magnetic telescope or spectrograph or something. I can't remember what the name it is, but you look at the sun and you see the different magnetic fields coming off of it. It's not north and south, it's everywhere. So it's not a source, it's a node, it's a connection, it's the element. And for that element to glow in that fashion, no matter where it's at, I don't care if it's in the fucking water or if it's in ether or if it's in space, in order for it to be that color, that heat, and hold the shape in the way that it does. The tungsten has to be involved in it for it to hold the shape. The shape and the color consistency, and then the iron has to be there because that's what the chemical makeup would happen if you're sitting there heating up whatever metals. It doesn't matter what it is. You're going to come back down to an iron or an ore substance when you break everything down as far as you can. All the different elements you got up there, whatever you think there is, argon, helium, nitrogen, you're going to come down to an iron like ash, almost like. So you would have to have the tungsten and the iron alloy.
So would it be fair to say then that for you feel the sun is probably just part of a logical electrical system, and it's more like a node, a bit like a transformer?
Yeah, well, an element, not the transformer. The transformers in the ground, or the resistors in the transformers, and all the ICs are in the ground. The atmosphere is the actual power source, or the field, or not the power source. I said that wrong. Don't take that what I said there. But the field is the power area where the element, the sun, derives its power. So it's an element. It's the burning element, not a transistor. But yeah.
So, but I guess it would need to be kind of like electrical or dielectrical.
Electrical, for sure.
Electrical.
Yes. Yeah, it has to be an electric connection from this. However you want to look at it, as not a wire, but like almost like, think of a radio connecting, and you can have the frequency going out there and everything's out there, but until you turn on that transistor, like you said, you would have a transistor that would be tuned to that frequency, then now that you would be able to hear the radio waves going through, or that show. The same way that I think of is, you can look at the sky, or look at the sun, and it has a certain frequency. It looks just like a magnetic field that comes off of it. It's a literal frequency of that, the oscillation of the waves that are coming off of it, that I believe that it's tuned to gather that energy from the sky. So it's an element that works. How can I put this? It works within what most people are going to think of as a train track, but that train track is a loop on the north and then a loop on the south, or a spiral. And as that spiral goes in, it charges up in the north. Once it hits the center, it charges down to the south. So as it's connecting, that's where the connection is. It's at the outside of the sun is charging and discharging throughout its analemic cycle throughout the year. And as it goes through, that connection is what's that oscillation anyway of how it's moving around the plane of existence. It was what gives it the movement. So as it's beating around, as it's going around, its connection changes throughout, depending on if it's in the summer or if it's in the winter. And that change in that connection is what gives us its movement. It's not so much that it changes itself. It's just the charge on the outside is what moves it from the north to the south. Not the movement around it, but just through the analemic cycle. I don't know if that's the question you asked or not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that was great. So from my interpretation, you're saying it's more like a resonant electrical system that's cyclical.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. Just the same way that you would think of as you'd have an iron plate, and I'm sure everybody's seen this. You can go to the Exploratorium in San Francisco, a place that deals with all kinds of different disciplines of science, put an iron plate down and put sand on it, and it's a post of it in the center of it. And then you take either a violin string, or you can have an oscilloscope that gives the different frequencies. And if you hit it with 2 hertz or 7 hertz or 8 hertz or whatever the hertz is, even up to 8 gigahertz, you get exact geometric patterns. And so you would get the understanding that if you could have a resonance like the Schumann resonance, the 2.4 gigahertz or 2.4 hertz or whatever it is for the Earth, that's what it would most likely be in order to give you the shape that we're getting, the structure that we're getting of the figure 8 or the grid up on top of 2 plates that have a celestial equator mixed. So you would get these exact patterns. I don't know what exact frequency it is, but you can do it with Mercury. I can do the shape as far as that shape I showed you, the overlays of Mercury on top of my map. I can get you these exact shapes, and I think it's at 12 gigahertz or 12 hertz. It gives you that exact what do they call it? The Celtic flower, the Celtic something. It's a 3-sided triangle. You just get these certain shapes at the frequencies, so that's why I would think that it's definitely everything is running on its own frequency with inside the grid. So the grid has the potential of all the frequencies, just like a radio. And it's whatever that object, that's the sun, the moon, each planet, not the stars. The stars run on top of the grid, but each one of those objects have their own frequency that keeps them with inside of the grid at its appropriate position.
You're talking about the Celtic Trinity knot.
There you go.
A bit like a Mobius, strip.
So that's the signature I get when I do. I think it was 12 hertz. I'm not positive, but it's the exact same signature or geometric shape when I put Mercury. As far as I outline Mercury for an entire year of positioning, globe positioning of what it is, just like I would for the sun to get the analemma, I get that. I get the Celtic Trinity knot.
Dude, this is so deep. I mean that's so that's related to the Christians got the Holy Trinity, I believe, from that that art or that representation, that symbol. Which and it's not unique to we had trinities before that, but they always in ancient cultures, but they always represented the elements, the land, the earth, the mind, the body, you know what I mean, the three elements of the earth combined,
and the 3 phase that you have with electricity. Not just the 3 phase, but the power, positive, negative, and neutral.
Yeah, I said that wrong. Not land, earth, land, sea, and sky, right? Or earth, water, air. It kind of represents the whole. That would make sense with what you're saying. This is representing our realm, isn't it? The
kind of.
Cross,
and then you get
Celtic Trinity.
Then you get to the mediums, like what you're saying for the Trinity or the 3. You have water. You have air, which I believe is water. It's just a lesser form of it because you're breathing moisture all the time. And then you have ether. So that's the 3 different waters that they speak of in the Bible. You have the waters below, you have the waters that you live in, and then you have the waters above. It's everything's down into a trinity or into I like to think of it as electromagnetic. Everything.
Well, it would represent the as above, so below idea, right? You've got land, sea, and sky would be the nature sort of basis of that, and that's been interpreted into mind, body, and spirit for the more modern meanings of Trinity. But if it's as above, so below, it's just a representation of the same concept just within the human rather than the earth.
Oh yeah,
this is making so much sense to me at this point.
Well, and then you can flip it off of as above, so below. Could also, the way that the Freemasons talk about that structure of everything that like what we're talking about, the world, esoteric connection between the body and the world that we see or the sky that we see. They always put everything to where it's east up, west down, so that you're looking at a different the way that you're looking at. I don't know why I was talking about this as far as the Freemasons and the different things, but they split it between looking at it being the sky, as above, so below, but they also connect that as above and so below to left and right for like your left and right hemisphere, for your good and your bad, for your east and your west. So they depict this on their aprons with the checkerboard and the two discs. They have the world, and then they have the sky disc or the sky world on top of two pedestals that are right where the center of my depicting north and south would be the poles. And then they have a big E at the very top with a ladder with 33 runs that runs up to the
33. Yeah.
And it has a pyramid at the top of the ladder.
Amazing. How long you've gotten to monologue.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, don't say sorry. Don't say sorry.
Yeah,
Well, I don't
apologize
want
for what you've been
to. I don't want to
granted.
put anybody off, dude. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that.
Well,
Zynak,
that's
did you
something
want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I just heard 33. And a pyramid. And a lot of belief systems.
Well, I was just connecting what
a
the
monologue.
Freemasons do.
Oh. Yeah. What do you think? Let's shift it up a little bit, though. Let's have a new topic. Or what do you
Do it.
Don't you guys mind? Okay, so let's talk about self-glorification.
We talk about masturbation.
No, not masturbation. Self-glorification.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the two were one and the same. Okay, I'll refrain.
You go ahead and reframe.
Well, no. What do you wanted to know about it?
Oh, I'm here to inquire.
Well, as far as what exactly are you saying? What about self-gratification? Is it good? Is it bad? Or are you wanting to expound on why it's there, why people use it? I don't understand what you're wanting to talk about.
So not self-gratification. I said self for the third time. Self-glorification.
Okay, self-glorification. Go ahead. I understand. Self-glorification.
Topic. Self-glorification. No, it's written down. We can't miss that one.
What are you getting at, Zynak?
So, self-glorification can be done through adversarial advertisement.
Okay.
Don't beat around the bush, Zynak. Spit it out.
I'm not beating around the bush. I'm speaking of a topic. Self-glorification can be done through, like I said, adversarial advertisement. But it's actually, what is that really?
Are you saying that people do that? They advertise very aggressively, and that's the glorification that they're, this is the way it is, or this is I'm this good, and they do it as an advertisement to everybody. Is that what you're trying to? I still don't understand what you're asking.
Just curious before we continue. My mic shows that to be continuously open, but is the sound coming back or feeding back, or is that not anything that's happening?
No, you're good.
Okay, great.
I don't think no.
Okay, so, well, what I am saying is that, or what I'm putting forth here, presenting to you, is that one can be advertising one's own body through adversarial means, meaning one pretends to be someone else, or likely against it, as if in the public, and then one speaks a lot of spectacle around that, which supposedly we are to be grouped against. But every continued conversation upon it actually is a glorification to it, because it's a subordination to a ruler that's constantly given the stage to rule over you. Meaning that the people who engage in such a thing are ritualized. It's a right. And the participants are ritualized to be subordinate to something that they project a lot of fear and distress at. Like 33s.
I can go along with that for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it in politics, you see it in any kingdom or anybody who thinks they're a star. Fuck, even if you look at any influencer nowadays, they do the same thing.
Well, you even see it in here.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I don't want to be assuming. Are you saying I'm doing that?
Well, you are assuming then when you ask such a question, but we don't need to get into that.
No,
we
I said I don't mean to, but I am.
I didn't say anything. I'm just speaking of
Okay.
the topic.
I was going to say, if that's true, I don't feel that I'm trying to glorify myself at all. I've never wanted to feel like anybody. How can I put this? I don't want to feel better than anybody. I don't feel that I'm below anybody. I don't think that I have done anything more than anybody else has in this world, or experienced anything more to where I can explain them to them. I just feel that on the topics that we were talking about before, I've found something that I don't think a lot of people have put together to come up with the idea or the model that I came up with for the sky or the earth. But I don't ever feel like I'm saying or I don't feel like I'm glorifying myself in any way, shape, or form. But I guess I could not see it. I mean, that's how it works, I guess, with things like that.
One sure can pretend on it being unaware.
Oh, for sure, dude. Dude, how do you know that I'm even a person real? Or how do you know that I'm even a flat earther? I mean, seriously, there's so many people on here right now. I know you've been in here before, but and talked to most of these people, but how do you know? How do you know anything about that? As far as people being truthful or being honest?
Because we have something called theatrics.
It's like the guy you're talking to.
You have something called theatrics.
You're just a mental nipple twister.
There is theatrics, yeah.
Yeah, and you can recognize theatrics. It's a science. And
oh, my presentation was a theatric display. Oh, cool! Right on, dude. I thought it was very.
Scientist.
I thought it was very, very bland as far as not put together very well. I don't think that I can really explain it very well. The images and the graphs that I show people with my overlays and my map, I don't think it's very theatrical at all, to be honest with you. But I thank you for that. I appreciate that. You see it differently as far as what I'm trying to do or what I'm saying. If
it's because he's an actor.
Saying I'm glorifying myself. I don't see it that way, but I mean, whatever.
He's an actor. That's
guys. Do not. What did you say that it makes it happen if you glorify yourself? It makes it to where people idolize you, or no? What did you say? They. I didn't remember what you said. They not idolize you. They revere you, or no? What did you say? What did you say there?
I didn't say any of that.
Oh, I thought you said that people start when somebody glorifies themselves. The people that are listening to them or that they're wanting to listen to them will do something to them. As far as label them something, or put them on a pedestal, or that's what they're trying to do. It was a word. I don't know what word you used. But it doesn't matter. I'm not. I don't
Well,
care. Feel that I'm being
that was-
theatrical. That's great. I think that's good though.
Okay. You certainly don't need to feel as if you are doing something while doing it, though.
I don't feel like I'm doing it, but
So you did hear this earlier bit where I said I'm a social scientist.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? What does that mean to you? As far as what does that mean I should say or I should react to because you're a social scientist? Should I be worried that you're going to not glorify me or something? I don't understand.
I should be glorifying you, is what you're saying?
No, I said, should I be worried that you're not going to glorify me since that's what you think I'm trying to do? Since you're a social scientist, what does that mean to you? What should that mean to me because you're a social scientist? Should I be scared? Should I not give you any answers back when you say something about me? I don't understand. I don't understand why you would go after you're a social scientist. Everything needs to change. All of a sudden, the atmosphere has to change because you do something or you have a profession.
The atmosphere. What atmosphere? The theatrics?
Of the conversation, dude. As far as the way you said it, it was like I was supposed to react in some way, like I'm supposed to know something all of a sudden. Like I'm supposed to change the way that I'm thinking of things because you're a social scientist.
I said that.
No,
Or
you
is that
implied
what
it.
You are.
You implied it.
That's what you are getting. That's your sentiment.
He wants to know why he wants to know why you shared that with him. Why is that important?
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you for sharing your sentiment.
Well, I'm very glad you came by, E1. It was really nice to hear you speculate a little bit. I enjoyed it. It's been good.
I really do appreciate the questions that everybody had too. Even if it made New Perspective mad that people were asking certain questions and stuff, I think it's good. I think those are the things that need to be not only discussed but thought about. Even for me that knows the way that I think it is.
All right, that's it for now. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'll pick it up later, man. That was a pretty long stream for me these days, man. That was a long one. All right, we'll get back to the dual poll. Hopefully, Larry's. What happened to Larry? Did I see Larry in here? No, I think fucking Larry's in here. Where's Larry? I don't know. All right. Well, thanks, guys. I'll catch you guys later tonight, hopefully. Or first thing in the morning. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Thank you, guys.